Chapter 1, Lin Xian, the Crossed Man. Crazy sticky system arrives. Botanist Su Qingge. Lin Xian, you rebellious son. How dare you be so vicious as to push your own brother down the stairs? I'm warning you, now that you've replaced your brother in the Su family, marrying that vegetable is the only way you can redeem yourself. Otherwise you get the hell out of the Lin family, and I'll pretend I don't have you as my son. The Su family in Magic City. Luxury villa, inside the parlor. Lin Xian slowly put down his cell phone, his eyes filled with incredulity. I've traveled across. And became a cranky villain in a novel? A moment later. Lin Xian let out a bitter smile and helplessly accepted this fact. In his memories. It was an urban low martial arts text about the protagonist, Su Yang, returning as a king and pushing his way across the world to load up and beat his face. The Lin family, which he was in, was the first cannon fodder family that Su Yang had exterminated after returning to Magic City. However, the Lin family extermination also on the extermination, I just need to preserve their own is enough. Recalling the memories of his predecessor, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a color of anger within. Lin family. Magic City's second-tier family, the main pharmaceutical industry, Lin's group market value of up to tens of billions of dollars. As a matter of course. As the only son of the Lin family, the predecessor was able to live a dashing rich second-generation life. But since 3 years ago, the predecessor's mother unfortunately died in a car accident, and the scum father Lin Jianjun brought his stepmother Bai Yulan, as well as that illegitimate son Lin Hao into the door. The tragedy began. As long as he and Lin Hao had a conflict, no matter who was right or who was wrong, he was the one who would always apologize. The gaze that the scummy father, Lin Jianjun, looks at him always carries impatience. While to that bastard son, he was full of favor. Over time, the predecessor developed serious psychological problems. Especially after hearing his father's explicit showdown to hand over the $10 billion group that originally belonged to him to the illegitimate son to inherit, the predecessor completely blacked out. Suffering from irritability, he was unable to control his emotions and took action at the drop of a hat. The words irascible and madman have become synonymous with him. And this happens to be, as the illegitimate son Lin Hao's intention. In order to avoid the fate of welcoming a vegetable. After deliberately provoking the anger of his predecessor, he pretended to be pushed down the stairs and fell unconscious, thus making his predecessor speechless. And by the furious Lin Jianjun, forced into the Su family. I remember the original plot. Soon after the predecessor joined the family, the Lin family, which had gained the trust of the Union, took the opportunity to backstab the Su family, causing the other side to be on the verge of bankruptcy. And at this time, the long-missing protagonist Su Yang appeared on the scene, destroyed the Lin family's full door, and began his own legendary road. Just as Lin Xian fell into deep thought. On the stairs, there was a slow sound of footsteps. Lin Xian looked up and saw an old man wearing a Chinese mountain suit, with a head full of silver hair and a face that looked slightly haggard, slowly walking down the stairs with a walking stick. Su Qingge. The current head of the Su family. He was also the grandfather of Su Yang and Su Qingge's siblings. With just a glance in Lin Xian's mind, relevant information about the old man surfaced. Soon, Su Qingge sat down opposite Lin Xian, looking up and down at the youth in front of him with an ugly expression. Originally, the marriage contract between the Lin and Su families was set to be between Lin Hao and Su Qingge. Now that the Lin family had temporarily changed their mind and introduced this unpopular son, it was obvious that they disliked their own precious granddaughter who had become a vegetable. Thinking about Lin Xian's extremely bad reputation, Su Qingge is even less favorable. I just received a call from your father. He said that you are voluntarily joining my Su family? Are you sure? Do you realize that Qingge might not wake up? She won't be able to move or have children for the rest of her life. She can't even take care of herself. Can you accept her like this? If you can't, then you can go back now. My Su family is not so strong as to force people to do anything. Su Qingge coldly said. Although he held the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse, wanting to find someone to flush out his granddaughter's happiness. But he wasn't so bad as to pull in just anyone to make up the numbers. Otherwise it would all be an insult to his own granddaughter as well. If Lin Xian was forced by Lin Jianjun, then he would rather choose to give up this marriage contract. However, in the next second, Su Qingge was shocked. Lin Xian, who had thought that he would be like the rumors, violently lifting the table and leaving. At this moment, he just got up silently, looked at Su Qingge with a gaze full of determination, and said word for word. I am willing to take Qingge as my wife. If she can't wake up for the rest of her life, then I will take care of her for the rest of my life. Listening to Lin Xian's resounding reply, Su Qingge was astonished and raised his head violently, his majestic gaze looking straight at the youth in front of him. And Lin Xian's eyes didn't dodge, staring at the old man without fear. This kid can't be serious. After all, in charge of the Norse family for many years, Su Qingge had seen countless people. Long ago, he had practiced a pair of fiery eyes that could recognize truth from falsehood with a single glance. But no matter how he observed Lin Xian's micro-expressions, he came up with one fact. The other party is from the heart, wanting to marry his own granddaughter. Is a brother to read the first three, not good seems to cut me. On the other side, Lin Xian's face was sincere, and in his heart he expected Su Qingge to hurry up and agree. Because just now, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the crazy sticker system. As long as you make physical contact with a character with a high value of luck, you will be able to harvest the corresponding points, which can be used to purchase a variety of goods and skills. After rationalizing the way of obtaining sticker points, Lin Xian instantly had an idea. As the protagonist's sister and a defenseless vegetable. No matter how one thought about it, Su Qingge was currently the most suitable daughter of Qi for him to post. Plus, having become the protagonist's brother-in-law, it was impossible for the other party to destroy his family. In the future, he can also be behind the scenes, relying on the power of the protagonist to live a life of lying down and enjoying himself. Isn't it beautiful? Just as Lin Xian was thinking about the bright future, Su Qingge frowned and spoke. I need a reason. After all, you basically never crossed paths with Qingge. Now you swear, with a face of deep love, that you will take care of her for the rest of your life? Don't you think it's very fake? When it came to his granddaughter's life event, Su Qingge didn't want to be sloppy. At the same time, he was very curious about Lin Xian's transformation. This youth in front of him, facing his gaze without being humble, was not at all like the impulsive and violent rumors. Sure enough, rumors couldn't be trusted. And hearing Su Qingge's follow-up question, Lin Xian was briefly silent. He knew that if he wanted to marry Su Qingge, then he would have to come up with a strong reason as a way to convince Su Qingge. Because of jealousy. Jealousy? Su Qingge froze, surprised. Never would he have thought that the reason Lin Xian gave was this. Before he could inquire, Lin Xian spoke out his thoughts as if he was venting. Yes. Grandpa Su, you should know my situation in the Lin family. I'm very jealous of Lin Hao. Obviously an illegitimate son, but he has hijacked everything that originally belonged to me. That's why when I first learned that the #1 beauty of Magic City Su Qingge had become Lin Hao's fiancé, I was jealous. I wasn't willing. Qingge was so outstanding, her fiancé should have been me. Instead of that damned bastard. Recalling the memories of his predecessor, Lin Xian, who was driven to emotion, spoke vehemently. According to the setting in the novel, the reason why the predecessor had agreed to join the family was indeed because of his long-standing obsession with Su Qingge. At this moment, Lin Xian empathized and truly acted in character. But I'm powerless to resist, I can only keep this jealousy in the bottom of my heart. Over time, Qingge became my obsession. I can't tell if it's love or not. But it doesn't matter anymore, taking this opportunity, I also want to get away from that Lin family that depresses me. So why don't I join the Su family, so that I can start over and also take good care of Qingge? After listening to Lin Xian speak out the dark side of his heart, Su Qingge's face was cloudy, he could feel the strong resentment in the other party's words. Combined with what he had found out, he was able to determine that Lin Xian was most likely telling the truth. If placed in the past, Su Qingge would have never agreed to Lin Xian marrying his granddaughter. However, in Su Qingge's case, it seems that Lin Xian, who is willing to marry his granddaughter, has become the top priority. After thinking for a long time, Su Qingge sighed. That's all right, that's all. Since you're willing to marry Qingge, I won't stop you. There is only one thing I ask of you, be good to my granddaughter. As long as you are good to that child, then you will be my Su Qingge's granddaughter-in-law. This old bone of mine can guarantee that no one will be able to bully you in the future. Su Qingge got up and patted Lin Xian hard on the shoulder, as if it was some sort of man-to-man promise. Nowadays, he only hoped to find someone for Su Qingge to commit his life to before his death. And Lin Xian was the granddaughter-in-law he had personally chosen. He believed that he wouldn't be mistaken. Grandpa Su, I'll treat Qingge well. Lin Xian's words were simple and concise, there was no swearing in the sky. After all, actions speak louder than words. People's hearts will be revealed over time. And at this point, Lin Xian also took the opportunity to bring up his true purpose. Grandpa Su, can I meet with Qingge now? Yes, Butler Lu. You take Xiao Xian to visit Qinggu. Afterwards, Lin Xian exchanged a few pleasantries with Elder Su. Then he followed behind a beautiful woman and walked towards Su Qingge's room. Chapter 2 Plantman Su Qingge, Initial Palm Stickers. At this moment, in a clean and tidy boudoir, a certain silhouette with an absolutely beautiful face was lying quietly on the hospital bed like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. With the golden light shining through the window, the whole picture is beautiful, giving people a sense of coziness. It's just that if someone could hear the sleeping beauty's heart right now, they would inevitably be horrified to hear. Kill me. Please, let me die. Anyone can, come and kill me. On the hospital bed, Su Qingge's face was unresponsive, but in her heart, she was constantly wailing as she broke down. She tried hard to open her eyes, but she couldn't do it. Her body was like a ghost pressurizing the bed, she could sense it but couldn't control it in the slightest. Uneasy. Terrified. Despair. On the verge of collapse. Hysteria. No one knew in just a few days what kind of psychological torture Su Qingge had gone through. It was like a cruel punishment like hell. Especially when she heard Su Qingtian's old tears, crying and recounting that he had given himself the verdict of being a vegetable, it completely plunged her into boundless panic. As a modern person, she knows very well what a vegetable person represents. I can't wake up? A lifetime can only lie in bed and languish until I completely die of old age? No, no, no. I'm not happy, my life has just begun. I'm not happy. But no matter how frantically Su Qingge struggled, she couldn't move a single bit. This fear of her soul being bound in boundless darkness caused her to collapse in despair. Gradually, Su Qingge became numb and resigned to her fate. All she wanted now was to die early, then she wouldn't need to continue struggling in hell. Anyone is good. Please kill me. Just when Su Qingge was numb and didn't know how many times she was crying out for death, she sensed that her small hand was being lifted. Two large hands then merged and held her palm tightly in the center. So warm. This was Su Qingge's first feeling, and then she fell into a daze. Who is holding my hand? The blazing heat in her palm awakened Su Qingge to some lucidity. Before she could come back to her senses, a gentle voice rang in her ears. Qingge, I came to see you. By the way, you still don't know who I am, right? My name is Lin Xian, your future husband. Lin Xian? My future husband? The sudden change slightly eased the sense of despair in Su Qingge's heart. Just as she was at a loss, Lin Xian had already told the whole story in a soft voice. Very quickly, Su Qingge knew who this man who called himself her future husband was. Lin Xian, her fiancé Lin Hao's brother. Lin Hao repented of his marriage? So Lin Xian was forced to come into the marriage instead of him to watch the wedding? Su Qingge had also heard something about the Lin family's situation. Through Lin Xian's words, she was able to surmise the causes and consequences. However, she, who had long been dead at heart, didn't care about the other parties stealing. After all, the reason why she had entered into a marriage contract with the Lin family in the first place had only been out of the interests of the family. She had no interest in Lin Hao himself. Or, suffering from misogyny, she had nothing but disgust for all men. Right now, I don't even have the ability to refuse. If only I could die, then I would be relieved, right? Once I thought about my gray life. Su Qingge's heart welled up with infinite sadness, and in despair, she had long lost the courage to live. On the other side, Lin Xian's hands were holding Su Qingge's heart at the moment. A system beep sounded abruptly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking intimate actions for the first time. The system mall has been successfully activated. Ding! The host and Su Qingge's palms stick together, rewarding 1.20 seconds. At the same time, the points panel in Lin Xian's mind that had a balance of 0. At the moment, it slowly began to jump at a rate of 1 point per 20 seconds. However, Lin Xian didn't care about it, but instead, with a soft and compassionate gaze, he looked at the woman on the bed who was pouring her heart out. As per the plot setting, Lin Shen knew that the other party had a subjective consciousness and could clearly perceive everything around her. It was just that she couldn't move and couldn't speak. This kind of situation was placed on anyone, and it must have been worse than death. As for the description of Su Qingge's vegetative state, there were only a few strokes in the novel. But the sense of collapse that permeated between the lines was enough to show Su Qingge's pain at this time. After all, in the eyes of the other party, one's whole life would be stuck in this state of being worse than death. What kind of tortured torment was this to her who was still in her flowery years? Even though Su Yang returned as the king later and cured his sister. But this painful experience still left an indelible heart trauma to Su Qingge, and from then on, she became an unsmiling iceberg president. Strike Leah, strike Leah. Who made me a compassionate man? From now on, let me be a light in your heart. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Xian spoke softly. Qingge, I'm not sure if you can sense the movements in the outside world. But rest assured, you won't remain in a vegetative state. I already have a clue as to the method to awaken you. So please, you must persevere and not give up on yourself. The moment these words came out, Su Qingge, who was originally as if her heart was dead, was instantly attracted to her attention. She heard the solemnity in Lin Xian's tone, and it seemed like he was seriously making a certain promise. Could this man be serious? Has he even found a way to revive me? But the next second, Su Qingge, whose reason had prevailed, then her emotions returned to misery once again. How can this be possible? It's nothing more than comforting me. Giving others hope but failing to deliver on his promises, this man is really as bad as the rumors say. It seems like he's purposely showing concern in front of outsiders in order to earn Grandpa's favor in order to live a good life after joining the family. Su Qingge, who thought that she had seen through the truth, was even more disenchanted with Lin Xian at the moment. Not only her, even Butler Lu, who was standing at the side, was thinking the same thing. After all, a week ago, after Su Qingge suddenly became a vegetable, Su Qingtian had tried countless methods in order to cure his granddaughter. Even used family contacts, invited in the magic city known as the National Medical Saint Deng Lao, but even such a famous doctor cannot do anything. Lin Xian, and what can be done about it? It's just a young man boasting in self-congratulation. And just as Lin Xian was about to say something, he suddenly smelled a foul odor. He turned his head in surprise and was shocked to find that the bedsheet had long been wet without realizing it. Su Qingge, she was incontinent. Chapter 3, Lin Xian's mother's will. I'm the first shareholder of the Lin Group. The moment she smelled the fishy odor, the beautiful housekeeper also reacted. Mr. Lin, please step back for a moment. I want to scrub the body for Miss Smell. Lin Xian got up in silence and walked towards the door of the room. He knew that the person who was most embarrassed and broken down at this moment was Su Qingge on the hospital bed. At such a time, his own quick and silent departure was the best way to alleviate the other party's mental pain. On the hospital bed, Su Qingge was experiencing psychological cruelty. I'm incontinent again? Or in front of a man? Feeling her lower body part sticking together with her wet pants, Su Qingge instantly realized the reason. Emotions once again came to the edge of collapse. Even though every time, Aunt Lu did her best and was very serious about cleaning up the dirt and scrubbing her body. But Su Qingge still had trouble adapting to this torture. One must know that not long ago, she was known as the #1 beauty in Magic City, with infinite visions for the future. But in just a few days, she was reduced to a corpse that couldn't even control itself with the most basic physiological excretion. This extreme difference. For her, it is tantamount to a kind of torture, a kind of double torture imposed on dignity and spirit. And this kind of pain, she had to experience at least several times a day. How could this not make her feel numb with despair? Want to die so badly. If only I could die, it would be nice to die, it would be nice to die. On the other side. Xiao Xian, have you seen Qingge? Yes, I have. That's right. Grandpa Su, I want to discuss something with you. Lin Xian went downstairs and chatted with Su Qingtian on the sofa. My marriage contract with Su Qingge still has about a month to go. During this period of time, I want to simply move over and live here to make it easier to take care of Qingge. Hearing this, Su Qingtian froze for a moment and instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, what kind of person would run over to the woman's house to live before they were even married? But when he thought about his granddaughter's special situation, perhaps he could take this time to observe Lin Xian's behavior. From there, he could test whether or not his own vision was wrong. So, Su Qingge agreed. But he also voiced his concerns. Little Xian I don't object to you moving over, but on your family's side. Don't worry about it. Grandpa Su, my so-called family members can't wait for me to get out of the Lin family sooner. That's fine. I'll have Butler Lu arrange a room for you to stay in whenever you want. Yes, Grandpa Su. I'll go home and get some things. I'll move in today. Lin Shen didn't hide it, pointing out to his face the fact that he was at odds with the Lin family. Instead of going back to that family and being aggravated, it would be better to stay by Su Qingge's side and brush up on his points. He had opened the system mall and looked at it. A wide variety of items almost blinded him. Devil fruits, death notes, cosmic battleships, immortal emperor cultivation, and immortality pills. It could be said that as long as you have enough sticky points, countless legendary items can be bought in the system mall. Become a Buddha as an ancestor is only a matter of minutes. That's why he can't wait to be tied to Su Qingge at all times. How could he have the energy to tangle with Lin Jianjun's people? The reason why he rushed back to the Lin family was just to get back his mother's will. The predecessor mother in the car accident before death, strong breath in the hospital will be in the hands of the Lin's group of 30% of the shares, all left to the predecessor. And these shares has been Lin Jianjun predecessor age is too small reason, firmly in the hands. Together with his own 25% of the company's shares, Lin Jianjun was able to have an absolute say in the group. But as long as Lin Xian got his shares back, then he would instantly override Lin Jianjun and become the largest shareholder in the Lin group. According to the market value, these shares were worth at least 3 billion. It was enough to deal with the Su family's ensuing bankruptcy crisis due to a broken capital chain. Lin Xian thought to himself and got up to bid farewell to Su Qingge. Afterwards, he left the Su family and jumped into his Emma electric car and hurriedly left. It was noon. It's midday. Lin Xian parked his electric car and walked into the door of the Lin family's villa. Just pushed open the door. A gourmet meal aroma came to his nose, causing him to eat. But after scanning the source of the aroma, Lin Xian suddenly lost his appetite. Only to see not far away from the table, placed on the table, colorful and fragrant meals, all kinds of ordinary families cannot afford to eat the mountain delicacies and seafood. And Lin Jianjun's family of 3 was enjoying the food with a smile and a laugh. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's really a happy family with a lot of joy. Oh, I wonder how many leftovers were left for me this time. In Lin Xian's memory. In his predecessor, due to crankiness, there was a meal due to Lin Hao's provocation, unable to control his emotions under. Difficult to eat? Then don't even eat it. He lifted the table on the spot. From then on was Lin Jianjun ordered to get well before, not allowed to eat with them at the same table. And so it was. For the next 2.5 years, the predecessor could only wait for the Lin Jianjun trio to finish eating and pick up their leftovers. On the other side, the 3 members of the Lin family also noticed Lin Xian, who pushed the door in. The smiles on the faces of several people suddenly stagnated. Among them, Lin Jianjun was particularly obvious. He instantly transformed from the pleased smile he had when he looked at Lin Hao to a dead fish face. And at that moment, Lin Hao, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, had white skin, and exuded the air of a weak scholar, got up and greeted him with a smile. "Brother, you're hungry, aren't you? I specially left half a chicken leg for you, come eat it while it's hot." Lin Shen. Good boy? Half a chicken leg? You're eating all the delicacies and letting me eat the leftovers? You don't even want to leave a whole chicken leg, do you? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Looking at the half-chewed chicken leg, he resisted the urge to reward Lin Hao with a big wallop, crossed over to the other party with an expressionless face, and quickly disappeared around the corner of the staircase. Bang! Bastard, this rebellious son. If you let down Xiaohao's good intentions, you can. Still dare to ignore me, do you think I'm dead? Do you think I'm dead? Do you still have me in your eyes? I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if I can do anything about it. Lin Jianjun, who was wearing a customized black suit and a back-combed head, was unable to suppress his anger. At that moment, it was difficult to suppress the anger in his heart, and he fiercely slapped the dining table. Seeing the situation, Lin Hao, who was beside him, flashed a hint of joy in his eyes. Then he began to burst into acting, blaming himself in his mouth. "Dad, my brother, he must still be angry with me. Otherwise, it's better not to let brother marry Miss Su, it'll ruin his life. It's obvious that I'm the one who has a marriage contract, how can I let my brother take my place? It's my fate, I have to recognize it. It's better to let me carry out the marriage contract. As long as brother is willing to forgive me, as long as daddy can be well, I'm willing to do anything. Saying that, Lin Hao's eyes suddenly reddened, with a pitiful look of a baby who was aggrieved, but a baby who was willing to sacrifice. And beside Lin Hao, Bai Yulan, who wore gold and silver, her fingers painted with nails and dressed as a noblewoman. On the other hand, she had a forlorn look on her face and nodded her head repeatedly. Hubby, I think Hao is right. This Su family matter is unfair to little Xian, it's better to let little Hao go and marry that girl child, Su Qingge. I don't want this matter to cause little Xian to feel that you are biased and affect the bond between your father and son. And looking at Lin Hao's mother and son in front of him, who ignored his own grievances and was bent on looking out for himself, Lin Jianjun's heart sank. Lin Jianjun's heart was sour, and in an instant, his eyes were filled with tears. Only feel warm and happy. I Lin Jianjun have wife and children, so what more could a man ask for? Chapter 4 said I do not matter, but you say my daughter-in-law. Big wall thud, who you? Well, I'm in charge of the marriage contract. Let's not talk about anything else, just that rebellious son dared to push Howard down the stairs. Humph. I merely just let him fulfill the marriage contract for little Hao, it's simply considered cheap. Lin Jianjun couldn't bear his petite wife's tears, and with a wave of his hand, he declared in a domineering and incomparable manner. Hearing. Bai Yulan's eyes flashed with joy, but her mouth was still concerned about Lin Xian. But Xiao Xian, can he accept it? Hey, this is all our son's fault. If it is not that he accidentally poured boiling water on Xiao Xian, how would Xiao Xian push down Hao in a panic? Said here. Bai Yulan snorted coldly and made a gesture to pinch Lin Hao. And Lin Hao was also very cooperative, accepting his mother's massage without ducking or dodging. At the same time, the eyes red, mouth self-blame constantly. All is my fault, is my brother sorry, if not I walk accidentally. And see this kind of mother and son love bitter love scheme, Lin Jianjun on the spot heartbroken bad. Hurriedly stopped in front of Bai Yulan to stop. Stop, how can you hit your son? He just accidentally poured boiling water on Lin Xian, it's not a big problem. Just apply some medicine. It's not Hao who's at fault, it's that rebellious son. It's obvious that he didn't watch the road and caused the accident, and he still has the nerve to throw a punch. The more I talk, the angrier I get. You go and call that rebellious son down right now, and I'll make him apologize to you face to face. Seeing Lin Jianjun's face reddened, it was obvious that he was truly angry. Bai Yulan's mother and son looked at each other without moving, both could see the smugness in each other's eyes. Just on their faces, they still pretended to dissuade them, frantically fanning the flames. Don't be like this, husband. Little Xian already has a problem with Howard. If you force him to apologize, little Xian will definitely be upset with you. That's right, Daddy. This matter is my fault, it's better for me to apologize to my brother. After all, I'm a younger brother. It's nothing to be aggrieved. I don't want to ruin the deep father-son bond between brother and you. Looking at Lin Hao's mother and son, who had been thinking of themselves since the beginning, Lin Jianjun's nose was slightly sore, moved. Lin Jianjun's nose is slightly sour, moved to a mess. Hey, you two just too kind. But the more so, the more I cannot let you guys suffer from this. Otherwise, won't I look like I don't know right from wrong? Seeing Bai Yulan still with a look of I don't want to make things difficult for you. While Lin Jianjun was heartbroken, he was even more determined in his mind. Okay, don't try to persuade me. Xiao Hao. You go and call that rebellious son down. For your sake, as long as that rebellious son can show some remorse, I can also give him a chance to reform. The matter has come to this. Lin Hao could only sigh helplessly and pretend to be worried as he headed upstairs. And at this moment, two upstairs. In a damp and dimly lit utility room, Lin Xian was holding a document and scrutinizing it. 30% of the shares of the Lin Group? Well, this is it. I have to liquidate these shares into banknotes before Su Yang arrives in Mordor. Otherwise, when the Lin family is bankrupted by Su Yang, these waste shares will also be worthless. After confirming that it was what he was looking for, Lin Xian couldn't help but grin. In his eyes, this was a whole $3 billion. With this $3 billion, it would be as easy as a slap in the face to solve the Su family's soon-to-be bankruptcy crisis? And his act of saving the Su family in advance, didn't it blow the goodwill of the protagonist's kinship group on the spot? According to the protagonist Su Yang's character setting of having favors that must be repaid, he himself could lie flat for a short period of time. Just enjoy the great benefits that the protagonist brings to himself. As for the death or life of Lin Jianjun's family, sweeping the eye of this cluttered room covered with cobwebs and with a sleeping area of less than 2 square meters. There are also clothes on the body that are washed white and can be seen at a glance to be ground floor goods. Lin Xian also unconsciously felt sad for the predecessor's encounter. In the plot setting, due to Lin Hao mother and son for a long time, to Lin Jianjun all kinds of provocation brainwashing, predecessor days can be described as difficult. The son of a powerful family, food, drink, housing and transportation are all reduced to the lowest level. While the illegitimate son Lin Hao is to enjoy the original belongs to his glory and wealth. Under this contrast, the fact that the predecessor was suffering from a serious mental illness and a twist of jealousy was entirely to be expected. Dum. Just as Lin Xian fell into his predecessor's memories, a knock sounded at the door of his room. Turning his head to look, he saw Lin Hao, who was covered in designer labels, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. "Brother, Daddy has something to find you." For this green tea man, Lin Xian didn't even want to gripe him, and took it upon himself to load the documents at hand into his backpack. Just in his mind, he unconsciously floated out the end of Lin Hao in the original. Su Yang, with a fury on his face, blasted out his fist, like a furious cannonball coming out of a cannon, and smashed into Lin Hao's chest with a loud bang. Plop. When Su Yang retracted his right fist again, a bloody hole appeared in Lin Hao's chest. And his head lolled, dead. On the other side, Lin Hao, who didn't know that his death was imminent, still pretending to be concerned, but actually showing off his superior food, clothing and housing. "Brother, are you cleaning up your room? Do you need me to talk to Daddy and get you a new utility room? And in my bedroom, there are a few sets of unwanted clothes, let me bring them over to you. They're designer labels that Daddy gave me. By the way, Daddy is going to buy me a new Lamborghini. I see, brother, your electric car is a little old, why not let Daddy also give you a new electric car?" But no matter how Lin Hao provoked, Lin Xian always had a silent face. What's the situation? How come this guy seems a bit different? Finally, Lin Hao stopped talking and frowned at Lin Xian's back. He had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. The youth in front of him seemed a bit strange. If it had been the previous incomparably irascible Lin Xian, he would have long rushed up to beat him up after being provoked like this. Instead, he would have taken the opportunity to fall to the ground and sit and wait for the angry Lin Jianjun to go upstairs to administer justice. The same means, Lin Hao repeated the use of many times, each time the effect is superb. How come this time it suddenly didn't work? Cheer. At this time, Lin Shen, who had packed up his things, zipped up his backpack and shouldered it away. When he passed by the unsightly Lin Hao, he didn't even bother to look at the other party. He was too lazy to bother with dead people. So no matter what Lin Hao said, he was able to face it bashfully. However, the next second, Lin Hao, who couldn't hold his tongue, once again spoke out to provoke. This time, he shifted his target to Su Qingge. "I know that you hate me. After all, under my design, you can only marry that plant that can only wait for death." Splat. The words were just in mid-sentence. Lin Xian's eyes went cold, and he swung his right hand up for a big wallop. "You green tea man, gave you face right. It doesn't matter what you say about me, but don't you dare talk about my daughter-in-law. Believe it or not, I'll whoop you to death with a big wall thud." Chapter 5, Lin Hao kneels. Lin Jianjun was in old tears and disappointed. Pa! When Lin Xian finished rewarding the big wallop, a system alert sounded steeply in his head. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slapped and pasted each other, rewarding 1 point. HM? This is fine. Lin Xian raised his right hand and looked at his palm, his face full of incredulity. And equally unbelievable was Lin Hao on the opposite side. He didn't expect that just by mentioning Su Qingge, Lin Xian would react so violently. But hadn't the two of them not crossed paths before? How come Lin Xian this even called his daughter-in-law? "Did marrying a vegetable make you so happy?" This is not scientific, But covering his reddened cheeks, the fiery pain reminded Lin Hao of the fact that he had been beaten. It made him instantly furious. After all, in the past 2.5 years, he had never suffered a loss at Lin Xian's hands, let alone a beating. The so-called beating incident was all a big show that he had directed himself to use to cajole Lin Jianjun. But today, he truly received a big wallop? A strange shame. But on second thought, this might make it more realistic. So Lin Hao took a deep breath, in order to not let his slap be in vain. He very skillfully lay down on the ground, while glaring viciously at Lin Xian. "You're really dead this time?" He had just opened his mouth, preparing to rely on loud wailing to get Lin Jianjun's attention downstairs. But before he could make a sound, he was interrupted by a big wallop. Splat! Lin Xian withdrew his hand, looking odd, listening carefully to the prompts in his head. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slapped each other's ears, rewarding 2 points. The reward points have been raised? Could it be that the harder you hit and the harder you slap paste, the more points you get? Lin Xian's eyes rolled and he guessed the key to the problem. Then, in Lin Hao's horrified gaze, he raised his hands wistfully and opened his arms left and right, and consecutively threw a few big wallops over. At this moment, the snapping sounds were endless. Equally resounding was the ding-dong sound in Lin Xian's head. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slapped and pasted, rewarding 2 points. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slapped each other's ears, rewarding 3 points. Ding! The host slaps Lin Hao in the face and rewards him with 1 point. Ding! The host slaps Lin Hao in the face and rewards him with 2 points. A dozen consecutive slaps passed. Lin Hao had long since fallen into a coma with blood on his cheeks. The gold-rimmed glasses that were originally worn on his face were also beaten out of sight at this point. A total of 30 points were gained, not bad. Wiping the blood from his hands, Lin Xian nodded his head with slight satisfaction. Then he reloaded his backpack and took a big step towards downstairs, leaving Lin Hao miserably unconscious. Villa Hall. Lin Xian had just taken 3 steps downstairs when he heard Lin Jianjun's roar from the sofa. "Adverse son, why don't you quickly kneel down?" Lin Xian's face was odd as he stared at Lin Jianjun like a fool. "Bastard, what kind of look is that? Are you deaf? Kneel down quickly, do you still have me as your father in your eyes?" Seeing Lin Xian's indifference, as if his father's authority had been provoked, Lin Jianjun violently stood up from the sofa and glared viciously at Lin Xian, trying to suppress the other party with his majesty. On weekdays, as long as he saw him angry, Lin Xian would tremble and bow down like a mouse seeing a cat. Just when Lin Jianjun thought that the old days were still the same, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and said without a trace of anger, "Father? I don't have a father. I don't have a father, but I do have a stepfather." "What did you say?" Lin Jianjun's face was stagnant, unable to believe what his ears heard. "I said, from the day you brought the little 3 into the door, what real father has long become a stepfather?" Hearing this, Lin Jianjun completely burst into a rage, before he could roar out. Bai Yulan on the side secretly shed tears and said with a face full of sorrow, "Xiao Xian, I am your mother. How can you say that to me?" Oh, when my mom? You're a junior and you deserve it. My mom died a long time ago. Bai Yulan's face was pale, staggered backward a few steps, as if by this torn face of a sentence, completely wounded through the heart. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun hurriedly softly consoled, simply to be heartbroken. Immediately, he turned his head to angrily look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. "Enough! Do you animals still have a conscience? Are you still a human being? Do you know that just now your mom was still speaking on your behalf, asking me not to count the fact that you pushed Howard downstairs? But you said such hurtful words, why don't you kneel down and apologize to your mother right now?" Greeting Lin Jianjun's eyes that were filled with disgust. For some reason, a wave of sadness and anger rose in Lin Xian's heart for no reason. That was the aggrieved unwillingness left over from his predecessor. Affected by this, Lin Xian couldn't help but get emotional as well, violently lifting up his blouse, revealing a large piece of red scar on his chest from the boiling water scald. Red scars piled up in a piece, and the nearby white skin formed a sharp contrast. It looked slightly disgusting and numbing. "See this scar? You still have the face to tell me not to care? And you listen to me clearly. I didn't push Lin Hao down the stairs, it was that grandson who pretended to fall down the stairs, otherwise how could he be unharmed? Use your brain." Scanning the horrible scars on Lin Xian's body, Lin Jianjun's heart skipped a couple of beats, and a bit of heartache flashed in his eyes. But when he heard Lin Xian slandering his own illegitimate son, still subconsciously shook his head back and forth, angrily rebutting. You mean Howard deliberately set you up? Nonsense. Little Hao is so simple and kind, such an innocent boy, how could he possibly do such a despicable and shameless thing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who was always obsessed, Lin Xian only felt a pang of heart fatigue. Forget it, I'm tired. The Lin family, hurry up and destroy it. It's hopelessly rotten. And just then, a ghostly cry came from the stairs. Daddy, Mommy. Look at my face, it's all ruined. Woo woo. Immediately after that, Lin Hao, whose cheeks were swollen into a pig's head, rushed down and jumped into Lin Jianjun's arms, crying bitterly. Howard, who the hell did this? Seeing his youngest son's miserable appearance, Lin Jianjun was shocked. Immediately associating something, he violently raised his head to angrily look at Lin Xian. It's you. Well, it was me. Who told him to be cheap? You animal. You actually mutilated your hand and beat up your own brother. I won't let you off lightly today. Seeing that things had come to this, Lin Xian still looked like a dead pig. Lin Jianjun's anger value was instantly pulled full. He was truly enraged, determined to establish the majesty of a father to Lin Xian. Drawing out the waistband of his pants, he made a gesture to greet Lin Xian. But where would Lin Xian tie his hands? Just raised his hand, ready to counterattack a few times when the big BB. A pearly woman then violently opened her hands and blocked in front of him. Hubby, don't ah. Xiao Xian, he must have acted on impulse, just forgive him. If a son doesn't teach, it's his mother's fault. As his mother, it's me who didn't educate him well. If you want to hit, then you can hit me. Bai Yulan was in tears, crying hoarsely, with the image of a great mother who would die to protect her child. Yulan, why bother? Where does this rebellious son deserve you to be like this? Lin Jianjun looked complicated. Completely shaken by this motherly love that weighs as much as Mount Taishan. Beside him, Lin Hao, whose face was red and swollen, turned his eyes and grabbed Lin Jianjun's right hand, which was holding the waistband of his pants. With a sobbing voice, he begged. Father! You don't want to hit your brother. This injury was not caused by my brother. It's all my fault. Brother! Brother! Daddy's health is not good, so don't make him angry again. Please. Lin Hao cried and begged with tears. Then with a thud, he directly knelt down to Lin Xian's head and grabbed his pants leg and wouldn't let go. Brother Lin Xian, I know that you hate me and think that I'm the one who stole Daddy's favor. But I really never wanted to compete with you for anything? I'm sorry, I've never considered your feelings. But none of this has anything to do with Daddy. Please don't make him angry again. I can go. I can leave the Lin family right away. As long as you're willing to put things right with Daddy, I can disappear from your sight forever. It's all my fault. I was selfish, I coveted Daddy's love. If only I had never come to this home, if only I had never been born. Seeing Lin Hao, mother and son crying into tears, Lin Jianjun only felt the pain of his heart dripping blood. His own wife and son are just too understanding. Obviously, they have suffered so much, but they are still bent on thinking of others. In contrast, Lin Shen, who was standing at the side with a playful smile and an indifferent face, looked so ugly and repulsive. Lin Jianjun could no longer suppress the monstrous anger in his heart and roared out. Lin Xian, are you an animal or a human being? Do you really not have the urge to kneel down when you see this scene? Your mother, brother's good intentions, you really do not feel a half a star? Is your conscience really eaten by dogs? Now you really too let Dad I disappointed. Said to the end. Lin Jianjun old tears, voice choked. Look at the eyes of the eldest son, full of hate and iron. How can he not figure out? There was a time when Lin Xian was his pride and joy. Lin Xian was once his pride. In the end, what is the reason that led him to become this kind of unreasonable people? Chapter 6. From now on, I and the Lin family to break off the righteousness. Oh. Feeling Lin Jianjun's disappointed gaze, Lin Xian was directly amused and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. If this acting skill were to vanish into the movie and television industry, would it not kill the fresh meat on the spot? Especially you, Lin Hao, kneeling when you say so. I really suggest you go into acting, your talent as an actor takes my breath away. Admire, admire, admire. To Lin Hao, who was kneeling in front of himself, hugging his thighs and crying out lines such as, "If my brother doesn't forgive, I'll kneel for a long time, I'd rather die here on my knees," Lin Hao could not help but give a thumbs up. Lin Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up, genuinely marveling at this actor's self-cultivation. And this dangling attitude, falling in Lin Jianjun's eyes, completely chilled him. At this moment, Lin Jianjun had a sense of helplessness that there was no greater sorrow than death in the heart. At the same time, completely in the heart, favored a certain decision. "It's just that, I give up. You beast is really hopeless. Originally I planned to give you a chance to assist your brother after handing over the company to Xiao Hao. AI, but you really disappointed me too much. Plus, your reputation in Magic City has long been tarnished. Why don't you just be your son-in-law from now on and take good care of that plant girl in the Su family? As for the Lin group, I've decided to completely hand it over to Xiao Hao to inherit." Hearing the words, Lin Hao's mother and son both breathed heavily, their pupils flashing with excitement. The Lin family's tens of billions of dollars in assets. Finally, it's going to be in the bag. It's not in vain that we've gone through all the trouble of pretending to be a filial son and a good wife for so long. What makes them slightly uneasy is that Lin Xian, who got the bad news, has no resentment on his face even if he's not happy with the news. The face did not resent the resentment even if, but also suddenly sneered. "I'm sure that my stepfather is my stepfather. But it's really biased, the big group just like this all handed over to the illegitimate son inheritance? Does he deserve it? Don't forget, Lin's group was built by mom. And you let a bastard born from a mistress inherit it? Don't you fear that when mom finds out, she will turn into a ghost and come back at night to strangle you, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Jianjun raised his head violently, his scarlet gaze glaring at Lin Xian, and said word for word. "Listen carefully, the company is what I have fought for. I love to give it to whomever I want." The hoarse voice contained boundless coldness. "The dragon has scales, touch it will die." Lin Jianjun's biggest taboo was for someone to point out in front of him that everything he had today was fought for by his dead wife. Although this is the truth. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Lin Xian's mother shelling out the startup capital and relying on enough personal ability to pull in all sorts of investments, Lin's group would never have had this moment of glory today. But for that reason, Lin Jianjun had always been privately ridiculed as a soft eater. Even though that woman had never disliked him. But a man's fragile pride. It still made him hate Lin Xian's mother, and even implicated Lin Xian. Now that woman was dead. He wouldn't allow himself to still live in the shadow of the other party. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't care about that and continued to talk to himself. "Come on. You've got a shitload of power. When my mom was here, the Lin family was a stone's throw away from the top tier. But since you took over, the Lin family has gotten worse. Nowadays, it can't even keep its position as a second-tier family." Ignoring Lin Jianjun's murderous eyes, Lin Xian, in derision, stated his ultimate goal. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to bullshit with you about this. I actually don't care about who inherits the Lin clan. But haven't you forgotten? There are 30% of the shares in the company, but mom left it to me through her will before she died? This will has been notarized by a lawyer, and it's all fair game. As long as I don't give up, it can only belong to me." Mentioned the will. Lin Jianjun and the three of them were all jumpy. They have always regarded the company as a bag, coupled with the fact that Lin Xian had not mentioned it in previous years, they subconsciously ignored it. It was only at this time that they remembered that there was still this. "Why did you suddenly mention this? You're still young, it's not good to hold so many shares. How about this? Since you just mentioned this, why don't you transfer the 30% shares to my name first? I'll transfer it back to you when you're able to do so." Lin Jianjun took a deep breath. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly and he said in an undeniable tone. Beside him, Lin Hao's mother and son, who had risen silently, couldn't help but speak out to help. After all, this Lin clan consortium had long been regarded by them as something in their pocket. How could they allow Lin Xian to insert a foot in the door? "Right. Son, you're still too young. Listen to mom, let your dad hold the shares for you." "Well, brother, I think you'd better listen to daddy. After all, he's doing it for your own good. Daddy can't possibly harm you. What do you think?" Looking at the amicable attitude of the three Lin Jianjuns who had changed drastically, Lin Xian was suddenly infuriated and laughed. How retarded did this have to be? To be able to say such brazen words? He couldn't help but sneer out. Not good. To be honest, I'm not interested in the company. So it's not impossible to transfer the shares in hand to your name. Sniffing. The light in Lin Jianjun's eyes shone brightly as he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. In a good mood. Along with that, the look in Lin Xian's eyes changed from anger to relief. Just when he wanted to pat his eldest son's shoulder and praise the other party a few times, he heard Lin Xian's words change. Let's do it this way. I'm not going to take advantage of you, so I'll give you a week to raise capital and buy out the shares at market price. Not much, just 3 billion. These light words were like a thunderbolt that resounded in the minds of Lin Jianjun's trio. Reselling shares? 3 billion? Not much more? This at least have to empty the Lin family's obvious all the family background, and may even have to go to the bank to borrow in order to come up with. After all, although the market capitalization of the Lin's group is claimed to be tens of billions. But most of the funds are fixed real estate. The liquidity on the surface of the account, the top day of the 3 billion or so. But these liquidity need to maintain all aspects of the company's spending. If all of a sudden emptied, if the funds cannot be returned in a short period of time, the company will not be able to operate normally, facing the crisis of total paralysis. Bastard! Do you know what you're saying? You want to sell your shares to me? But your father. Lin Jianjun was furious and stormy, itching to strangle this rebellious son in front of him. I'm telling you. Don't even think about it. Don't say $3 billion, you don't even want to take $30. If you dare to make such a treacherous request, I'll expel you from the Lin family and disown you as an unfilial son. Facing Lin Jianjun's threat, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Fine. It's enough for you to have this illegitimate son anyway. Since the words have been said to this point, then from now on, I will break off my ties with the Lin family and have nothing more to do with it. That's all. Lin Xian ignored the stupefied gazes of the three members of the Lin family and directly walked towards the door. Just as he unscrewed the door handle and prepared to open the door, once again, Lin Jianjun's furious voice came from behind him. Lin Xian. You think clearly. If you dare to walk out of this door today, then you will never want to step into the Lin family again. I, Lin Jianjun, will pretend that I don't have you as a son. But what made Lin Jianjun gnash his teeth was, no matter how much he threatened, Lin Xian didn't stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed out of the room, not looking back once, his back resolute and dry. Silence at the front door. Only Lin Xian's last words echoed. 3 billion, 1 week. Mr. Lin, I'll wait for you. At this moment, Lin Jianjun's heart thumped, suddenly empty, as if there was something that could not be retrieved, was quietly leaving. Chapter 7. Moving into the Su family, Su Qingge's painful way of eating. The next goal is to guard Su Qingge's side to harvest points. And before Su Yang returns to the Magic City, let the entire Su family feel my love for Su Qingge. Outside the Lin family villa, Lin Xian, who had a clear plan, mounted his electric bike and drove away from the villa gate. And at this time behind him, Lin Jianjun's angry roars were still coming from behind him. Rebellion! Rebellion! The Lin family's rebellious son has rebelled. I'm telling you. If you leave my Lin family, there will be no place for you in the entire Magic City. As the distance increased, the sound faded away. 15 minutes later, Lin Xian pushed open the door of the Su family. He just happened to bump into the oncoming butler Lu. Mr. Lin, you're back? Looking at the dusty youth, the beautiful housekeeper was surprised. She didn't expect Lin Xian to come back so quickly. Sister Luan, I wonder if my room has been arranged yet. Could you take me over to put down my luggage first? Lin Xian smiled and nodded as he politely said to the beautiful woman housekeeper in front of him. Although Luan was only a housekeeper, her status in the Su family was not low. It could be said that she had grown up watching Su Qingge's siblings from a young age, and the two parties were not relatives but were more like relatives. So Lin Xian didn't mind having a good relationship with her. Hearing Lin Xian sweetly call himself Sister Lu, Luan was stunned. Then she felt a few points better about Lin Xian as a hired housekeeper. Apart from the Su family, most of the gentlemen she usually met treated her in a condescending manner, and there were quite a few who were as polite as Lin Xian. Rumor had it that the Lin family's youngest son was impulsive and easily angered, preferring violence and disrespecting his elders. It seems like these are all false accusations. Luan thought in her heart, a little less resistant to Lin Xian joining the Su family. Spinning around, she led the way in front, signaling Lin Xian to follow her. Mr. Lin, please follow me, the chairman has already arranged a room for you. Trouble you, Sister Luan. The two of them then walked towards the second floor, during which Lin Xian asked about where Su Qingge had gone. I heard that there was a problem with a batch of medical equipment produced by the company, and the chairman went back to deal with it. Sniffing. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering. It seemed that the trigger for the Su family's upcoming bankruptcy crisis was here. After going up to the second floor, Luan stopped in front of the door to Su Qingge's room, then pointed to the guest room not far away. The chairman said that for the time being, Mr. Lin will live next to Miss. Of course. If Mr. Lin doesn't feel like it, we can also rearrange a new residence for you. Lin Xian just wanted to shake his head to indicate that there was no need to change. Then a sudden gurgling sound came from his stomach. Sorry about that. I've been too busy today and haven't had time to eat lunch yet. Even with Lin Xian's face, he was slightly embarrassed and scratched his head at this moment. However, Luan was very understanding and smiled as she told Lin Xian to put his luggage away first and went to prepare food for him herself before turning around and leaving. Ka Qing. Seeing the other party's back disappear, only then did Lin Xian open the door to his room and walked in. The room was clean and spotless. Compared to the damp utility room where his predecessor lived, it was simply heaven. It was also very close to Su Qingge's house, making it very convenient for him to gain sticker points. Therefore, Lin Xian was still very satisfied. Putting his luggage away briefly, he walked out of the room and arrived in front of the door to Su Qingge's room. Through the open door, he saw that the young girl with an angelic face was sleeping deeply. It was the same as when he left earlier. The only difference was the changed sheet and the new clean clothes on her body. At that moment, the sound of Lu Wan's invitation came from behind him. Mr. Lin, please come with me, lunch is ready for you. As the saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel, a meal not eaten makes you hungry. Lin Xian decided to fill his stomach first before he could think about anything else. When the two disappeared in front of the door, he didn't know that the commotion here had already been heard by Su Qingge. Lin Xian is back? And he even lived directly next door to me? It seems that Grandpa was serious when he said that he was entering the family to rush the wedding. In a dark cage of consciousness, Su Qingge, who was originally immersed in pain, subconsciously froze. Then a trace of shame rose. As the first man to see her incontinence. At the bottom of Su Qingge's heart, she was actually very unwilling to face Lin Xian. But she couldn't move and could only silently accept all of Su Qingtian's arrangements. However, it would be nice if the rushing of joy really worked, but it would really work. For the incoming rushing of joy in the mouth of her own grandfather. In the past, Su Qingge did not believe in it and would only scoff at it. This kind of feudal superstition, in her eyes, is the old man's self-congratulation. Otherwise, the scientists' coffin boards have long been collectively overwhelmed. But as the saying goes, a drowning man in despair will cling on even if he grasps a straw. And now Lin Xian was like the straw that saved Su Qingge's heart. Although she knew that there was little hope, she was already close to despair. Still, she took this seemingly insignificant hope as a belief that would sustain her. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian, who had eaten and drunk enough, returned to the second floor of the villa and walked towards Su Qingge's room. He covered his rounded stomach, satisfied. Ka Qing. Pushing open the young girl's boudoir, the scene he saw caused the smile on Lin Xian's face to freeze. Only to see that inside the room, there were several private doctors clad in white coats standing. They were helping Su Qingge eat. Due to the fact that vegetative people were unable to chew and swallow food on their own. So in order to help Su Qingge obtain water and food as a way to maintain her body's metabolism, weight and nutrition to survive, doctors chose to administer nasal feeding through a long-term indwelling gastric tube. They inserted a long, clear, thin tube into the girl's nasal cavity, and the stomach tube was finally placed into the esophagus through the nasal cavity. The food is then ground up in a blender and pureed into a fluid nutritional solution in a syringe. Then the large syringe, connected to the gastric tube connector of the food injection port. After making sure the connection is secure, The doctors then continuously injected water and food into Su Qingge's stomach by manually pressurizing the pusher piston. Lin Xian silently watched all of this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Qingge, she must be having a hard time right now. After all, who in their right mind could stand having a tube inserted in their nose and directly into the mouth of their esophagus? And because the amount of plant feeding cannot be too much, if you feed more, it is easy to cause reflux aspiration, resulting in aspiration pneumonia, and in serious cases, you may die of asphyxiation as a result. So it is usually no more than 150-200 milliliters, and only a small amount of multiple meals. This means that the same feeding pain, Su Qingge has to experience several times a day. There was also incontinence and various other tortures. One can imagine how much psychological pressure Su Qingge is under nowadays. In the long run, her character would only become twisted and dark. And this kind of time, it's time for me to appear. Chapter 8: Su Qingge's doubt? Is this man really in love with me? So hard, Nasal passages are so hard, my throat hurts. I don't want a stomach tube, please let me euthanize. I can't hold out any longer, I really can't take this torture. How long is this pain going to last? I'm in so much pain. Who can save me, who can help me want to die? On the bed. Su Qingge's face was as normal, sleeping peacefully like a sleeping beauty. But in the dark cage of consciousness, the discomfort of having a stomach tube forced into her body made Su Qingge suffer immensely, but she couldn't wail out. No one could know her despair and could only endure in silence. Just when Su Qingge was in excruciating mental pain and on the verge of collapse, she felt her hand being held by someone. Immediately afterward, a pair of large, warm hands wrapped it securely, accompanied by the man's low voice. Qingge, it's hard, isn't it? Just bear it a little longer, it will be fine soon. Right, let me tell you about me. After all, we didn't have many encounters before. I'm sure you're curious about what kind of person I am, right? Where should I start? Otherwise, let's start from when I was a child. Lin Xian began to tell about his past, word by word. Elementary school. Middle school. High school. Graduated from university. Lin Xian told the course of his life very slowly and carefully. But the humorous and interesting style of narration. Still, Su Qingge, who was numb at first, was gradually attracted to it. This guy, he wore women's clothes when he was a kid? Put his hand in a bucket of rice and stick it in and out, shouting, "Iron sand palm?" Boys are also middle-aged? Write a note saying I'm XX and stick it on the back of the student in the front seat? This is surely not talking about me. I want to be reunited with my teachers and classmates again. Under Lin Xian's reminiscence, Su Qingge also unconsciously became a part of it. Her thoughts drifted back to the happy days of her childhood, immersed in memories that she couldn't extricate herself from. She didn't even realize the end of the nasal feeding. It wasn't until the doctors left the room with oddly puzzled gazes, leaving only Luan and the three of them. It was only then that Su Qingge was awakened by the sound of the room door closing and moving. Upon realizing her current desperate situation once again, she couldn't help but feel sadness in her heart. That happy childhood time, if only I could experience it once more. Unfortunately, it can never come back. Just as Su Qingge was filled with sadness, Lin Xian had already talked about what happened 3 years ago, after her mother died in a car accident. And what was originally a warm and pleasant picture began to turn sour here. The pain after the mother's passing away. Lin Jianjun's cheating favoritism. Bai Yulan's feigned tenderness. Lin Hao's green tea. His own obsession with Su Qingge under jealousy. The origin of the irritability disorder, and the fact that he had broken with the Lin family not too long ago. Lin Xian, just like this, bit by bit, briefly recounted his past. He spoke lightly. However, Su Qingge and Luan, the two of them listened with a gripping heart. I have heard of favoring illegitimate children, but favoring to this extent is simply unheard of. And Lin Xian lost his mother's encounter, also let Su Qingge empathy. She couldn't help but think of her own family. Her parents and brother were all very good to her and had always spoiled her like a princess. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, they went abroad to talk about business and were assassinated by unknown forces. Since then, Su Qingge became an orphan and grew up overnight. She forced herself to learn to run a company and get in touch with the human world. All she did was to have the ability to avenge her family's death one day after finding her enemy. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, and brother, I'm too useless. The current me, let alone avenging you, can't even take care of myself. Su Qingge is filled with despair. At this time, Lin Xian spoke again, his words full of confidence. Settle down. Qingge, in less than a month. You'll definitely wake up. Trust me. Now that our marriage is a fact, then I will treat you as the love of my life. Hearing. Su Qingge did not deny it, but in her heart she did not believe it. At the moment, she only took this as Lin Xian's well-intentioned lie. However, in her heart, she was no longer as repulsed by Lin Xian as she had been at first. Instead, she was enjoying this feeling of listening. After all, it had been a long time since she had been in a coma since someone had spoken to her like this. Aunt Lu or the doctors and maids at home. Every time, they would only silently help her with her food and drink, not saying a word in the meantime. Even when her own grandfather came, the only thing that came out when he arrived at her bedside was a sigh of relief. All of this made Su Qingge very depressed and miserable, causing her to think that she was a waste of space that dragged people down. How she wished that someone could treat her like a normal person and talk to her. It didn't matter if the things said were irrelevant. On the other side, Lin Xian was still pouring out his words with gusto. According to his experience as a relationship guru before he crossed over, in order to eliminate the strangeness of a first-time woman to you, the first thing you have to do is to let the other person understand your past. It's best if this past is still full of sadness. After all, many women are emotional. Under emotionalization, the other party will look at your feelings differently. So Lin Xian relied on his familiarity with the plot. He tried to describe his life as pitiful as possible so that he could arouse sympathy. The only problem was that there was no way for him to judge Su Qingge's specific attitude through the plant's expression. But glanced at the reddened eyes not far away. The beautiful woman housekeeper who was full of motherly love and looking at herself with a face full of sympathy. Lin Xian's self-feeling. The effect should still be good, right? And the most pleasing thing to Lin Xian is, because he had been holding Su Qingge's little hand and not letting go. So the points panel in his head that originally showed 42. At the moment, it was continuously jumping at a rate of 1 point per 20 seconds. It took 20 seconds to gain 1 point. Then for 1 minute, it was 3 points. 10 minutes, that's 30 points. 1 hour, that's 180 points. Lin Xian calculated beautifully. He was too eager to gain posting points now. Otherwise he could only look at the mountains of gold in the system mall every day and beg for them, his heart itched. So in order to jack up a little more points. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Xian almost didn't move an inch in front of the hospital bed, chatting to himself and Su Qingge. An image of a good husband with deep affection. During this time, except for the occasional incontinence he needed to avoid, his hand was stuck with Su Qingge like that, and he never let go of it. Quickly, the afternoon passed in this way. The night came. Seeing that Lin Xian was still excited, holding his own young lady's hand, talking non-stop there, Luan couldn't help but clench her right hand into a fist and put it to her mouth to cough lightly a few times. Mr. Lin, it's getting late. Please go back and rest early. You can come back tomorrow to chat with the young lady. What? What's wrong with you? I haven't held it enough yet? Lin Xian loosely let go of the young girl's hand. Only then did he realize that the time had come to midnight. He was thinking of discussing with the beautiful housekeeper to simply let him sleep here holding Su Qingge. After all, this was a huge wave of points. But looking at the beautiful woman housekeeper's gradually sharp gaze, Lin Xian smiled sarcastically. Eventually, he gave up on this impractical idea. After saying goodnight to Su Qingge, he left the room reluctantly. And this maneuver was placed in the eyes of Su Qingge and the others, and their hearts were filled with confusion and disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xian is serious about me? But would there really be a man who would be willing to spend his entire life taking care of a vegetable who can't move or give birth? Can stay with me in front of my bed for hours on end? If it's just for show, it's completely unnecessary. Lin Xian's behavior was all a show in the eyes of Su's family at first, just so he could lead a better life after joining the family. So he deliberately put on a show for them. More precisely, it was meant to be a show for Su Qingge. After all, Su Qingge was his most precious granddaughter. As long as the surface work was done properly, then at least after joining the family, they would be guaranteed a good life. But Lin Xian had acted too well, like he was truly an infatuated man who wouldn't leave his beloved wife alone, and had stood by the hospital bed for an afternoon. This caused the Su family members to become slightly confused. But that was all. Almost no one in the Su family believed that in this world, there would really be any man that would possess any true feelings for a vegetable. Even if there was, it was just a short-term impulse of seeing a beauty for the first time. Even Su Qingge herself was convinced of this. There is no filial son in front of a long sick bed. Not to mention that I'm an invalid who can't take care of himself. It's Lin Xian who doesn't know how many days he can last. But even if it's only a few days, it's enough. At least there's someone willing to talk to me for a few days. Even if it might not last, it's undoubtedly the best comfort for me. On the other side, Lin Xian had already returned to his room. He was full of excitement, calculating today's harvest. Only to see that on the points panel, it clearly displayed 920. In just one afternoon, the points had skyrocketed from a few dozen to nearly 1,000. Seeing this, Lin Xian couldn't stop the smile at the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly opened the system panel and was ready to poke around for something good. But 1 minute later, Lin Xian was filled with depression and directly exited the system mall. Trader, this system mall must be opened by a dog trader. Casually a commodity, easily want thousands of thousands, dog trader ah. Lin Xian muttered non-stop, crying without tears. It was only then that he realized that he was a pauper. However, this time, Lin Xian was not without any gains. He had his eye on a set of massage methods that was claimed to be a supreme massage method specializing in vegetarians. Commodity, Danching Wonderful Hands Massage Method. Price, 1,500. Introduction, a massage method that only targets vegetative people. It can make the vegetative body recover quickly and experience a spring-like recovery speed. Disadvantages, time-consuming and troublesome, must be daily close massage. Patient's wake-up time depends on the quality of the body, as short as 10 days and a half months, as long as 2.5 years. Massage? Or must be every day? This is a disadvantage? This is simply the perfect skill for me to build close to my body. After reading the system introduction, the light in Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. This skill. He doesn't redeem our heavenly. Chapter 9, Su Qingge's Childhood Longing, a beautiful story about violets. Late at night at 2 o'clock. The crescent moon hangs high. Inside a brightly lit study. Are you saying that the entire afternoon today, Xiaoxian, he was by Qingge's side? Su Shengtian, who had a head full of silver hair, was carefully inquiring about Lin Xian's news. He had just dragged his tired body home and rushed to find Lu Wan to understand the situation. Mr. Lin, he's quite concerned about the young lady, at least on the surface it doesn't look like he's putting on a show. But this seemed a bit strange. After all, Mr. Lin and Miss, previously not too much interaction, and now the first time to meet but some enthusiasm over. Gives the impression of too fast, normal people are unlikely to be so quickly into the feelings of it. Lu Wan pondered for a moment, truthfully replied. At the same time, she said bluntly that she had some misgivings. In her eyes, the more considerate Lin Xian is, the more obvious the meaning of showmanship is. I know. Xiao Lu, observe Xiao Xian's behavior for a while, and report back to me immediately if there's any situation. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Su Qingtian gave a few more instructions before waving his hand for Lu Wan to leave. Click. When the door of the room was closed, silence returned to the study once again. It was only then that Su Qingtian staggered back to the sofa with his walking stick. Exhaustion was written all over his wrinkled old face. Regarding Lin Xian, Su Qingtian was also somewhat uneasy. After all, the other party's previous reputation in Magic City was really not very good. It was just that now, in order to give his granddaughter a wedding, he could only rush the ducks onto the shelves first. The only thing that was fortunate was, based on the current situation, Lin Xian didn't seem to be as bad as the rumors. But there's still a need to observe and observe again, if Lin Xian is really putting on a show. Then with the passage of time, it's bound to reveal its chicken feet. Hey, I hope I'm not looking at the wrong person. In that case, even if my old bones can't hold out, my bitter granddaughter, she won't have no one to take care of her for the rest of her life. The night was silent. The next day, Lin Xian left the house early in the morning. When he returned to the Su family again, he was holding a large bouquet of purple flowers in his hands. Violets. Su Qingge's favorite variety of flower. Qingge, I came to see you. I also brought you my favorite flower. Lin Xian couldn't wait to push open the door of the room and sat on his butt in front of the hospital bed. Placing the violets in his hands, he placed them on Su Qingge's bedside. Both hands then naturally took the girl's small hand. Ding! The host and Su Qingge are close to each other, rewarding 1.18 seconds. Hearing the system prompt. Looking at the points panel in his mind, it began to jump. Lin Xian was in a great mood. At this rate, he would soon be able to accumulate enough points to redeem the skill Danqing wonderful hand massage. And with this skill, he would be able to engage in more intimate postings in name only. I'm sure the points gained then would be even more, and the speed would be even faster. Wait a minute. Speed? Suddenly, Lin Xian had an afterthought. It was only then that he was surprised to realize that on the points panel, it was pulsing with an increase of 1 point in 18 seconds. System, what's going on? Didn't it increase by 1 point in 20 seconds yesterday? Ding! The higher the favorability, the faster the host can gain points. So that's how it is. It seems that his actions yesterday more or less brushed out a lot of goodwill. Lin Xian pondered. He felt that he had to think of a way to brush up Su Qingge's favorability before. On the other side. In the dark cage of consciousness. On the other hand, in the darkness of the consciousness cage, Su Qingge, who was originally numb and dizzy, also noticed Lin Xian's arrival. He came again well. And brought me my favorite violets. Smelling the familiar scent of violets next to her head, Su Qingge's heart calmed down quite a bit. She hadn't realized that Lin Xian's hobbies were the same as hers. Her favorite flowers are actually violets. Qingge, do you know the flower language and symbolism of violets? I guess you definitely don't. Lin Xian's low voice sounded again. Who doesn't know ah? It's you who doesn't know, right? It's my favorite flower. Its flower language, permanent love and beauty, simplicity, and virtue. Actually, Lin Xian had asked this on purpose. He was using a common hobby to create the impression that the two were a match made in heaven. The language of the violet flower was recognized as permanent love and beauty, simplicity, and virtue. The origin of this moral is actually due to a beautiful story. It is said that in the distant ancient Greek mythology, the goddess Venus was in charge of love and beauty. One day she fell in love with a warrior, and when the warrior had to leave to defend his country, Venus said goodbye with tears in her eyes, and one of the tears she shed fell on the soil. In the second year a plant with purple flowers grew, which was the violet. From then on it represented eternal love and beauty. After listening to the story of the violet, Su Qingge was still asleep on her face, but her heart rippled. It turns out that the story behind the violet also hides such a beautiful story. She couldn't help but remember when her parents were alive. Her father would buy a violet plant every day and give it to her own mother. Day after day, it never changed. At that time, she envisioned a future where she would marry a romantic man like her dad and receive a violet plant every day. It's a pity that I'm like this now. This dream may never be realized. Just as she sighed silently, Lin Xian's voice once again came from her ears, and the words she uttered caused her heart to tremble. Xinggu, I'll give you a violet plant every day from now on. Let this violet witness our love. Immediately after Su Qingge felt her small hand being gripped hard. From the moment I took your hand, our destinies were intertwined. No matter what happens in the future, I will not let go of your hand until forever. As the saying goes, there is no day when a flower fades, no time when the intention passes, love remains unchanged for eternity, and violets live on with the world. At this moment, Lin Xian was full of deep emotion, tenderly reciting the lines that came from Baidu in his previous life. However, this was to Su Qingge, who had never heard this line before. On the other hand, she was surprised. There is no day when the flower fades, there is no time when the intention is passed on, love remains unchanged for eternity, and violets live on with the world. This is such a meaningful phrase. Is this man that literate? He's not as vulgar as the rumors. Even Lu Wan, who stood by the side, not saying a word since the beginning, silently watching the development of the situation. At this moment, she was also very surprised. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to say something so aesthetically pleasing. With curiosity, she asked the question that was also Su Qingge's greatest concern at this time. Mr. Lin, I'll take the liberty of asking. This sentence is your original well. Sniffing. Lin Xian's face does not change color, first took out his cell phone Baidu. Then he realized that in this novel world, there is no Violet Eternal Garden anime, and there is no source for this sentence. Put down the cell phone. Ruffled Su Qingge's forehead, the bangs that were messed up by the breeze outside the window. Lin Xian said with a face of deep emotion. Yes, this is my original. Because of my love for Violet and Qingge, it made me feel it. Chapter 10. How many other people have you seen like me who are bumbling around? Time rushes by in the blink of an eye. The entire morning hours. Lin Xian almost did not move an inch to guard the side of the hospital bed, accompanying Su Qingge to talk. During this time, he borrowed the reason that a vegetative person lying still for a long time could easily cause complications and lead to the appearance of bedsores. After obtaining Luan's consent, Lin Xian had the opportunity to turn over and pat Su Qingge's back for her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new patting area, rewarded with 100 points. When Lin Xian once again took the trouble to turn over and pat Su Qingge's back, a new system prompt sounded in his head. This put Lin Xian in a great mood, and he couldn't stop the smile at the corner of his mouth. In just one morning, he had harvested 900 points. The value of the points panel had also finally come to 1800. According to the points he had accumulated now, it was already enough to exchange 1500 points for the Dancing Wonderful Hands massage method. What Lin Xian didn't know was that he had harvested more than just points from this action in the morning. There was also a slight favor from Su Qingge and the others. I didn't expect him to be so patient that he would actually take the trouble to turn over and pat my back. Maybe I misunderstood him before. Su Qingge was a bit chagrined, feeling that she seemed a bit hasty yesterday. If Lin Xian was really just putting on a show, it was unlikely that he would go to the trouble of turning over and patting his back for fear that he would become bedridden for too long and cause his muscles to atrophy. After all, this process was actually troublesome and very boring. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xian's movements were honest, there wasn't that kind of unruly behavior of taking advantage at all. This made Su Qingge feel a hint of shame rise towards her previous dirty thoughts. Just at this moment, Lin Xian's low voice came from her ears. Qingge, will you be bored? How about this? I'll sing for you. Don't look at me like this, but I actually sing very well, oh. At those words, Su Qingge's entire curiosity was mobilized. Lin Xian could sing? What kind of song would he sing? I'm looking forward to it. I remember when I was little, my dream was to become a singer. It's just a pity that the dream eventually became a dream and couldn't be realized. Just as Su Qingge sighed and lamented, she heard Lin Xian ask Aunt Lu to find a guitar for him. A guitar? Could it be that Lin Xian could still play and sing at the same time? At this moment, Su Qingge's curiosity became even greater. On the other side, Lin Xian looked at Luan's back and disappeared, and also began to think about the song he would sing next. According to Su Qingge's setting in the novel, she was obsessed with music. It was only because of the experience of becoming a vegetable that had distorted some of her psychology. In the later part of the novel, she is basically a cold-blooded and heartless iceberg president, and all she thinks about is revenge for her parents. In the end, she even paid for it with her life. It can be said that Su Qingge's original life setting is a tragedy. What to sing? The novel didn't specifically mention Su Qingge's favorite music, right? Forget it, let's look at the world's music charts first. I'm sure I'll be right if I pick a popular song. Because before Lin Xian crossed over, he himself was a famous cover singer. So he had a full grasp of most of the popular songs on the internet. Thinking like this, Lin Xian then opened the QQ music software. Casually clicked on the MV of the song that ranked number 1 on the music charts. Only to see that in the screen of the phone, a youth wearing backpack pants appeared, and in his hands, he was still constantly running a basketball. Chicken, you are too beautiful, baby. Chicken, you are just too beautiful, baby. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's entire body was numb. He even suspected that he had clicked on the wrong leaderboard. But when he fixed his eyes on it, it was right off. Music chart number 1. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Could it be that this world's music? Lin Xian's pupils dilated, as if he had some sort of incredible guess. He hurriedly clicked on the second video on the charts. On the screen, a youth wearing a shiny patch was bouncing around on the stage. I always clasp my feet temporarily. Temporarily clasp my feet temporarily. Lin Xian, who was stupid, again dared not believe it and clicked on the third MV. It was a strangely dressed youth, and both shoulders were still carrying two huge humps. In such a cold day. Don't be so far away from me. A little closer to me. But the snow drifted into both eyes. Seeing here, Lin Xian has been desperate, and swept the eyes of the ranked back of the Thai cool spicy, cancer, really did not sleep. Inner entertainment pills. This was Lin Xian's first impression. He then bitterly smiled and turned off the music software with a measurement in his heart. Since in this world, there weren't all sorts of good songs from before he crossed over. Then he would just pick the right songs to sing as he thought. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. Luan walked in carrying a guitar. The guitar was a golden yellow color overall, and it was worth a lot of money at first glance. Mr. Lin, do you think this one is okay? Mr. Lin. Receiving the guitar, Lin Xian tried it and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the stunningly beautiful Su Qingge on the hospital bed and introduced. Qingge, this song was written when I was lost. I hope you will like it. On the hospital bed. When Su Qingge heard this, she became even more curious. Could it be that this song was original? Did Lin Xian write it himself? He's that talented? I don't know if it's good, but it's normal if it's not good. After all, just being able to create it on your own is amazing. Su Qingge's thoughts were racing. At this moment, even she herself does not realize, now she gradually lost the self-pity that she had before when she was full of despair, and her mindset has slightly changed in a positive direction. She no longer seeks death every day. And all of this change started when Lin Xian appeared. On the other side. The name of the song is called People Like Me. Having said that, Lin Xian held the guitar and lifted his fingers over the strings. In an instant, beautiful notes flew out like flowing water. Immediately after, Lin Xian's thick and grainy voice entered Su Qingge's ears. A good person like me should have lived a life of splendor. How come more than 20 years have come to an end? Still floating in the sea of people. A smart person like me bid farewell to simplicity a long time ago. How come I still used to love to exchange for a body of wounds? A confused person like me. A searching person like me. A bungling person like me. How many other people have you seen? Chapter 11 Singing a Song for Me Every Day? Su Qingge's Expectations. In the quiet and cozy room, Lin Xian's long and slender fingers flew up and down, skillfully playing a pleasant tune. Combined with his low voice, it mesmerized the listener. A vulgar person like me never likes to pretend to be deep. How is it that when I occasionally hear an old song, I am suddenly swayed? A cowardly person like me, I have to leave a few points in everything. How is it that I used to be able to do this for anyone? I thought of defying the odds. This is also too good to listen to, right? Lin Xian is so talented in music. How much loneliness must he have experienced to write a song like this? On the hospital bed, Su Qingge was amazed. Because she liked music herself, she could hear quite a few things. In terms of the song's melody, this song was actually not complicated. The lyrics were also straightforward, and there was no flashy rhetoric. However, it was still like a tear bomb, able to make those who could relate to it weep. This song is like a true reflection of the heart of someone who can't do anything about something. At this moment, Su Qingge was already completely immersed in the sea of music. She felt that this song, as if it was a reflection of her own life, with a strong sense of immersion. A vegetable like me, is there any hope in life? People like me who are lost. People like me who are searching. People like me who are bumming around. How many other people have you seen? Lin Xian's eyes were slightly closed, and she was fully engaged in playing and singing. Thinking back to his previous life of doing nothing, he couldn't help but be moved. Inside the Su family villa, when the melodious song first sounded, bodyguards, maids, cleaning staff, cooks, almost all of the staff of the Su family were poked and prodded in the heart, stopping to listen. There are also some smart people who hurriedly take out their cell phones to record, so that they can recall it later. Rumble. Outside the Su family villa, a car roar sounded. It turned out to be Su Shengtian returning. He had left behind a stack of company documents and had specially rushed back to get them. The old man dragged his tired body and pushed open the gate of the villa, just to find a few staff members lazing around. He frowned. Just when he wanted to utter a rebuke, a high-pitched and thick singing voice came to his ears. This sound was. Su Qingge froze for a moment, then with a surprised face, he walked upstairs. Lonely people like me. Stupid people like me. People like me who are not willing to be ordinary. How many people are there in the world? People like me who are inexplicable. Will there be anyone who will be heartbroken? When Su Qingge came to the second floor, Lin Xian's playing and singing had already come to an end. As the last note disappeared, the afterglow lingered. Lin Xian regrouped and placed his guitar lightly on the ground, once again holding Su Qingge's hand. Pa. Mr. Lin, you sing so well. I didn't expect you to be this kind of musical talent, deeply hidden. Lu Wan, who had reacted, wiped her slightly red eyes and applauded from the bottom of her heart. Sister Lu is too kind. I composed this song in my spare time. There are many other similar works, and this one is considered to be relatively poor among my works, so it's not worth mentioning. Lin Xian's face was full of indifference, and he didn't move to pretend to be a pussy. And the effect of this pretense is obviously full. Lu Wan suddenly stared with wide eyes, full of shock. This work was still relatively poor? Then what degree of good must the other musical works be? On the hospital bed. Su Qingge, who was trapped in the dark consciousness space. At this moment, she was also shaken, and her opinion of Lin Xian was greatly changed. This man had many more original compositions? So eager to listen to it. Who had spread the rumors in the first place, making Lin Xian sound so unpleasant? It was too much. To be able to create such heart-stirring musical compositions, the author couldn't possibly be as bad as the rumors. So eager to listen to his other works. Have to say. Lin Xian had played this pussy extremely well, directly mobilizing the curiosity of the two of them, tremendously. Qingge, in the future, I'll sing a song I wrote for you every day. I hope you'll like it by then. Really? Like it, I definitely like it. Hearing Lin Xian's promise, Su Qingge's heart was delighted. Ever since falling into a coma. This was the first time she had a joyful emotional fluctuation, and even began to have some anticipation for the new day. To before this was almost unimaginable. It was a pity that she was unable to speak, unable to express her fondness for the song to Lin Xian. Just then, a pale, hoarse voice rang out, speaking her heart for her. Like, my granddaughter definitely likes it. She's a big fan of music. Su Qingge wore a smile on his face as he pushed open the door of the room and slowly entered. Moreover, Xiao Xian, you're being modest, just based on that one song just now, you have every chance to become a rising star in the entertainment industry. Although I do not quite understand the music of young people, I can also hear your song. It is much better than the chicken. You are too beautiful. This kind of mouthful of songs. After listening to the aftertaste, I think I found a treasure in finding you as my granddaughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. Why is Mr. Su here? I remember in the plot, because of the crisis facing the company, he should be busy right now. Lin Xian was puzzled in his heart, but he still got up with his face as usual and greeted him with a smile. Grandpa Su, why are you free to come over today? I heard from Sister Lu that the Su family group seems to be in trouble. Has it been resolved? Hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, Su Qingge's conscious face stiffened and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly reacted and replaced it with a kind smile. Oh, I just left a document behind and came back to get it. Just happened to be attracted by your singing to come up and take a look. As for the company, it did encounter a little trouble. But I can solve it, no need to worry. Hearing this, Lin Xian pretended to be relaxed and said, That's good, that's good. But from Su Qingge's reaction, he knew in his heart that the crisis facing the Su family was not small. After all, the plot. The author in order for the protagonist to be able to pretend in front of his family after his return. That's why he paved the way for this crisis in the Su family, to give Su Yang the opportunity to pretend to hit his face. So unless a traveler like him intervened. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Su family to get through this difficult time on their own. But now is not the time. Sending charcoal in the snow can be far more emotionally impactful than adding flowers to the brocade. I have to wait until Su Qingge can't hold out completely. On the bed. When she heard that the company was in trouble, Su Qingge was anxious. What happened to the company? Ever since I collapsed, no one has mentioned the company's situation in front of me. With Grandpa's weak physical condition, can he really cope with those wishy-washy shareholders? I want to wake up. I want to help Grandpa so badly. But no matter how anxious Su Qingge was, she couldn't move a single bit and could only keep praying for her grandfather in her heart. And at this time, as if Su Qingtian remembered something, he weighed his words and tentatively asked Lin Xian. Xiao Xian ah. Your father seems to have put the word out that you have severed the father-son relationship, and he has expelled you from the Lin family? Listening to Grandpa, father and son do not have overnight enmity. Why don't you go home and sincerely apologize to your father, and I'm sure you'll soon be able to put things right. Chapter 12. Su Qingge is coming to her senses? BFF Chen Kerson's visit. Lin Jianjun has released words to the outside world? It seems like he wants to use public opinion to force me back. After all, an unfilial son who was kicked out of the house by his own father, it really doesn't have a good reputation when it gets out. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. But he didn't care at all. Reputation is a piece of shit. Which is not as fragrant as his own posting points. Nowadays, he only wants to recover his 3 billion, and then the Lin family can die wherever they like. Grandpa Su, don't try to persuade me. I'm the one who asked me to cut ties with the Lin family. I don't want that kind of family. Seeing Lin Xian's resolute reply, Su Qingtian regretted and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. To put it selfishly, he was still happy about this matter. After all, if it was like this, Lin Xian wouldn't have a mother's family after joining the family, and would only be able to rely on the Su family even more, and would surely be more attentive to his own granddaughter. In that case, I won't advise you. Well, there are still things at the company. I'll just go back and deal with it first. Witness Su Qingtian on his crutches, limping his pail back and leaving. Only then did Lin Xian sit back down and re-hold Su Qingge's hand. And at this time, the matter of Lin Xian being kicked out of the Lin family filled Su Qingge's mind. He was kicked out of the Lin family well. But with a family like that, perhaps leaving is the best choice. Just Lin Hao in private, actually is that kind of person? Hey, I didn't have a bad impression of him before. This is the so-called knowing the face is not knowing the heart. Lin Hao treats people gently and has a good reputation in Magic City. Lin Shen, on the other hand, had a relatively much worse reputation due to his irritability disorder. That's why when the Su family suffered an economic crisis, in order to be able to stabilize the Su family's turbulent situation in the name of a marriage, only then did Su Qingge agree to a marriage contract with Lin Hao. I just didn't expect that after offline actual contact, the gap between the two and the rumors would be so big. In terms of the contact over the past 2 days, Su Qingge was somewhat glad that it was Lin Xian who was about to join the Su family as her husband. On the other side, system. I want to redeem the skill, Dancing Wonderful Hands massage method. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the skill, 1,500 points are deducted, and the Daigo Miraculous Hand Massage has begun. Looking into his mind, the points panel was deducted by most of it at once. Lin Xian was slightly distressed. However, soon after, he was surprised to realize that in his memory, there was a lot more knowledge about massage. The BOD was really quite amazing. After consuming the memories in his mind, Lin Xian sighed with emotion. Then the next step was to find a way to find an opportunity to give Su Qingge a massage. But this was a bit difficult to do. Headache. Lin Xian was silent, frowning in thought. After all, other than professionals, would outsiders believe in his massage method? Under the unheard of. Maybe they would just take him as a denizen who wanted to take advantage of him. Just as Lin Xian was having a headache, Su Qingge, who was being held by his hand, was also in a flurry of thoughts. Why had he stopped talking? Could it be because he was upset about the Lin family? It seems that even though he says he doesn't care, he still cares about his loved ones in his heart. Hey, it's a pity that I can't even make a sound to comfort me. I want to wake up. Coxin do not know how it is? She hasn't come to see me for a few days. I don't know if what she said a few days ago about having a way to wake me up is true. Time rushed by. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The room, which was originally being quiet, was suddenly pushed open. A maid walked in and reported to Lu Wan. Supervisor Lu. Miss Chin is here. She brought along Elder Tang and said that she has found a way to awaken Miss. Found a way? Then quickly invite them in. Lu Wan was not impressed. But when she heard that Elder Deng had a method to cure Su Qingge, she immediately lit up. After the maid went out, she turned her head to look at Lin Xian and introduced him with a smile. Mr. Lin, the person who came here is the young lady's best friend, called Chen Kursen. You should recognize the Chen family. Elder Tang, on the other hand, is the most famous miracle doctor in our magic city. At that time, after the young lady fell ill, the chairman of the board spent a large sum of money to ask him to take action. Unfortunately, the young lady still didn't show any signs of sobriety in the end. Lin Xian nodded his head, signaling that he knew the two. In the plot, Su Yang was the one who stepped on the head of Deng Lao, a famous doctor, to become the hot godly doctor in Magic City. As for the little lowly Chen Kursen, well, if the other party is really the same as the character said in the novel, then it is really a bit difficult to get. But no matter who it is, they will never try to influence themselves to gain points. Mr. Lin, Miss Chen, she has a special emotion for my lady. Otherwise, you should loosen your hand for a moment. Don't. Absolutely don't. Ignoring Lu Wan's words of admonishment, Lin Xian held his hand tighter as if he was gambling. And at this time, Su Qingge, who was on the hospital bed, also sensed the news that Chen Kursen was coming. Xin is coming? Really? There is a way to save me? For Su Qingge right now, there was nothing that could cause her emotions to fluctuate more than waking up from a vegetative state. However, once she thought of Chen Xin, that girl, Su Qingge couldn't help but feel apprehensive inside. The other party was considered her good girlfriend for many years. But the character is a bit middle too, and the sexual orientation is also a bit biased. Especially not long ago, after learning that she has a misogyny. It is even more directly on one knee, to propose to her, threatening that the girl stick her what the best. Scared Su Qingge for a few consecutive days do not dare to see her. She was misogynistic, but that didn't mean she liked women, right? Does being single not smell good? At this time, the door to the room was pushed open once again, and a lowly girl of about 1 meter 5 rushed in. The young girl was dressed extremely Japanese secondary, wearing a small white hat on her head. Dressed in JK sailor uniform, tied with a double ponytail, white stockings with white shoes. Live free like anime out of the secondary Yuan girl. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Su Qingge's small hand, being held by a man. For an instant, the smile on the lowly's face froze, and her forehead veins popped out in a big date. Both hands tugged at her twin ponytails, completely freaking out. Damn perverted demented man. Don't use your claws and defile my wife's sister. Quickly let go of me. After saying that, the little lowly made a small boost, then slumped forward, and just like that, she came sliding on her knees towards Lin Xian angrily. Chapter 13. In fact, I also know how to massage, or let me try? I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. Why do you have to do this? And to explain, I'm the husband who will be tying the knot with Qingge. My name is Lin Xian. I'm Lin Xian. I'm not a maniac. Looking at the young girl kneeling at his feet, glaring angrily at him, Lin Xian only felt his head spinning. Lin Xian only felt a burst of headache. He had a premonition that the other party would be the biggest obstacle preventing him from gaining points. Chen Kursen, 18 years old. The youngest daughter of the Chen family, a late-stage middle-aged binary disease patient. 10 million level of fans across the internet, a big netizen in secondary. And the Chen family was one of the better developed second-tier families in recent years. The D Station, created under its name, after years of development, has become the largest secondary Yuan culture community in China. Although the age of the user groups in it are all on the low side. But the good thing is that the stickiness is very high. In the young generation is very popular touted. You are the grandfather Su pulled to punch? I don't agree. Marriage rushing is a feudal superstition, it's ancient dross. I can't let you defile my sister Su. Especially you Lin Xian, if all the rumors about you in Mordor are true, you'll be a domestic abuser after marriage. Chen Kursen made an X with her hands in front of her chest, signaling that she didn't agree to this marriage. But Lin Xian was too lazy to care about her and just continued to hold Su Qingge's hand, swinging it around and saying, "This is Grandpa Su's decision, if you don't like it you can go to him." You. Saw Lin Xian was indifferent. Still playing with his wife's sister to her face. The corners of Chen Kursen's eyes were wildly throbbing with anger, and the dull hairs on her head snapped and angrily pumped the air. But she also didn't dare to go to Su Qingge to protest. Otherwise, with the other party's character, she would definitely chastise her severely. It's a good thing that she was prepared today. Humph. I will definitely stop this marriage. What era is this? What kind of arranged marriage is this? I'm sure Sister Su won't want it when she wakes up. Just like me. My family got me a fiancé named Su Fan out of nowhere, and in a while they even asked me to meet him to finish the marriage. I don't think so. Don't even think about it. I'm only interested in secondary characters and my wife's sister. When the time comes, see how I can fix that Su Fan. Chen Kursen clasped her hands to her chest, with a look of sworn insubordination. Su Fan? Hearing this name, Lin Xian's mouth grinned as he looked at Chen Kursen with a smile. Pre-novel. The protagonist Su Yang, due to his many enemies, in order to avoid involving the Su family, at the beginning was using the pseudonym Su Fan. And Chen Kursen was also variously ostracized by Su Fan when she first met him. Later on, she was gradually convinced and finally became the other party's confidant. Realizing that Lin Xian was staring at her with an odd gaze, Chen Kursen only felt a vicious chill run through her body. Humph. What kind of gaze is that, I'll tell you? I've already found a way to medicate Sister Su. When she wakes up, you won't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Finished speaking. Only then did Chen Kursen place her gaze on the old man who had arrived late. The old man was dressed in expensive clothes and had hair. It was obvious that he had done an excellent job of maintaining his health. Grandpa Tong, you are also too slow. Quickly block. Teach me that massage method of yours, I want to revive Sister Su immediately. Hearing. The old man, who was panting heavily, had black lines all over his head, and could do nothing about this old friend's naughty granddaughter. Can only smile bitterly. I have said, this method is seen in the ancient books. And the ancient books have long been damaged, this massage method is incomplete, I think the effect is not big. Subsequently, under the explanation of the old man. Only then did the crowd realize that the other party had found a health massage method specifically for vegetative people from a volume of ancient books. However, the ancient book was lost, and Tang Lao did not take it seriously. But this matter just happened to be Chen Kursen learned, dead set on pulling him over to try. I do not care, as long as there is a chance of survival. We have to try, right? If you do not do anything, do not let Su's sister life so lying here? Chen Kursen ground her small tiger teeth, with a defiant face. Her words instantly silenced everyone in the room. Especially Su Qingge on the hospital bed, she kept shouting in her heart. Ku Xian is right. Instead of letting me be a vegetable for the rest of my life, then I'd rather die. Right now, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. No matter how slim it is, I'm willing to grab it. Please, don't stop me. I'm really fed up with this life that's worse than death. I don't know if I heard Su Qingge's prayers. Elder Tang frowned and swept his eyes at the sleeping beauty on the bed, finally sighing and nodding his head. He greeted Chen Kursen, placed the patient into a supine position, and guided the acupoints and massage from the side. The key to whether Su Qingge could wake up, Chen Kursen did not dare to be sloppy. According to the way Dang Lao instructed. Started to seriously carry out professional medical massage. Since her grandfather and Tang Lao were old acquaintances. So when Tang Lao was free, he would also teach her some basic healthcare massage techniques from time to time. At this time, facing the complex acupoints in Tang Lao's mouth, she appeared to be at ease. 5 minutes later. While everyone was concentrating, no one realized that Lin Xian on the side had an odd expression on his face. This massage technique, why is it so similar to the skill I exchanged in the system? Or rather, this is a simple version of the Danqing myriad hands massage technique, and it's still a mutilated version. Perhaps it's because of the mutilation of the ancient books. Lin Xian realized that the massage technique had quite a few flaws, so he quickly spoke out to stop it. Stop. You are pressing the wrong way. The operating essentials of massage emphasize stability, accuracy, skill, and speed, and the operating method should be smooth and natural. You have been exerting force for too long, and the acupoints have been pressed the wrong way. This will not only fail to dredge the meridians, but will also lead to the chaos of qi and blood in the internal organs. The moment these words came out, Chen Kursen subconsciously paused in her movements. After reacting, turned her head to look angrily at Lin Xian, exasperated. You don't understand, don't talk nonsense, okay? Don't you know how to massage? Grandpa Deng did not call a halt. It is not possible that you know more about medicine than Grandpa? Grandpa Deng, we continue, ignore him. Chen Kerson's words just fell, but saw Dengold frown tightly, shook his head to stop. Not. This little brother is right. This method is indeed problematic. I've actually been vaguely aware of it since just now, but I still want to try it out. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the Su family's girl's face. If it continues, maybe her life will be in danger. When Chen Kerson heard this, she subconsciously looked at Su Qingge and was dumbfounded. Only to see that at this moment, the young girl's face was pale, without a trace of blood, and her forehead was also covered with a large amount of false sweat. No matter how you look at it, you know that this massage method has gone wrong. Grandpa Tong, what can we do? Chen Kerson was so distressed that she was about to cry, and the dull hair on her head was trembling due to the violent fluctuations in her emotions. The massage method just now had a problem and confused the qi and blood in Su's body. I will first give her some acupuncture and prescribe some Chinese herbs to recuperate for a few days. However, this massage method can't be used anymore when you hear this. Chen Kerson was filled with disappointment. But there was nothing she could do, she couldn't joke about Su Qingge's safety. I can only pray that next time, I can find another way to treat Su Qingge. This is the first time I've done this. Is it true that I'll be a vegetable for the rest of my life? It would be better to die, at least I don't have to suffer this kind of torture. I'm so tired I want to die and go to heaven to see my brother in them. Seeing her hopes dashed again, Su Qingge completely despaired. Just now, when Chen Kerson was giving her a massage, she could actually feel uncomfortable all over her body, cold and hot. As time passed, even her whole body was enduring severe pain every moment. But in front of the hope of awakening, even if these pains were 10 times more intense, Su Qingge could bear it with a smile. It was just that now. Everything was hopeless. Perhaps this was her own life. Just when Su Qingge was in immense pain and despairing resignation, Lin Xian's voice rang out, igniting her hope once again. That, in fact, there's nothing wrong with this massage method. It's just that it's crippled. It just so happens that I learned the complete massage method before by chance. How about letting me give it a try? Chapter 14. Lin Xian struck, and the crowd was shocked. He was Su Qingge's hope of waking up? You know Twina massage? Chen Kerson was filled with suspicion, looking Lin Xian up and down. This kind of specialized medical knowledge was both boring and tedious, and it also required exposure to learning from a young age. She really didn't believe that a male child like Lin Xian had taken the time to learn these things? Even Elder Tang, who was beside Lin Xian, had doubts floating in his heart. But looking at Lin Xian's serious gaze, and the way he had just pointed out the problem, perhaps this little guy is really capable of something? If little brother is really confident, then you can give it a try. Old man will be watching from the side. Ugly words in advance. If I feel that there is something wrong with your technique, then I will be the first to stop you. Elder Tang stroked his beard with a serious expression. Of course. Lin Xian nodded his head with a face full of confidence and walked towards the young girl on the hospital bed under Chen Kerson's questioning gaze. Lin Xian, he also knew how to push and massage? But it should only be something superficial. Similar to ordinary people knocking their backs and rubbing their shoulders, that kind of basic tuina massage. After all, this was a disease that even Elder Tang couldn't cure, so I'm sure there was nothing he could do about it. Perhaps there was a huge psychological gap before. Now Su Qingge has completely afraid to hold what hope. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She could no longer accept the sense of loss. And at this moment, Lin Xian relied on the guidance of the memories in his mind, picking up Su Qingge and leaning on the edge of the bed, formally starting the massage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the head posting area, rewarding 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the back sticker area, rewarding 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the waist sticker area, awarding 100 points. As Lin Xian touched different parts of the girl's body, several system prompts sounded in his head one after another. However, Lin Xian always ignored them, his mind was free of distractions. As a righteous man, he wasn't so horny to the point of having evil thoughts towards a defenseless plant person. He just concentrated on pushing and massaging, from the brain, back, and waist. At this point, Lin Xian realized that due to being bedridden for a long time, Su Qingge's body, there were already hidden signs of atrophy and degeneration. No wonder in the novel. Su Qingge had to stay in bed and recuperate for a while after she woke up. However, now that there is a systematic Danqing Miaojiao massage method, there is no need to worry about the risk of atrophy and degeneration of the limbs. Lin Xian pondered in his mind, but his fingers did not stop at all, and skillfully pressed and kneaded on various acupoints. In the cage of dark consciousness, Su Qingge's mood swings were violent, and she was in pain and happy. Good soreness and numbness, and so comfortable. This is completely different from the feeling Kuxian gave me just now. My body seems to perceive more and more clearly. I can also feel part of the meridians, as if they have been opened up like an unimpeded pleasure. However, Lin Xian's fingers, so hot the pressed parts can feel a stream of warmth passing through. If Su Qingge could have an expression now, she guessed that she would most likely reveal a comfortable demeanor. Under Lin Xian's massage, she could feel her body that was originally stiff and hard to endure. At this moment, it was as if the two veins had been opened, the blood flowed freely and unhindered, and there was a long-lost vigor reviving in her body. Noticing the changes in her body, Su Qingge was ecstatic. She couldn't recall how long it had been since she had this sense of illusion when she was healthy. Maybe Lin Xian, he really has the ability to save me from my nightmares. I might actually have a chance to wake up again. In fact, Su Qingge wasn't the only one who realized this. The few people present were also looking at this scene in shock. None of them were blind, they could all see the skillfulness of Lin Xian's massage technique. This proficiency, they would believe it when they said that they had been immersed for decades. Moreover, since Lin Xian had made his move, Su Qingge's face, which was originally pale, recovered its blood color and regained its redness at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the side of the hospital bed, the people had different looks. Among them, Chen Kerson's eyes were wide open, her face full of disbelief. This denizen, I did not expect to really have two brushes. But he actually stuck so close to my sister Su, angry with me. Seeing Lin Xian almost attached to Su Qingge in a sticking position for the sake of a massage. She was angry and grinding her little tiger teeth, glaring viciously at her love rival. Her hands kept tugging at her long double ponytail as a way to vent her frustration. ##. 1 hour later. Lin Xian gasped and stopped the massage. It's so tiring. It seems like massage is also a technical job. It's important to consider both the force, but also to achieve full concentration and consider all aspects such as time. He must be tired. Listening to Lin Xian's faint panting in his ears, Su Qingge felt a little guilty in her heart. But it was really so comfortable. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of strong presence of my body. I have a hunch that the key to waking up lies with Lin Xian. If only he would give me a massage every day. Seeing that Lin Xian stopped and left the hospital bed, Elder Deng was impatient, so he came to Su Qingge's side to diagnose his body. A moment later, he looked in Lin Xian's direction and kept letting out gasps of amazement. Miraculous, still really miraculous. Mistress Su's qi and blood that was somewhat decayed not long ago. After this press of yours, it unexpectedly returned to a normal person's state. This massage method of yours can actually combine the effects of moving qi, activating blood, relaxing tendons, and clearing collaterals at the same time? This should be impossible. Little brother, can you tell me which master you learned this technique from? Facing Elder Tang's inquiry, Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. He couldn't say that it was redeemed by the system. Oh. I see. Industry secrets, it's old man who's been talking too much. Sorry. Seeing Lin Xian's obvious expression of unwillingness to tell, be smart and stop asking, Tang Lao could only slap his head and snorted to muddle through. If you insist on giving this girl a massage every day in the future, maybe she'll have a chance to wake up. Maybe she really has a chance to awaken, just don't know how long it will take. This sentence came out. The people present reacted differently. Although Lin Xian's face was unchanged, his heart was already happy. With the judgment of Deng Lao, a famous doctor, in the future, he will be able to justify his name and massage Su Qingge. Even if he refused to do so, Su's family would have to plead with him in turn. Chapter 15 Lin Jianjun's phone call, you this rebellious son, born you might as well be born a stick. Mr. Lin. In the future, can you please have a massage for the young lady when you are free? Miss, she is really life is bitter, now have the opportunity to wake up, please you must help. When I heard Su Qingge had a chance to wake up, Luan cried with joy, panicking and pleading to Lin Xian, afraid that he would not agree. In response, Lin Xian definitely went along with it, righteously saying, "Sister Lu, why do you have to be like this, Qingge? She's my soon-to-be wife. Even if I don't need you to say it, I will definitely go all out." Luan heard this, and while being touched, she bowed 90 degrees to Lin Xian to show her gratitude. On the hospital bed, Su Qingge had mixed emotions and didn't know how to react for a moment. With regards to Lin Xian, at the beginning, she had only taken the other party as a tool to get married. Never thought about what would happen with this man. After all, she was suffering from misogyny and hated men herself. Plus, she wouldn't be able to wake up in this lifetime. Doesn't matter. Much less cared if the object of one's ecstasy was Lin Xian, or anyone else. Anyway, one couldn't change anything? But now, this opportune rushing husband had the real possibility of waking herself up. This made her a little bewildered all of a sudden. If I do wake up, do I really have to take the other person as my husband? But I've instinctively resisted men ever since that incident, how can I? No, I don't seem to be very resistant to Lin Xian either. He's held my hand so many times, why haven't I gotten the idea to shake the other person off? It's so complicated. I'm torn to death. And while Su Qingge's thoughts were racing, her good best friend, on the other hand, was completely depressed. The veins on her forehead popped out in a big date, grabbing her twin ponytails with a frantic face. Wouldn't this guy be able to stick it to Sister Su every day in the future? Or is it a name? Damn ah. Petri dish. I'm so envious. I'm so jealous. I hate it so much. I want to stop it. But Su's hope of waking up seems to be all dependent on this present uncle. At the moment. Jealousy made Chen Kerson's face turn pale, with small action after small action. However, the people present were unspoken, and collectively chose to ignore the behavior of this middle-aged woman. And Lin Xian felt like he had rested almost enough, so he continued to accompany Su Qingge to pace the massage. After another hour, it was getting late. Tang Lao got up to say goodbye and pulled the reluctant Chen Kerson to leave. On the way back, Chen Kerson was not in a high mood, yelling that from tomorrow onwards, she would have to guard Sister Su's side every day to avoid her being taken advantage of by the clouds. Then, in order to change her mood, she habitually opened her own D station to brush the video. Suddenly, she found that on the popular list, there was a video that surged to the top of the list. After only a few hours of release time, it had broken 1 million plays. And all kinds of playback data are still climbing higher and higher. Tearful. The best tear-jerking divine song of the year is out, dare I ask who else is not convinced? Looking at the exaggerated title, Chen Kerson disdained it. It seems like it's time to remind her family. Up masters these days. Do not properly study the video to make quality, all day long will play slick to take some UC shocking body title. Click on the video link. Chen Kerson originally thought that the comment area should be scolded uploader title party. But never expected, things are just the opposite. Convinced, I am convinced. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. I was not convinced by anyone, but today I am convinced. I'm crying my eyes out. I'm going to kowtow to him and beg him for a few more songs. I'm convinced. There's finally hope for inner entertainment. But I'll be even more convinced if there's a pure enjoyable version. The screen full of capitalized convincing immediately piqued Chen Kerson's curiosity. She clicked the play button. The screen suddenly went black, with only a few big words that seemed like the title of the song, People Like Me. The sound quality wasn't very good either, sounding like it was secretly recorded from a distance with a cell phone. But the slightly sad beginning of the BGM. Still, it instantly captured Chen Kerson's heart. Lonely people like me. Stupid people like me. Unwilling to be ordinary people like me. How many people are there in the world? When Chen Kerson came back to her senses again, the song was already nearing its end. And she had long been moved to tears. It was too good to be true. I didn't expect that in the third dimension, there were still people who could write such a good song. Sister Su loves listening to songs the most, so I must give her a listen to this song tomorrow. By the way, let that guy also know what is called true talent. The thought of tomorrow, the crowd hearing such a good song for the first time, and thus being moved to tears. Chen Kerson just couldn't help but gloat. At this moment, Lori was in a great mood, amazed face. On the other side. Qingge, good night. See you tomorrow. Night. After saying goodbye to Sleeping Beauty, Lin Xian left the room and returned to his residence. But if he could hear his heart, he would definitely be able to hear the response coming from behind him. See you tomorrow. Today's Su Qingge, after seeing so little hope of recovery. Her mindset gradually stopped being negative and began to have some expectations for tomorrow. Lin Xian said that he would sing a song for me every day, and I don't know what tomorrow's song will be. Suddenly, I'm looking forward to it. And after I completely recover, I must find the guys who turned me into a vegetable and make them pay the price they deserve. Just as Su Qingge was plunged into a sea of constant free thinking in order to keep herself sustained, Lin Xian had already returned to his room. As he washed up, he was about to fall asleep. A sudden phone call broke the tranquility of the house. As soon as it was connected, Lin Jianjun's roaring voice came from the opposite side. You rebellious son! Do you really intend not to go home? It would have been better to give birth to a mallet than to give birth to you. Tut tut tut. Lin Xian didn't have a masochistic fetish to endure Lin Jianjun's torture like his predecessor. I thought that the other party had raised $3 billion. Since it is not, then he is also lazy nonsense. Directly hang up the call. Ringing. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Picking it up, Lin Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's that scum father again. You dare to hang up on me? You this. Da 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 da. Just as soon as it was connected, the sound of drinking and cursing once again came out. Lin Xian is a little speechless, and called in the middle of the night just to insult himself? The brain has a pit, right? Lin Xian couldn't help but spit out a few words. Dingling. Seeing that the third wave of calls was once again making a comeback, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and directly turned off his cell phone. Subsequently, he didn't listen to anything outside the window, lying on the bed with a big grin, huffing and puffing. Chapter 16 Lin Su Two Families, Centrifugal Separation. This bastard. This bastard ah. He actually dared not answer my phone, is not really in the eyes of me as a father? If I had known, I should have shot him in the toilet. Lin Family Hall. Looking at the delayed cell phone, Lin Jianjun was filled with anger. Hubby, calm down, calm down. Getting angry is not good for your body. The pearly white Yulan, making a look of heartache, kept reaching out at Lin Jianjun's chest, stroking from top to bottom to smooth the air. Beside the two, Lin Hao is also concerned, carefully brought a cup of warm water. Yes. Daddy. Calm down, mommy is right. And I'm sure my brother didn't mean to not answer your calls, maybe his cell phone just happened to run out of battery. He pretended to be concerned about Lin Xian, telling lies that were obviously unconvincing. Looking at the understanding mother and son in front of him, Lin Jianjun was both touched and heartbroken. He took the two into his arms and softly comforted them. You guys is too kind, this will be very easy to suffer. Hey, if that son of a bitch, half of your understanding would be good. You do not need to speak for that animal. Who is right and who is wrong I know in my heart, I am not the kind of man who does not know what is right. Listening to Lin Jianjun's words, he showed his anger towards Lin Xian. Both mother and son by Yulan's gazes flickered, and a smug look constantly surfaced in their eyes. Then they took the initiative to change the topic. At the same time, it was also the thing they were currently most concerned about. Let's not talk about this for now, hubby. The most important thing right now is to deal with this matter of Xiao Xian wanting to sell his shares to us. With our current capital situation, we simply can't get 3 billion. What can we do? Hey, it's all because of us, mother and son. Xiao Xian must be like this because he's unhappy with us. It's all our fault. The words were said here. Bai Yulan's eyes were already red and watering. Lin Jianjun was heartbroken and at a loss for words. On the side, Lin Hao also knew the atmosphere very well and came out at the right time to play alone. He similarly reddened his eyes and said in an unsympathetic tone, Daddy, or else I'll leave with mommy. As long as we leave this home, brother will definitely be willing to come back. Xiao Hao, what are you saying? What are you talking about? We're a family of 3. Didn't we say we'd be together forever? Daddy, Daddy. Actually, I can't let you go. I really can't let you go. But I don't want to affect the father-son relationship between you and your brother, I don't want to. Lin Hao followed his mother's actions and flung himself into Lin Jianjun's arms, bawling and sobbing non-stop. Listening to the helpless cries of his wife and son, Lin Jianjun also couldn't help but redden his eyes, and in his heart, he hated Lin Xian even more for causing all of this. Then the three of them hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. "Don't worry. That rebellious son is just bluffing. He'll have to come back gray after a while. He's just gambling now, jealous that I've favored Xiao Hao over him these past few years. But you two have suffered so much, it's not easy for you to come back to me. Isn't it only right that I treat you better and compensate you more? I even wonder if that rebellious son is my seed, actually not a little tolerance. Humph. I'll have to drag that bastard to the paternity test someday." Speaking of paternity tests, Bai Yulan's crying stopped. There was a flash of panic in her eyes that she couldn't easily detect. She quickly changed the topic. "Hubby, I remembered that you had a phone call with the Su family head earlier, right? How did the conversation go?" Mentioning this, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but feel angry. "Humph. Speaking of which, I carefully explained to that old bastard about that bastard's treachery. I wanted to let that old man to drive each other out, so as to give the penniless rebellious son a lesson. Let him know that if he leaves my Lin family, there will be no place for him in the Magic City. But that old fool didn't know how to behave. Not only did he refuse my request, but he also said that Lin Xian is his granddaughter-in-law and no one can change that. What the hell?" Listening to Lin Jianjun's cursing, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of that majestic old man in his mind. When he had traveled to the Su family to get engaged, the other party had looked at him with eyes that were all dissatisfaction and all sorts of nitpicking. Nowadays, his attitude had changed drastically, and he was even willing to cross swords with the Lin family for Lin Xian. Why? Why that guy can be favored by that old man, can still enjoy so many years of glory and wealth? But I had to scrimp and save since I was a child. It was not easy to return to the Lin family, but one still had to play the role of a good boy diligently? On what grounds? Why is the heavens so unfair?" At this moment, intense jealousy. It made Lin Hao resent his half-brother more and more, to the point that he even resented the Su family together. Humph. That old miscreant will regret it. The Su group, had a batch of medical equipment that went wrong and needed a large sum of money to compensate for the breach of contract. They've been trying to raise money for a while now. With the friendship between the two families, I should lend a hand. But that old bastard, since he wants to defend that rebellious son so much, don't blame me for disregarding the years of friendship between the two families. I would like to see if the Su family falls. That rebellious son, and that old undead, as well as his vegetative granddaughter who was waiting to die, who else can be relied on? Ha ha ha. Lin Jianjun laughed wildly. Seeing Lin Hao's mother and son's faces show their intolerance, wanting to plead for Lin Xian and the others, he hurriedly waved his hand and called for a halt, his tone of voice not to be questioned, saying, "Stop, stop, stop. You guys don't need to persuade any further. I have already made up my mind to give that rebellious son a profound lesson. Otherwise, when I grow old, he will still be riding on my neck to shit and piss. Okay, let's not talk about these spoiled things. I'll take you guys out for a late night snack. I'll go to the garage and get the car out first." Finished speaking, Lin Jianjun turned his head and walked out of the gate of the villa, leaving only the mother and son behind him who had removed their disguises and were smugly Su Jiaoyuan in the brightly lit study. Really? Tang Lao said it himself? Is there really a chance that Qingge will wake up? It's been a busy day. Su Shengtian, who had just dragged his tired body and returned home with his walking stick. After hearing Lu Wan's report, he was so excited that he slapped the table repeatedly. It's true. Mr. Lin also said that he would massage Miss every day from now on, hoping to wake Miss up soon. Lu Wan was all smiles. She was also sincerely happy for her own young lady's creation. That's good, that's good. As long as Qingge has the hope of waking up, then no matter what the cost is, it will be worth it. Su Qingtian failed to control his emotions for a moment and burst into tears. He was glad that the granddaughter-in-law chosen this time was Lin Xian. He was glad that even in the face of Lin Jianjun's threats, he had never compromised and backed down. This was perhaps the will of heaven. As for how Lin Xian was able to use such a miraculous massage technique, Su Shengtian didn't care. As long as it could help his granddaughter's illness, it was enough. Chapter 17 Second Urinary Incontinence? Su Qingge's Embarrassment. The next day. June 1st. Lin Xian got up early in the morning as usual. First, he went to the florist to buy a bouquet of violets before returning to Su Qingge's boudoir. Good morning. Qingge, happy Children's Day to you. Lin Xian placed the violets on the bedside and habitually held the young girl's tender hand. Ding. The host and Su Qingge palmed each other, rewarding 1.15 seconds. Sure enough, it's been boosted? Yesterday it was 1.18 seconds, today it's 1.15 seconds. It seems that the daily improvement in favorability can be exhibited in the next day's points. Lin Xian had a smile on his lips and was in a happy mood. And in the dark consciousness space. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Su Qingge was instinctively delighted. For her. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lin Xian. But every time the other party was around, it always brought surprises and a little bit of anticipation for the future. This scent, is it violets? Lin Xian, he's really going to give me a violet plant every day? Happy Children's Day? Could it be that today is the 1st of June? But time means nothing to me. I just want to know, will Lin Xian still sing to me today? I'm kind of looking forward to it. As Su Qingge was rambling on, she heard Lin Xian's voice come through. I'll do your rehab first. You've been lying down all night, your body must already be stiff and uncomfortable. After that, she felt someone get on the bed, help her up, and sit behind her. Then I'll start rehabbing for you. The man's voice in her ear was low and sounded again. In the time that followed, Su Qingge only felt like a humanoid rag doll that couldn't resist, allowing Lin Xian to put herself into all sorts of strange positions. She was like a soft little child, her body completely wrapped by Lin Xian behind her at all times. So shy. Yesterday, when I heard that there was a possibility of awakening, I was just excited. Now that I calmed down, I realized that these massage positions are too shameful, right? I never thought that I would have this day, that I would be lying in a man's arms like this, letting him ravage me. But it's so comfortable. The position that Lin Xian had pressed was warm, and after the soreness and numbness would have ushered in a strong sense of relief. If Su Qingge could have an expression right now, she would definitely have already been red in the face. But after being reserved, she would still let Lin Xian continue to press and knead. After all, this feeling was really too comfortable. Lying down continuously for more than a week. Su Qingge had long since felt that her limbs were almost lying degraded. Even though Lu Wan would sometimes turn over for her and pat her back. But Su Qingge always felt that her body was unbearable. But being unable to speak, she could only endure silently in pain. She had also heard of certain vegetative people waking up because of the long-term bedridden life, making all parts of the body atrophy and lose activity. In the end, even if they woke up, they would only be an invalid lying in bed. If that's the case, it would be better to die in a coma instead of waking up to face hell. Good thing I met Lin Xian. If I can wake up, this favor can really do not know how to repay. Wait. Don't touch my feet, so itchy and shy. On the other side, Lin Xian was concentrating on the massage. In order to maximize the effectiveness of the massage technique. Apart from some of the women's private parts, he almost pressed everywhere else, especially the snow-white feet. Just as Su Qingge was enjoying the massage, gradually fading away the hysteria from not long ago. A strange sensation suddenly came from her lower body, causing her heart to tremble. This familiar feeling? It's hard to. No. Don't. Stop it for me. Inside the dark consciousness cage, Su Qingge let out a strong sound of resistance, but it did nothing to the doomed outcome. Soon, she was completely desperate. For the second time, this is the second time in front of a boy, so undignified. Still in front of Lin Xian. This kind of day, when on earth is it going to end? Su Qingge was groundless, her mood once again hitting rock bottom. Even though similar situations had happened many times, she had never been able to get used to facing them openly. Especially in front of Lin Xian. She didn't know why, and even more so, she didn't want the other party to see her in this predicament. On the other side, Lin Xian, who was originally fully concentrating on kneading his little feet, twitched his nose and frowned slightly. This smell. It's hard to believe that Qingge she is again. He turned his head and saw a scene that really confirmed his suspicions. Well, the massage just ended here. Qingge, I will go outside to get a glass of water to drink. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Lin Xian put down his feet as usual and slowly walked out of the room. He knew very well that the most difficult thing right now was the young girl in the hospital bed. And he can do the greatest respect, is so as nothing happens to go away on the line. Sometimes, the heart is not declared enough. Saw Lin Xian's back as he quickly left. Inside the room, Lu Wan, who had returned to her senses, flashed a color of appreciation in her eyes. She felt more and more that her own young lady might really have found a good match. Immediately, she wore a smile on her face. She began to change her own young lady's clothes. On the hospital bed, hearing the sound of Lin Xian closing the door and leaving, Su Qingge secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but at the same time, a feeling of gratitude also surfaced. Thank you, Lin Xian. Chapter 18. In ancient times, there was Chao Ji's 7 steps to become a poem, now there is Lin Xian's 10 steps to become a song? 10 minutes later, Lin Xian returned to the young girl's boudoir. What met his eyes? In addition to brand new clothes and pants, brand new sheets, the other arrangements were all as usual. Sister Lu, the sun is shining today. Can I take Qingge out to bask in the sun? Staying inside for a long time without seeing daylight is not good for the body's recovery either. The topic of incontinence was not mentioned. Lin Xian pointed to the sunny window and requested Lu Wan with a smile. It can be. Seeing Lu Wan nod her head, Lin Xian came to the front of the young girl's hospital bed and picked the other up in a princess hug position. Then he carefully, slowly walked towards the outside of the room. And Su Qingge in his arms, only until then did she react, her heart suddenly surprised and happy. Ever since she had passed out, she had been stuck in this room, this big bed. I didn't expect that today she would actually have the opportunity to be able to go and feel the air outside. If she had been able to make a move, at this moment, she would definitely be jumping up and down with excitement. However, realizing that she was being held by Lin Xian's princess, Su Qingge felt ashamed again, and her heart was filled with all sorts of complex emotions. After all, in addition to letting her father hold her when she was a child, this was the first time she had been held in the arms of a boy like this. Is this the legendary princess hug? I wonder if Lin Xian will think I'm too heavy. I shouldn't be heavy. I have been lying down for a while, and I don't know if I have gained weight, so I am worried about being disliked. I have to say, the concerns of all girls are always strange and similar. Even Su Qingge can't help but be concerned about her weight at the moment. Qingge, you are so light. In the future, when you wake up, you should eat more. Girls are only cute when they are fleshy. Maybe it's a heart-to-heart. Lin Xian suddenly looked down at the young girl's face and responded softly. He was not lying to comfort. Rather, it was the true feeling after picking up the skinny young girl in his arms. But this is also normal, long-term to liquid food-based vegetable. People, you have to say how healthy it can be. This is not at all to deceive yourself and others well. The reason why Su Qingge could still maintain a sub-healthy state. This is entirely because the coma time is not long, coupled with the various top medical conditions given by the Su family, as well as Lin Xian's massage method. If these decisive factors were to be lost, if it were to be replaced by an ordinary person would have long since been thinned to a skinny bone. On the other hand, hearing Lin Xian say that she weighed very little, Su Qingge first felt joy in her heart. But then a hint of skepticism quickly surfaced. He can't be comforting me, right? Don't boys like skinny girls? The chubby kind would be hated, right? Just as Su Qingge was still obsessing about her weight, Lin Xian had already carried her outside the villa. The two of them were exposed to the golden sunlight. It's so warm. This sunny warmth, how long has it been since I've felt it? Su Qingge put away her wild thoughts and quietly experienced this long-lost peace. 1 minute later. Under the willow tree. The dense branches and leaves blocked most of the golden sunlight, only penetrating into the stars. Qingge, I've asked Sister Lu to get the guitar, so I'll sing a song for you later. Breeze. Lin Xian placed the young girl in his arms, gently on the recliner under the willow tree. Then habitually took Su Qingge's small hand and whispered in a small voice. Lin Xian is going to sing? So looking forward to it. Just at this moment, a petulant voice appeared, interrupting the cozy tranquility under the willow tree. You perverted demented man, let go of my sister Su's little hand. Hearing this familiar line, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Turning his head to look. The iconic double ponytail. Little yellow hat on her head. Carrying a red school bag. Wearing a red scarf on his chest. This secondary school student dress, in addition to the lowly girl Chen Kursen, fear that there is no one else. What are you doing? Why are you taking advantage of my wife? Stop. Miss Chen Kursen, please be clear. Qingge and I are going to get a marriage license in a while. It's only right that I hold her hand. Shut up. Sister Su doesn't like you. She promised to confess to me. We've been betrothed for a long time and promised to be each other's angels. Lin Xian's head was filled with black lines. He didn't bother listening to the little lowly's nonsense and directly ignored her. And Su Qingge on the recliner. She was even more eager to jump up and viciously hit Chen Kursen's little head. Too hateful. I treat you as a bosom friend, but you only think about craving my body? At this exact moment, Luan returned to the willow tree with a golden guitar in her hand. Mr. Lin, I've brought the stuff. Aha! Trouble you, Sister Lu. Receiving the golden guitar, Lin Xian lightly strummed the strings a few times, looking for a feel. Lin Xian is going to start playing? So looking forward to it, huh? What kind of original song will he bring this time? Hearing the sound of music, Su Qingge subconsciously held her breath to listen. Of course, this was only an illusion created by her who was unable to control her body, with her whole body and mind highly concentrated. And it wasn't just the young girl on the recliner who had this mindset. Even the slightly older beauty Luan, as well as the bodyguards and maids working not far away. At the moment, coincidentally, all of them are casting expectant gazes towards this. After all, after yesterday's amazing performance, the Su family no longer has any doubts about Lin Xian's musical prowess, and they only want to hear that heavenly singing voice once again. You idiot, why are you holding a guitar? The only thing that was out of place with the atmosphere of the scene was the little lowly Chen Kursen. She tilted her head, the red scarf in front of her chest fluttering in the wind, and said with a slight curiosity. Do you know how to play the guitar? Let me tell you, Sister Su is very picky about music. Those so-called pop music on the market, she doesn't give a damn. You cannot use those vulgar music, defiled my sister Su's ears. Sniffing. Luan and the others present all looked odd, not knowing how to remind Chen Kursen. On the contrary, Lin Xian acted calmly. It seemed like he didn't care at all about Chen Kursen's questioning. He gently returned a light smile. Don't bother, what I sing is all original music. The moment this statement came out, Chen Kursen snorted and laughed, unabashedly mocking. Original? Original? What good songs can you sing? If you can sing the pop song "Chicken You're Too Beautiful," well, then you're good. What other good songs can you produce? Yesterday Lin Xian showed off his skillful massage technique. This had already made Chen Kursen incredible. But you would never believe that the other party still had this kind of talent to be able to originate anything on their own. It was probably just a garbage song that was put together from scratch. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you on the spot. Prove it how? Chen Kursen was instantly intrigued. You decide on a theme. I'll create a song on the spot, and then I'll put it online. If the song is liked by the public, then it will be considered a success. As the winner, you have to do something for me. Of course. If the song is not liked by the public, then as the loser, I can also promise you a request. Lin Xian thought for a moment and proposed a betting method. Row. I come up with the theme right. Today is Children's Day. Then you'll make a song on the spot that the children can enjoy. Chen Kursen was full of confidence and immediately nodded her head in agreement, fearing that Lin Xian would back out. She also proudly suggested a theme that came to her mind on the spot. Then she took out her cell phone and turned on the recording mode at Lin Xian's request of not showing her face. Start. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you if you lose. And my request is also very simple. If you lose, then you can't touch Sister Su's body from now on, except to give her a massage. Sister Su has misogyny, I have to protect her from being taken advantage of by smelly men before. Chen Kursen crossed her arms, with a winning posture. The dull hair on her head also shook her head proudly along with her owner. Compose a song in situ? She would never believe that Lin Xian had this kind of talent, otherwise it would have long been rumored in the Magic City. On the recliner. Su Qingge was very anxious in her heart. She was confident in Lin Xian's musical talent. But even if he was talented again, it would be too outrageous for him to compose and sing live, wouldn't it? Not to mention the fact that it had to be uploaded to the internet and loved by the children before it could be considered a success. Time is too tight. Is Lin Xian really okay with this? Curson, this little girl, isn't she deliberately making things difficult for people? I don't even care about being held by Lin Xian. Why are you more anxious than me? When I wake up, I'm sure I'll have to give this little girl a couple of brain pummelings. At this moment, even Su Qingge herself doesn't have a clue what she's talking about. At this moment, even Su Qingge herself didn't realize that she had gradually gotten used to Lin Xian's touch. This was obviously unimaginable before. After all, ever since she developed anorexia. Every time a man came within a meter of her, Su Qingge would feel a strong surge of emotion. Su Qingge would feel a strong sense of discomfort. Not to mention touching her body, which was a nightmare for her. But I don't know when it started. This situation in front of Lin Xian completely disappeared, and even gradually. Su Qingge was still somewhat looking forward to the approach of this man. It was just these subtle changes. At this time, Su Qingge has not yet self-perceived. Under the willow tree. Chen Curson's mouth with a victor's smile, out of the voice to urge. Sing ah? Why don't you sing? If you can't do it, hurry up and admit defeat. 0-0. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. In the face of Chen Curson's derisive flirtation, Lin Xian directly ignored. The heart is constantly flashing through the various songs before crossing. Children's Day? Songs suitable for children? Lin Xian pondered in silence, pacing back and forth while holding his guitar. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. 10 steps. Seems to have thought of something. Lin Xian stopped his steps, a smile on his lips. Seeing this, Chen Curson raised an eyebrow and said in a bad mood. Making a show of it? What? In ancient times, Qiaoxi took 7 steps to form a poem. Are you old man also ready to follow suit? To make a song out of 10 steps? Ignoring Chen Curson's mockery, Lin Xian's fingers danced and jumped on the strings. Cheerful notes filled the room in an instant. Afterwards, Lin Xian's lips lightly opened. Cheerful lyrics, on that note, were played and sung in tandem with the music. Chapter 19 Social Death. Chen Curson, embarrassed to the point of her toes buckling to the ground. Under the willow tree. Lin Xian was holding a golden guitar in his arms, bathed in sunlight. As the guitar intro sounded, a certain light and magnetic voice sang out along with the guitar melody. I planted a seed in my heart. It can fulfill small wishes with magic. I heard that every child wants to get it. Get ready to explore it together. This seed is about to germinate in my heart. Every day I work harder for it. Mom and Dad say that every dream is great. Brothers and sisters punch it together. Stamping press. Just the first few lines of the song had everyone in the audience hooked. This song is so happy. And it's so good, it's totally my cup of tea. This man really did 10 steps into a song? Chen Curson opened her mouth wide and froze in place in shock. Only the dull hairs on her head were still swaying in the breeze. He was then immersed in the song and couldn't get out of it. For Chen Curson, who had grown up liking secondary characters, this type of children's song was her favorite. Especially this song. The lyrics perfectly expressed the children, their full affirmation of themselves and their courage to move forward. There was also the singer's wish that the children would be brave enough to chase their dreams, not fearing the future, and taking big steps forward with good wishes. Of course. For many children, they wouldn't be able to understand such profound truths. So Chen Curson raised her eyebrows and suddenly had a marvelous illusion. This song is perhaps too childish for children, but it is just right for adults. Unconsciously, Chen Curson, who had been completely driven by the melody of the song, had her cherry mouth slightly opened and began to hum along. Okay go, come on. Okay go, come on. To be firm in our thoughts at this moment. Okay go, come on. Okay go, come on. Courage to explode. Lin Xian is also too powerful. Is this really his impromptu musical composition? A musical genius. But why hasn't he shown it before? If he's so talented, he shouldn't be living as the madman that everyone avoids in the mouth of the magic city. Is there something else going on in Lin Xian's body? Lin Xian had made such a perfect children's song in just a few minutes. Su Qingge sincerely felt admiration. Before she was in a coma, she had as many suitors as there were rivers of carp. There was no lack of various young talents among them, and some of them were also known as the great musical talents of the entertainment industry. But they were compared to a musical genius like Lin Xian. They were nothing, they were short. At this moment, Su Qingge felt more and more curious about this rushing husband of hers. Lin Xian, what other secrets do you have on you? Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, come on. To take your own great steps. Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, come on. Don't procrastinate. The sun is about to go down. As the last note fell, the song came to an end. Under the willow tree, the afterglow lingers. While the crowd was still immersed in the echoes of the guitar. Lin Xian had already put down the instrument in his arms and silently sat back down next to Su Qingge. Looking at the young girl's blown-up loose hair, he reached out and straightened it up, while softly inquiring. Qingge, do you like this song? Once again, I wish you a happy Children's Day. I like it, it's very good. I also wish you a happy Children's Day. Even though she knew that Lin Xian couldn't hear it. But Su Qingge still responded seriously in her heart. At this moment, she really wished beyond hope that she could wake up and sincerely say, thank you to Lin Xian. These 2 days were the most relaxing and happy Su Qingge had ever had since she fell into a coma. She was really grateful to Lin Xian who had brought her all this. Thinking back to the days when she had just been determined to be a vegetable. The despair and pain, the crushing feeling of thirsting for death all the time, was still fresh in her mind. Even Su Qingge herself couldn't believe it. Only 2 days had passed. She gradually stopped complaining about the sky and had a vision and hope for the future. And all of this transformation started with Lin Xian's appearance. The other party would talk to her, send her flowers, sing to her, and massage and push her. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, Su Qingge didn't even know what she would have twisted into in her despair. And at this time, Lu Wan and the others finally came back to their senses from the song. Clap, clap, clap. One after another, there were clapping sounds, coming from all directions in an endless stream. Lin Xian arched his hands repeatedly at the surrounding servants of the Su clan to express his gratitude. He also swept his eyes at the little lowly who was blushing and applauding the hardest, and smiled playfully and said, how about it? Miss Chen Kurson. Do you think I can win this bet? Aha! Chen Kuxin tugged on her double ponytail and nodded her head in acknowledgement. This kind of dry admission of defeat made Lin Xian look at her a few more times. Don't look at me with such eyes. I, Chen Kurson, can afford to lose and dare to admit it when I lose. Although it hasn't been posted online yet. But I can already predict that this song of yours, at least, will create a craze among the kids. And don't be complacent. There are countless people who can create good music in this world. Yesterday, for example, I found a song that's like heavenly music. It's no worse than this one of yours. Maybe it doesn't want Lin Xian to be too complacent. Chen Kurson took out her cell phone, found the song she happened to hear yesterday afternoon, and tapped the play button. Listen to this song. It only came out yesterday, and today it's already up to 10 million plays on D Station. And it's gone viral all over the internet, with the number of retweets already reaching 1 million, topping the #1 spot on all the major music charts. Even pop songs such as Chicken You're Too Beautiful, Temporary Clutch, and Thai Cool Spice have been decimated. Listen to this song. Other people do not know the meaning of the song at first listen, and then listen to the song is already a person. I think this song is better and more meaningful than your song today. I'm sure the creator must be a weather-beaten, talented genius. Chen Kurson kept bragging, boasting about the song in her mouth as. This song should only be found in heaven, and can be heard a few times on earth. This immediately aroused the curiosity of Lin Xian and the others, and they all wanted to know how good the divine song in Chen Kurson's mouth was. Sad BGM from Chen Kurson's cell phone came out. A good person like me should have lived a life of splendor. How come 20 years have come to an end? Still floating in the sea of people. Why is this song so familiar? When he first heard the opening BGM, Lin Xian was first stunned. Then his expression was strange, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry. He didn't expect The song he sang only yesterday, people like me, to create such a big stir on the internet today. It seems that my plan was correct. As long as I take advantage of the lack of a cultural and entertainment section in this world, I will be able to quickly increase my social influence. On the other side, Chen Kursen was still boasting, raising people like me up continuously as a way to undercut courageous outburst. This needs stop it quickly. I'm embarrassed for you. I can't stand it. Who can come and plug my ears off? Dark consciousness space. Su Qingge didn't know what emotions to feel anymore. For the first time, she was glad that she was a vegetable. Otherwise, the ground may be embarrassed by her gouging out 3 rooms in one hall. For example, Lu Wan and others standing nearby. At this moment, they were just fidgeting. In the face of Chen Kursen's face full of admiration, proudly stating non-stop. They don't know how to open their mouths to tell each other the fact that a certain society is dead. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is this song not good? Lori finally realized that the atmosphere was not right. Touching her own little head, with a dumbfounded expression. Seeing this, Lin Hao grinned and directly showed his cards. Oh. It's very nice to listen to. It's just that I sang this song as well. Thank you for recognizing me. Chen Xin. Chapter 20, Su Qingge's firmness. I just want to avenge my family nowadays. Why didn't you say so earlier? Big asshole, you must have intentionally wanted to see me laugh. After learning that he had made a big mess, Chen Kursen's face instantly reddened, frantically pulling her twin ponytails violently. It's not too late to say it now. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and responded with the words of the little loli from before. Sniffing. Chen Kursen's forehead exploded with one after another, her little tiger teeth grinding together as if she was about to pounce and bite Lin Hao to death in the next second. Seeing this, Lin Hao hastily raised his hand, indicating surrender. And said that he hoped Chen Kursen would help him do something. Willing to bet. Every day that follows, I'll be releasing my new single that I sang to Qingge. I want you to register an account for me on the D station and post the clips of the songs I sing for me. Since I have to take care of Qingge, I don't have time to take care of the account. And since you're more familiar with this piece, I'd like to leave it to you to take full care of it. Lin Hao decided to take advantage of the loophole in this world's lack of civic entertainment to drastically increase his social influence. This could help him greatly in the future. Releasing new songs every day? Does every song have the quality of these 2 songs? Pretty much the same. Seeing Lin Hao nodding confidently, Chen Kursen couldn't close her mouth in surprise and looked at Lin Hao like he was crazy. It was well known. The birth of every good song was a rare occurrence. Yet Lin Hao was prepared to change 1 song per day, and also confidently stated that every song could be of high quality? Chen Kursen could even conjure up images at the moment. If Lin Hao really could consistently produce good songs every day. If Lin Hao could really produce good songs every day, then he would be the first person to rise to the top of the Chinese singing scene in a short period of time, and become the top streamer in the world's music scene. Under the willow tree. Not only Chen Kursen, including Su Qingge and the others on the recliner, were all shocked by Lin Hao's words. Lin Hao, he said before, sing a song for me every day. This was actually true? And he was also going to release the song clips? This was to take the path of a singer? Lin Hao turned out to like singing that much? Then will I affect him all? After all, every daytime is so tight, and have to help me massage, and have to write a song to release. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Su Qingge only felt very guilty. If she hadn't dragged her down, Lin Hao would definitely be able to walk better on the path to realizing his dreams. Just letting her let Lin Hao go like this. To put it selfishly, Su Qingge was not too willing. After all, if the other party left, then there would no longer be anyone to talk to help her massage, and to give her encouragement at all times. The thought of losing these, Su Qingge's heart was inexplicably blocked. And at this time, is singing your dream? Looking at the youth in front of her who was quite the musical ghost, Chen Kursen had a curious look on her face. No. This is Qingge's dream. Didn't she want to become the world's #1 singer when she was little? I want to realize this dream in her place before she wakes up, or at least become the #1 singer in China first. Lin Hao wanted to become a singer, not for his own dream, but to realize Su Qingge's dream? The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent. A moment later, Chen Kursen, who was the first to react, suddenly reddened her eyes. She was so moved by this profound love of Lin Xian's that she even felt ashamed of herself. "You really?" I cried a death ah. "Fine. From today onwards. I admit it, you're my strongest love rival. But let me say this first, my love for Sister Su is not weaker than yours. I'm going to compete with you on a level playing field." "What the hell? This middle-aged lowly is really hopeless ah?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes and didn't bother with Chen Kursen, who kept wiping her tears. Picking up Su Qingge on the recliner, he walked in the direction of the villa. "I'm going to continue giving Qingge her massage rehab. If there's nothing else, then why don't you go back and finish up for me first?" After saying that, his back disappeared from Chen Kursen's sight. "Don't worry. Since this matter is related to Sister Su's dream, then I will definitely do my best." Explode. My little universe. The little lowly's fighting spirit was high, pulling her twin ponytails and rushing out of Su's house like a train. On the other side, although Su Qingge had been carried back to her room bed, but her heart, still stuck in the conversation not long ago, was so shocked that she couldn't help herself. Lin Xian. I didn't hear him wrong, did I? He was talking about realizing my dream? For the sake of my childhood dream of music, that's why I aspired to become a singer? Remember when she was a child? When her parents were still alive, she did have the dream of becoming a singer. But as she grew older, Su Qingge herself had to admit that she didn't have any musical talent. Gradually, she was also too shy to mention her childhood dream, so as not to touch her sensitive nerves. Especially a few years ago, after her parents and brother were killed in an accident. Su Qingge's mind was filled with hatred. Dreams and such had been completely sealed and forgotten in the depths of her heart. Now that she heard Lin Xian mention it, she felt that things were different. In the darkness of the space of consciousness, Su Qingge's heart is very complex emotions. There are touched, there is guilt, and even perhaps there is a trace of male and female love? Realizing that the emotions towards Lin Xian seem to have shifted from gratitude to something a little off, Su Qingge immediately subconsciously denied it. "It's impossible. I'm heavily misogynistic, it's impossible for me to be interested in any man at all. Although I'm very grateful to Lin Xian. But the day I sober up, I still have to separate from him by agreement as planned. Only then would it be the best thing for me and him. Because I'm not destined to be a good wife. This is my destiny." Su Qingge, who had calmed down, quickly adjusted her mind. A certain emotion that had just sprouted was instantly snuffed out by her. But even so, a faint sense of loss still quietly surged in Su Qingge's heart. But as her senses returned, she resolutely chose to ignore this feeling of discomfort. Then, in her heart, she constantly reminded herself of the true goal of her life. The deaths of my family were no accident at all. After so many years of tracing, I vaguely found out part of the truth. Behind it involves an extremely terrifying force. It's an existence that the Su family of today is completely unable to fight against. But in order to avenge my mom and dad, and my brother, no matter how big a price I pay, I don't care. Even if the end of this road is destined to be death. Recalling the once smiling faces of her parents and relatives, Su Qingge's mind once again returned to coldness. She was well aware of how treacherous the path she was going to take was, and one slip could lead to a fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. In this situation, childish love was too extravagant and would only bring danger to each other. I don't want to lose someone important again. So this road destined to be full of thorns, it's enough for me to walk on alone. Even if the end of the road is destined to be a dead end. But by that time, I'll be able to stop and rest right. I'll be able to see my family again right. Mom, Dad, brother. I'm so tired. Chapter 21, Lin Jianjun's birthday banquet? It's time to get my 3 billion back. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon fly like a shuttle. For the next 5 days, it was business as usual for Lin Xian. Every day when he woke up, habitually, he first went to the florist to buy a bouquet of violets. Then returned to Su Qingge boudoir, pulling the sister's small hand to talk about heaven and earth, tell stories, tell jokes, sing love songs, massage. Basically, if there are no special circumstances, Lin Xian will stick to Su Qingge's side for the whole day and paste. Ding! The host and Su Qingge are sticking to each other's palms, rewarding 1.10 seconds. Hey! 10 seconds and 1 point again? How come it just won't go up? Listening to the system prompts in his head, Lin Xian felt quite helpless inside. The biggest gain of the past few days was to raise the original 1.15 seconds to 1.10 seconds today. However, this seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck. Lin Xian's points time had stagnated for 2 consecutive days. Maybe I'm being too impatient. After all, it's only been a full week since I lived in the Su family. Thinking about it like this, the progress doesn't seem too slow? Thinking about this, Lin Xian's heart balanced out quite a bit and opened the points panel again with great interest. 20,962. Looking at the 20,000 points that had finally accumulated after so many days of hard work, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth were more than smiling. He had the feeling of raising his eyebrows and getting rich overnight. But after scanning the system mall, the 2 commodities that he desired the most, he couldn't help but sigh again. Commodity: Invincible Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Price: 10 billion. Introduction: After the host redeems successfully, he can immediately have the strongest Immortal Emperor level of cultivation, combat power, and enlightenment, and suppress all enemies in the world. Commodity: Immortality. Price: 100 billion. Introduction: After the host redeems successfully, he will be immortal for eternity. Not even time can wear you down. Looking at the 2 commodity introductions, Lin Xian salivated with gluttony. Thinking about it is a little exciting. AI. But the points needed for this, I am still short of 100 million points. Can only slowly save, slowly meet out. I firmly believe that there will always be a day when I can get it. Lin Xian's gaze was firm, and he set his future goals. Gouge and save up points. However, having said that, after looking at the sleeping girl on the bed, Lin Xian still clenched his teeth and made a decision. System, help me exchange 2 top-grade amulets. Ding! Redemption successful, 20,000 posting points have been deducted, remaining posting points 962. Humph, treacherous businessman. Hearing that the points he had accumulated for several days had been deducted by 20,000 all of a sudden, Lin Xian had the heartbreaking feeling of returning to the pre-liberation era and becoming a pauper once again. But looking at the redeemed jade pendant in his hand, he felt full of security again, and it was still considered value for money. According to the system's introduction, this jade pendant can block a fatal blow for the wearer, which is equivalent to an extra life. In order to be conservative, Lin Xian had prepared one for himself and Su Qingge each. His own life was, needless to say, it was definitely the most important. As for Su Qingge, she was the closest relationship with the protagonist in the novel besides the only female lead, and the female match with the highest chi value. If she GA, he would be very passive. He didn't want to stick it out with the protagonist Su Yang, male on male. And he wasn't interested in the female lead who had already given birth to the protagonist's child. It's not like he's a chow thief who prefers human wives. As a pure love god of war, he only wishes for a human heart and white heads. And Su Qingge in the novel ended up dying a horrible death. In order to be safe, this is the thought of adding an insurance policy to the other side. Subsequently, Lin Xian put the jade pendant on his neck and got up to put another piece on Su Qingge. What is he doing? Suddenly putting something on me? Noticing Lin Xian's sudden proximity, Su Qingge instinctively resisted a little. It wasn't that she was worried that Lin Xian would take advantage of her. After all, Lin Xian's thoughtful and unobtrusive behavior over the past few days had fully proved that he was a decent person. It was just that day, upon realizing that her emotions weren't quite right, Su Qingge was constantly reminding herself to avoid making another mistake. Qingge. This jade pendant was left to me by my mother before she passed away, asking me to give it to her future daughter-in-law. Now you're the wife I've decided to be for life, so I'm giving this protective jade pendant to you. In order to avoid Su Qingge not taking the jade pendant seriously and throwing it away when she woke up, Lin Xian deliberately made up a story to render the jade pendant important. And in the dark consciousness space, Su Qingge wanted to raise her hand and refuse. But being unable to move, she could still only listen. This is Lin Xian's mother's relic? Then I am ashamed to receive it, I can't take it. Forget it. It's better to wait until I wake up and return it to him. just as Lin Xian put the amulet on. The main door was suddenly pushed open. A little lowly wearing a JK student uniform and a double ponytail bounced in. Brother Lin Xian, what song are we singing today? I'll tell you. Yesterday, your song Invisible Wings, but it's once again set the entire internet ablaze. Now every day there are countless fans of yours waiting eagerly for you to release your song. The person who came was none other than Chen Kursen, after being bombarded by Lin Xian's talent these days. Her hostility towards the man in front of her gradually turned into a bit of admiration. No way? The truth was that Lin Xian was really too dope. A few days ago, she followed Lin Xian's instructions and used the codename L to create an account on Station D to release the music song Courageous Outburst. As soon as it went online, it directly started a craze amongst the kids. There were also quite a few adults competing to sing and imitate it. Within a day, the heat was on par with people like me. Especially when Chen Kursen utilized her popularity to directly reveal that both songs were written by L. And when she would be releasing an original single every day, it set off a wave of fans who followed L. The craze became even more frenzied when Lin Xian did what he said he would do and released an ace song every day. Sorrow. Love You. 7 miles. 1,000 years later. Invisible Wings. It can be said that. Now Lin Xian, as long as the identity is exposed. It can be said that as soon as Lin Xian's identity is revealed, he will immediately become the king of the entertainment industry. Half of China might recognize him. But being famous is not Lin Xian's ultimate goal. That's why every time he asks Chen Kursen to record his voice, he can't expose his real identity. Welcoming Chen Kursen's expectant gaze, Lin Xian smiled lightly and let go of his hand. Lin Xian smiled blandly, let go of Su Qingge's hand, picked up the golden guitar beside him and hugged it in his arms, and said softly, "The song you're going to sing today? The name of the song is I Want to Love This World. This is a song created for the depression community. I hope to use the power and charm of music to inspire and advocate the public to care for and understand the depressed community. Written for those suffering from depression? What exactly is the song, ah? So eager to hear and looking forward to it." Chen Kursen waited with anticipation, professional recording equipment in hand. She wasn't the only one. Although Su Qingge on the hospital bed couldn't move, her whole heart was focused on Lin Xian's movements. These days other dare not say. But the piece of musical talent, Lin Xian has convinced everyone with his strength. L Productions must be fine, ah. As the guitar intro sounded, Lin Xian's low voice in the room then appeared. Holding the sofa, sleepy eyes and messy hair. But aspire to be as dashing as the protagonist of the film. The eaves and corners of the house are lined with crows densely packed. The repressed emotions do not know how to express. Thought of leaving. When the sunshine lost to the haze. I did not expect that you would try desperately to pivot for me. Had thought of leaving. But insisted on it until now. Survived the narration. Those gestures, those injuries. Do not want to leave. When your smile bloomed. The world is suddenly filled with color who. Holding the sofa, sleepy eyes and messy hair. As the sun sets, you're on the phone. The song is over. Lin Xian is still calm and relaxed, put down the guitar in his hands, sat back to the original position and held Su Qingge's little handstick. On the other hand, Chen Kursen sighed, the little lowly eyes have long been filled with tears. Under the emotional mobilization of the song, the whole person was moved beyond words. On the other hand, Su Qingge, who was lying on the bed. Her feelings for this emotion were even more strongly experienced. After all, since the death of her parents, the Su family had faced all sorts of suppression from the forces that had fallen into the well, all of which she had barely managed to maintain by wiping away her tears. Coupled with the vegetative state during this period of time, the enormous pressure on her heart. So that Su Qingge can detect that she may be suffering from a slight depression. So touching. This song is so well written. Especially like me, this kind of a little depression. Listening to it is able to feel the song, contains a full of respect for life and cherish. Healing melody. Warm and sincere words. The low and powerful voice. Su Qingge perceived the temperature of the song, and the haze that always hangs over the bottom of her heart. At this moment in the song's healing dissipated a lot of snap. It was too good. It's too perfect. Brother Lin Xian, you're really too good? Chen Kursen, who finally came back to her senses, was flushed with excitement and applauded continuously. She didn't need to think about it to know that. Once this song flows into the outside world, it will definitely set off another internet storm. I'm leaving now, I'm going to go and process the recording out right away. Go, go, go. Little Lori thundered out the door, clutching the recorder in her hands and rushing out the door in a flurry of wind. This little brat is furtive? Looking at Chen Kerson's hurried back disappearing. Lin Xian couldn't help but be filled with derision. He turned around and was just about to start today's push massage work when Chen Kerson's slightly hesitant voice once again came from the doorway of the room. Brother Lin Xian. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell you. HM? What is it? Seeing the little lowly go and return, Lin Xian turned back in surprise. It's about your father. Tonight is his birthday, and I've heard that he's invited a lot of famous people to the banquet. He also plans to announce Lin Hao as his successor at the banquet. Oh, I know. I'll be there tonight. What's so surprising? It's only right to pay what you owe. 1 week deadline is up, it's time for some things to go and get them back too. Chapter 22 Lin Hao's green tea flavor. I'm a younger brother. Please forgive my older brother. 8 o'clock at night. The moon was high in the sky and the stars were twinkling. After massaging and nudging the young girl one last time, Lin Xian smiled and got up to say goodbye. Qingge, I'm going out. Click. The sound of the room door closing was heard. Su Qingge couldn't help but feel worried. She knew that Lin Xian was going to her father's birthday banquet. And he had always been at odds with his own father. This trip was not destined to be peaceful. Let's hope that everything will go well. But in the end, they were also biological fathers and sons, so I'm sure Lin Jianjun wouldn't make things too difficult for Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just walked down to the second floor when he bumped into Lu Wan, who was in a hurry and holding a white bottle of medicine. Sister Lu, is something wrong? The chairman said that he forgot to bring a bottle of heart medicine and asked me to help him send it over after I found it. Lu Wan's brows were furrowed and her face was full of sorrow. These days, because of the trouble the company encountered, Su Qingge was so busy that he even lived directly in the company. Long hours of staying up late. High-intensity work. These are so that this is dying Su Qingge, more pale a few points. The whole person is like a candle in the wind, giving people a kind of blowing on the extinction of the feeling of heartache. Plus Su Qingge became a vegetable. The Su family is now left with only a single elderly man struggling to support it. This situation made the Su family group feel anxious. Many shareholders seem to smell the flavor of bankruptcy and demise, and have begun to look for a way out. Sister Lu, be careful on your way. Seeing Lu Wan's back as she quickly left, Lin Xian pondered. In fact, based on the whispers of the servants in the house for a while, he had guessed that the Su family was almost at the end of its rope. Then the day from the return of Su Yang is not far away. In order to be able to gain more goodwill from the Su family up and down. In order to gain more favor with the Su family, I have to lift the Su family out of this trouble before Su Yang returns. Out of the Su family villa, Lin Xian reached out and stopped a car. Lin Xian reached out and stopped a taxi, heading in the direction of the Lin family manor. The back seat. Looking out of the window at the constantly receding scenery, Lin Xian suddenly smiled. And the way to break the situation is in the Lin family. I have to follow the plan. First, I have to take the Lin family from Lin Jianjun and firmly grasp it in my own hands before I can. Outside the Lin family manor. The Lin family estate is swarming with people and luxury cars. All those present are rich bosses from all walks of life. They've come here on their own initiative to attend Lin Jianjun's birthday party. It's worthy of being the Lin family. Although it's been going downhill all these years. Although it's been on the decline over the years, it's still an unshakable presence. The young man at the door is Lin Jianjun's illegitimate son, right? Pro-son kicked out of the house, illegitimate son favored. Interesting, really interesting. Seeing this pomp and circumstance, some tycoons could not help but sigh out. But this has nothing to do with them, so they walked over with the mindset of watching a joke. Villa Gate. Lin Hao was dressed in a white suit. He was standing at the entrance with a big smile on his face, welcoming guests. On his face, he still had the scars left by Lin Xian a few days ago. Boss Wang, come in quickly, come in quickly. Yo Mr. Yi, you're here too? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Elder Jiang. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to my dad's birthday party. Please come in. It's a great honor to have all of you here today. Lin Hao kept arching his hands and thanking the rich and powerful. Lin Hao kept arching his hand and thanking them, doing a very good job on the surface. Many of the guests present nodded their heads. Plus, everyone knew that Lin Hao was Lin Jianjun's most favored son. Therefore, every guest was extremely facetious, and was also polite and smiling to Lin Hao. At this moment, at the entrance of the Lin family villa, the atmosphere was warm, a look of guests and hosts having a good time. No wonder Lin Jianjun liked this illegitimate son, the socializing ability was really good. Especially compared to that irascible eldest son, it does seem a little more capable, and his nature is also gentle and humble. I heard that Lin Jianjun is ready to hand over the company to his illegitimate son, so it seems that this decision is quite wise. Listening to the whispers of the major power players in Magic City, Lin Hao did not move on the surface, but in his heart, he was already happy and his vanity was bursting. Humph! One day, I will become the true master of the Lin family. Lin Xian, you'll never be able to steal it from me. Just as Lin Hao's ambition in his heart was infinitely expanding, a guest asked about the injury on his face. At the sound of his voice, Lin Hao immediately felt pain in his cheeks, and anger surged in his pupils. Only on his face did he put on an aggrieved look, his eyes red. It's all my fault, it's me who made my brother angry, but it's not my brother's fault. Because my brother he can't control his emotions, and he's unintentional. It's just that I so wanna have a good relationship with my brother. These words came out in conjunction with the helplessly sad expression on his face, associated with Lin Xian's cranky reputation in the Magic City. The powerful nobles present came to a sudden realization. They understood. They were enlightened. One after another, they cast sympathetic and pitiful gazes at Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao struck while the iron was hot and arched his hand at the many tycoons, saying in a sincere tone, I know that my brother has a bad temper. For those of you present, some of you may have been offended by my brother in the past. Here, as my younger brother, I apologize to everyone on behalf of my brother. Please forgive my brother. Finished speaking, Lin Hao directly addressed the entire audience and gave a 90-degree bow. This appearance of genuine emotion immediately drew the admiration of some of the sensual guests. It was precisely at this moment an untimely voice rang out violently. Apologize on my behalf? Lin Hao, do you deserve it? Ha! Who was so bold as to openly diss the young master of the Lin family? The sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. When everyone turned their heads, they looked over in shock, only to see a young man in white clothes and black pants walk in at the main entrance. It was clearly Lin Xian. It was actually him? Lin Jianjun's eldest son, didn't they say that he had been kicked out of the Lin family? This madman, I heard that he likes to explode people's heads at the drop of a hat. In the past, many people were still considerate of the Lin family, but now I'm afraid they'll be looking for a chance to retaliate, right? Interesting. With this guy's irascible personality, it wouldn't be possible for him to stage a violent beating of a bastard as soon as he arrived, right? Just as the crowd was whispering and playfully preparing to watch the show, Lin Hao had long since opened his mouth wide in shock and froze on the spot. This damned guy? How did he suddenly come back? Since he had already left the Lin family, then get the hell away from me. Can't it be that he's not willing and wants to come back to steal the family fortune from me? I've been thinking about it for a while now. Lin Hao's heart burst with viciousness. Don't even think about it. He had a hard time forcing Lin Xian out of the Lin family, and would never allow the other party to come back to increase the number of variables. But in the face of many rich and powerful people, Lin Hao still adhered to his good brother persona, his face full of joy, quickly stepping towards Lin Xian to welcome him. Brother, you're finally back. Brother! Today is Daddy's birthday, he'll be very happy to see you back, brother. In fact, Daddy and I are the same, we will only heart Gigi. Mom! Where is this green tea smell, smoked me to death? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, looked at his good brother who kept approaching in disgust, and raised his hand for a big wallop. Pa! Roll, don't take it from me. Chapter 23 Lin Xian's White Moonlight appears? By Su. Slap. The resounding sound of a slap resounded at the entrance of the Lin family, drawing shocked gazes from countless powerful and wealthy people. I've been slapped? I've been slapped again? Feeling the fiery pain of an old wound on his cheek that hadn't yet healed, he added a new one. Lin Hao's heart was filled with a burning rage, itching to throw Lin Xian, who was a head taller than him, to the ground. Just reason told him that he should grasp this opportunity and let the magic city hoi polloi see Lin Xian's violent nature. Brother, why are you hitting me all of a sudden? Could it be that you're still harboring a grudge from last time, when you pushed me down the stairs but didn't kill me? If hitting me can make you get rid of your anger, then you can hit it as long as my brother can be happy. Xiao Hao has no complaints. Because you are my favorite brother. Ah. Lin Hao's eyes are red, with that little white soft scholarly look, all the aggrieved Baba. He had thought that in front of so many powerful people, Lin Xian would at least restrain himself and take his reputation into consideration. But never thought that the other party would simply not follow the rules. Instead, he seemed to be smoked by something, covered his nose and walked to him, clanging a big wallop to serve him. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slapped each other's ears, rewarding 2 points. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slapped each other's ears, rewarding 3 points. Ding! The host slaps Lin Hao in the face and rewards him with 2 points. Ding! The host and Lin Hao will be rewarded 3 points for slapping each other in the face. Very good. A mosquito is still meat. Listening to the system prompts in his head, Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. He was really too short of sticker points right now. Since Lin Hao had taken the initiative to come up and give them away, he would accept them without any politeness. As for the opinions of the other people in Mordor, the so-called bad reputation? It's none of my business. Lin Xian didn't care. These wallflowers were intimate with the Lin family today, but tomorrow they could kneel to the Su family, the Yi family, or the Wang family. Anyway, he was originally topped with the name of a violent maniac, so he just utilized it to the end, and did it if he wasn't convinced. And at this time, Lin Hao had already been blinded by a few big wallop rewards in succession, and only felt that the sky was spinning in front of him. He wanted to hold back and see if there were any good people out there who would stand up for what was right. But a dozen big wall thuds passed, Lin Hao and Sizers were knocked loose. Still can't wait for that kind person to appear. Instead, there are quite a lot of watchers, gloating and raising their cell phones to take videos. These assholes. Don't they have any sympathy? Lin Hao cursed angrily in his heart, but it was better to beg than to ask. He ultimately chose to back down, retreating back and forth, hiding behind a pillar. Only peeking out a bruised and swollen head, his teeth leaking, he persuaded. Brother, don't fight. My cousin Susu is here today. She hates violence. The most you're like this, she'll get angry. Su? Hearing this name, Lin Xian was first stunned. Then after a little thought, he remembered who the other party was. Bai Susu. The white moonlight in the heart of his predecessor. Niece of Bai Yulan, cousin of Lin Hao. The Bai family, on the other hand, was a small third-tier family. Over the years, by sucking the blood of the Lin family, it has grown quite a bit. Oh. What white moonlight, a white lotus flower just. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. In the plot setting, the predecessor was gradually dark and lonely in his heart because of his slag father. In the process befriended by Susu, who was looking for an ant to play with. The other party's innocence and naivety made the predecessor unconsciously want to get closer, and gradually fell in love with the other party. The former took Bai Susu as a friend. The predecessor of the white Susu was some kind of heart support to this white moonlight to obey. In front of others, the predecessor may be a powder keg that explodes at the slightest point. But in front of Bai Susu, it became a meek and shy little white sheep. In the plot, the former unconditionally transferred 30% of the shares to Lin Hao's name, but also just because he wanted to amuse his own white moonlight happy. Two dog blood this plot. What white moonlight? In the end, isn't this just a licking dog? Fuck. Whoever wants to be a dog licker, I can't be one anyway. After looking through his predecessor's memories, Lin Xian only felt a burst of irritation. He wasn't interested in taking care of Lin Hao anymore, and he lifted his foot and walked into the door of the banquet parlor. He's gone? Sure enough, the only one who could rule him was his cousin. This asshole was still afraid of his cousin's anger, which was why he controlled his temper and closed his hand to leave. I have to ask my cousin to do me a favor. As long as I get the shares in this bastard's hands, then I won't have to suffer such humiliation anymore. Seeing Lin Xian's back disappear. As if Lin Hao had caught the other party as weakness, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth once again. He had realized. The current Lin Xian was vaguely unable to suppress even Lin Jianjun. But a licking dog was always a licking dog. It was simply impossible for this kind of existence to rebel against their beautiful master. As long as his cousin was still around, then he was innately invincible. Lin Hao thought to himself, wearing a victory-like smile on his face. He ran towards the door in big strides, brewing emotions as he ran. Thinking about how to cry in front of Bai Susu later on, how to let him teach Lin Xian a good lesson for himself. The battle of the young masters of the luxurious family, this is the end? Quickly, quickly, quickly. Follow me in. This is a great show. It's not worth the expensive gift I gave you. I heard that Bai Susu is here today. In front of her, I'm sure Lin Xian won't dare to go crazy. Needless to say, Bai Susu is at least one of the 4 beauties of Magic City. Not to mention the young man, the old man is a bit unable to hold the spring heart swinging. The main entrance. Many rich and powerful people were watching the event. While laughing and talking, they swarmed in towards the door. On the other hand, inside the banquet room. Inside a certain lounge. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jianjun were telling a young girl with a pretty face about the recent events. The young girl was none other than Bai Susu. She was dressed in a white princess dress, and with her harmless and simple smile, she gave people a sense of holy and beautiful first love. Auntie, did brother Lin Xian really beat up cousin? But he pulled a hook with me before and won't use violence again, ah. After listening to the description of the two by Yulan, Bai Susu blinked her big eyes and asked back incredulously. She had run off to the cherry blossom country to travel for a while and had only just returned to the country yesterday, so she knew nothing about the changes that had occurred in the Lin family. Looking at her niece's ignorant gaze, Bai Yulan sighed deeply and Hyun sobbed. It's not Xiao Xian's fault, it's only in Xiao Hao's fault. It must be that we mother and son did something wrong, which made Xiao Xian angry. Susu, please persuade Xiao Xian for my aunt later. He usually listens to you the most, so tell him to go home early. Big deal, I'll take little Hao and leave. I also don't want to see Xiao Xian and Jianjun's father and son fall out like this because of us, mother and son. Chapter 24 Clueless and Ignorant by Susu. I have to help brother Lin Xian and his family clear up the misunderstanding. What are you talking about? You said you wouldn't say such things anymore. This matter is clearly that rebellious son's fault. What does it have to do with you and little Hao? Hearing that Bai Yulan wanted to leave, Lin Jianjun frowned and immediately interrupted with his voice. The anger in his heart towards Lin Xian, however, instantly rose to a higher level. He had also attempted to call Lin Xian a dozen times these days. Each time, he wanted to use his majestic fatherly love to sensitize the other party. I didn't expect that rebellious son to be stubborn. After several consecutive calls, he actually directly pulled him out of the black, almost infuriating Lin Jianjun with a heart attack on the spot. Auntie, uncle. Don't argue. There may be a misunderstanding. When the banquet is over, I'll go find brother Lin Xian and ask him about it. If it's really his fault, then I'll let him apologize to you all. Bai Susu bit her lips and clenched her small fists in assurance. Hearing this, Bai Yulan's heart was happy. She knew that this matter was stable. Other people didn't know, but she was all too aware of Lin Xian's emotions towards her own niece. As long as she could tie this niece firmly to her side, then Lin Xian wouldn't be able to turn up any storms. Bai Yulan smiled like a flower, gently patted her niece's small hand, and pretended to be grateful, saying, Well, it's all up to you, Susu, later on. Susu is great. Of course, leave it to me. Auntie. With a few consecutive compliments, Bai Susu was like a proud little princess. Holding her head high and patting her chest. At this moment, her heart was actually favoring the side of her relatives. Adding to that, behind her, the 3 suited brothers were constantly provoking her. Big brother Bai Hai touched his big shiny bald head, patted Bai Susu's shoulder, and educated in a serious tone. Little sister, things are already obvious. It must be that bastard Lin Xian who is treacherous, jealous of his cousin's excellence, attempting to murder him. The second brother, Bai Jiang, with a cold smile on his face, touched his own inch head and expressed his approval, saying, Oh, I have long seen that Lin Xian's heart is not right. Last time, he even dared to confess his love for his little sister, but fortunately, the three of us brothers stopped it for her. You see, for the sake of a little bit of shares, he went so far as to get into such a mess with his aunt. He's just a selfish person who sees money in the eyes of the beholder. The third brother Baiha, with his long black hair draped over his shoulders, snorted coldly and said, "Little sister Ah. You see, he confessed to you not long ago. Now, in order to covet the glory and wealth of the Su family, he chose to marry a plant. This kind of goods, you still less to interact with him in the future. Unless he transfers his shares to his aunt or uncle's name to prove his character." Listening to a few of his brothers, you said one thing and I said another to discredit Lin Xian. Bai Susu was also a little confused and bewildered. In her impression, brother Lin Xian was very kind to her, he didn't seem like a bad person. But her own aunt's own brothers had always loved her. It was even more unlikely that they would do something to swindle themselves. Could it really be that I'm looking at the wrong person? Just then, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Ka Ching. Chairman, young Master Lin Xian, he's come to wish you a happy birthday. A staff member dressed as a security guard walked in and reported respectfully. At the sound of his words, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. What? That rebellious son has come to my birthday banquet? Wasn't he just yesterday in a stance of resolutely wanting to sever ties with me? Could it be that he couldn't save face and wanted to use this opportunity to apologize to himself? The people who had this thought were actually not only Lin Jianjun. At his side of the Bai family people, at this time, and his idea is the same. After all, the world is only as good as the father, the child without a father Oakley sunglasses. In this world, who does not want to gain the favor of their dad? Bai Yulan sneered in her heart. But the graceful and luxurious face is pretending to be joyful, hugging Lin Jianjun's arm and pampering and exhorting. Hubby. Xiao Xian is not easy to come back, since he already knows that he is wrong. Then when he kowtows and apologizes to you later, you must not lose your temper and drive him away again. Listening to the petite wife's petulant tone, Lin Jianjun's heart was unbelievably happy. But his face remained dignified, raising the white paper in his hand and waving it. Want to ask for my forgiveness, it depends on the performance of that rebellious son. This time he went too far and completely pissed me off, so just kneeling down and apologizing is not enough. Unless that rebellious son signs this share transfer contract and unconditionally transfers 30% of the shares in his hand to my name, then I can still reluctantly give him a chance to be my son. Hearing this, Bai Yulan pretended to sigh helplessly, but in her heart, she couldn't mention how pleased she was. As long as Lin Xian transferred the shares out, then those shares, sooner or later, would definitely fall on his own son. But that guy will really be stupid to transfer out the shares? Bai Yulan's heart was a little uncertain, especially after feeling Lin Xian's changes in the past few moments. Suddenly, her eyes glanced at her own son. She glanced at her little niece, and suddenly her heart was very determined. Right. Why did I forget about Su, if it was her who stepped in? Immediately after, Bai Yulan winked at her three nephews, conveying certain information. Then she pretended to sigh without thinking. Hubby you want these shares because you want to see Xiao Xian's sincerity, to see if he really knows his mistakes. After confirming that little Xian has realized his mistake, he will naturally transfer the shares back to the other party's name. However, if Xiao Xian or outsiders see this, they may misunderstand that you are taking advantage of the opportunity to seize the shares. So Auntie, is that great? Is this father's love like a mountain? Auntie is really well-intentioned worrying for brother Lin Xian. After understanding Lin Jianjun's bitterness, tears of emotion surfaced in Bai Susu's simple eyes. And behind her, the three sister-favoring fiends. On the other hand, they looked at each other in dismay, seeing what their own aunt was really thinking. Nowadays, the reason why the Bai family was able to develop rapidly was all based on bloodsucking the Lin family. So in order to be able to suck blood for a long time, the safest way is to put the Lin family group firmly in the hands of their own family. Regardless of whether that person is cousin Lin Hao, or Aunt Bai Yulan, or the easily coaxed fool Lin Jianjun. Anyway, no matter what, it cannot fall on the outsider Lin Xian, who has no blood relationship. Thinking about this, the three brothers have volunteered to help. Bai Hai even grabbed the contract in Lin Jianjun's hand. Touching his shiny bald head, he said with a smile on his face, Auntie, in order to avoid misunderstandings, it is better for us to go and meet with Lin Xian first. After Lin Xian signs the contract in advance to show his sincerity. We'll then bring him over here to kneel and apologize to you. After all, this matter is a family affair. Let's settle it privately if we can, so as not to make other powerful people look at us and laugh. Finished speaking. He didn't wait for Lin Jianjun to react. Pulling his sister who wanted to speak, he left the room with his two brothers. Click. Looking at the closed door of the room, Lin Jianjun's eyes flickered. In the end, under Bai Yulan's pampering, he sat back on the sofa with a big horse. Taking a sip of the tea served by his petite wife, he let out a cold snort and said, "For your sake, I'll begrudgingly give that rebellious son a chance to kneel down and apologize. Yes, yes, yes. Hubby, you're the most generous, I adore you the most." Listening to the stepford wife's horse's ass, Lin Jianjun's heart is not to mention how cool. Pulling over the stepford wife is a burst of up and down. A time. The room was filled with the panting sounds of dogs and men. On the other side, the Bai family siblings, who walked out of the lounge, soon found Lin Xian standing alone by the wine table in the crowd. "Little sister. That Lin Xian kid is there, let's go." Bai Hai held the share transfer contract in his hand and led the three of them, by Susu, to quickly walk over. Chapter 25 By Susu's confusion, my brother Lin Xian, how did he turn out like this? The Lin family banquet hall was brightly lit. Numerous upper echelon dignitaries were pushing cups and exchanging drinks. It was just that from time to time, they would cast their gazes towards a youth standing by the wine table. That person was none other than the unfilial son, Lin Xian, who was rumored to have been kicked out of the house by the Lin family's power holder. At this moment, he was holding up his wine cup and sipping it alone, as if he was contemplating something, thus ignoring all the strange gazes that were constantly thrown around him. By Susu. I remember that she was also the female counterpart in the novel. The initial persona was the ultimate stupid white sweet, but when Su Yang destroyed the Bai and Lin families, she began to enter black and revenge mode. Unfortunately, facing the son of heaven's destiny, how could she possibly succeed in her revenge? In the end, she suffered from Stockholm Syndrome and died at a later stage in order to save the protagonist. Thinking back to the plot about Bai Susu, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he only felt that the dog blood was incomparable. In particular, the setting. Predecessor made all sorts of descending wisdom behaviors in order to kneel down Bai Susu, which made Lin Xian so embarrassed that he was unable to spit. Just at this time, Lin Xian brother. A clear and intimate address rang out behind Lin Xian. He frowned and turned around, only to see a young girl wearing a white princess dress, with an innocent smile on her face, walking towards him. With just a glance, Lin Xian recognized the identity of the other party. Bai Susu. He also had to admit that the young girl in front of him did indeed have the capital to seduce people. This simple and ignorant aura from the inside out. For many men, the attraction is huge, just like letting people go back to their teenage years, and then meet that first love girl in their memories. Just after understanding the complete plot, how does Lin Xian look at the other party how is like a virgin bitch? And at this time, seeing that Lin Xian was slow to respond to Bai Susu's shouts, behind him, a bald young man with a bad expression spoke out and rebuked. "Didn't you hear my little sister calling you? Are you deaf or blind? Bai Hai? And Bai Jiang? White River." Looking behind Bai Susu, the three youths who didn't move an inch like a dog's skin, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the original plot, these three sister-favoring fiends weren't any good either. Taking advantage of the predecessor's love for his own little sister, they often bossed him around, either hitting or scolding him. But even though the predecessor was pleasing to the eye and voluntarily became the ATM of the three brothers, but in return, only in the eyes of the heart looked down on. "Stupid dick, want to be my brother-in-law? You want to be my brother-in-law? Look at yourself in the mirror." After looking through the memories of his predecessor, Lin Xian face cold, even look at the mood of the siblings or no longer, turned his head and drank his own wine. "Lin Xian brother? Why are you ignoring me? Did Susu do something wrong that made you angry?" Seeing Lin Xian ignoring himself, Bai Susu's eyes flashed with surprise, then blinked her big eyes and said pitifully. This aggrieved and helpless appearance. Look behind the three brothers' heart like a knife, but also look around the male guest's gulp, hate to such pure beauty into the arms of a good pity. But what makes the crowd feel incredible is Lin Xian, who is the licking dog number one, not only is his face expressionless at this moment, but he also coldly spat out a word. "Get lost. Omega Omega. Omega." The moment these words came out, not to mention everyone in the banquet parlor. Even Bai Susu, who had been ignorant and clueless, the smile on her face instantly froze. Brother Lin Xian? What's wrong with you? What happened? Bai Susu covered her cherry mouth, tears flashing in her eyes, her expression filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts sadness, and 4 parts disbelief. This was the first time she had been chided by the other side's foul face since she had known Lin Xian. How is the fertilizer thing? How did brother Lin Xian become like this? That brother Lin Xian who has always favored himself and held himself in his heart. How could he do this to me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before Bai Susu could react from her shock. The 3 guardians behind her couldn't sit still, they couldn't watch their favorite sister suffer. Big brother Bai Hai slapped his big shiny bald head, his face grimacing. Asshole! Lin Xian, how do you talk to my little sister? Want to die? Second brother Bai Jian rolled up his sleeves and threatened with a vicious voice. Immediately kneel down for my little sister and kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll leave today lying down. Third brother Bai Ha pulled out rubber bands from his arms and tied up his shoulder-length hair, with an imposing face, as if he was about to have a big fight. Dog thing. You want to rebel, right? Itchy skin? Have you forgotten how we fixed you in the past? Seeing the 3 brothers about to make a move, the surrounding guests instantly emptied the venue and spontaneously hid in the corner to watch the show. TSK, it seems that young Lin has awakened and doesn't want to be a licking dog anymore? Isn't that normal? After all those years of licking, there's no use. I think it's because young Lin is not interested in Bai Susu because of her vegetable fiancé. It's possible. After all, Su Qingge is at least the most beautiful woman in Magic City. Even if she can only lie in bed as a vase, it's still beautiful. Come on. I guess the pressure was too much. After all, Chairman Lin kicked him out of his house, and he lost his power and wealth, so he's still in the mood to lick women. I agree. Lin Xian will come today. I think it is compromised and resigned to their fate. Want to find Lin Jianjun to admit their mistakes to return to the Lin family. The guests are talking a lot. Some of the words fell into the ears of Bai Susu, so that she instantly realized. So that's how it is. The reason why brother Lin Xian has become like this must be because he is in a bad mood, which is understandable. As long as she helped him and her aunt clear up the misunderstanding, he would become that loving brother Lin Xian again. Thinking about it, Bai Susu was once again in a great mood. She hurriedly opened her hands and blocked in front of Lin Xian, beaming and glaring at her 3 brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother, no fighting. Otherwise I'm going to get angry. Under her intimidation. The 3 spoiled girl devils had their faces changed drastically, and could only stand in place and stare viciously at Lin Xian. It was just that Lin Xian remained bland and self-contained, completely ignoring these gazes. Before he came to the Lin family, he had already spent 500 sticky points to exchange for a master-level fighting art for self-defense. Against a few ordinary people who hadn't practiced it, it would be a handful in minutes. Brother Lin Xian. I know you're in a bad mood because Auntie refuses to forgive you. But don't worry, we just met with Auntie and the others. Bai Susu, full of innocence, took the contract from Big Brother Bai Hai and handed it to Lin Xian with a smile. Auntie said, as long as you sign this contract, then he will forgive you. You sign it quickly. Brother Lin Xian, I'll get you a pen. Seeing Lin Xian with an inexplicable smile on his face, he took the contract and read it. Bai Susu couldn't stop smiling. It was as if she had already seen the scene of Lin Xian's family's misunderstandings being cleared up and being happy with each other with her help. I'm really great. Chapter 26. You're so great. When the Leshan Buddha comes across you, he'll have to give up his seat for you to sit on. Don't forget, little sister. Auntie said that after signing, she would also let Lin Xian kneel and kowtow. Bai Susu, who was touched by her own feelings, took the pen from her elder brother Bai Hai. Seeing that the other party was still screaming with an unwilling face, he couldn't help but glare at his big brother. Only then did the other party shut his mouth resentfully. Seeing this, Bai Susu resumed smiling joyfully, patting his chest and assuring Lin Xian. Lin Xian brother, don't worry, there's me. I will protect you. Auntie, he loves me. I'll help you beg for leniency, and Auntie will definitely not make you kneel and kowtow again. Sign it now. But when faced with Bai Susu's pen, Lin Xian remained indifferent. Just the corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking arc as he stared at the young girl in front of him like an idiot. He had just taken a cursory look at the contents of the contract and it was unsurprising. As long as he signed his name, then all the shares under his name, all of them would be immediately and unconditionally transferred to Lin Jianjun's name. And in the face of such a ridiculous contract. In the plot, the predecessor, in order to be able to amuse by Su happy, did not hesitate to sign his big name, thus completely lost the capital of the final turnaround. Unfortunately, I'm not a cerebral palsy-licking dog like my predecessor. Lin Xian sneered in his heart, seeing Bai Susu still looking at himself with a face full of anticipation. Omega. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the other party's stupidity. Do you know what signing this contract means? Yes. Doesn't it mean transferring all the shares you own under your name to your aunt's name? Bai Susu was at a loss, not understanding why Lin Xian suddenly asked this. She's not a fool, how could she not know what a share transfer contract means? But how could the affection between father and son be measured in terms of money? Isn't it just a little bit of shares? It's the same as giving it to anyone else. Between family members, why should we be so calculating? Oh, these shares are worth at least 3 billion. Oh? So what? Bai Susu scratched his head, not sure, then very seriously. Money is something outside the body. People live a lifetime of life does not bring death, does not take away, food enough to eat on the line, clothes enough to wear on the line. I think the spirit of abundance can be far more important than material abundance. Is not it? The words here. Bai Susu gradually understand, she can see that Lin Xian is unable to give up this area of 3 billion. She realized. But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disappointment rise towards Lin Xian. My brother Lin Xian, how did he become so selfish and materialistic now? In the past, he was so kind. But now. Hey! Bai Susu was distressed, she frowned tightly and persuaded. Lin Xian brother, listen to my advice. Thousands of dollars can't buy you true love, $10,000 can't buy you true heart. Having money doesn't mean that you are successful, it doesn't mean that you live a happy life. We have hands and feet, not to mention a mere 3 billion. Even 30 billion, 300 billion can find a way to earn But if you lose your affection, then there is really nothing left. After all, the money is gone can be earned again, but there is only one dad Bai Susu's eyes were red and she cried out at the top of her lungs. She was truly hoping to awaken Lin Xian's conscience and make the other party walk back to the right path. At this moment, Bai Susu seemed to be standing on the moral high ground, her body was filled with the light of the Virgin Mary, radiant. Just that she did not find herself saying a lot, but the expression of Lin Xian in front of her became more and more strange. Even more than Lin Xian, even behind her 3 brothers, as well as the surrounding many rich and powerful people, are in this Mother of God speech under embarrassment. Tonight, those who could come to the banquet were all top streams from all walks of life, and who hadn't gotten a little dirty in their hands to get to where they were today. Bai Susu's brainwashing Pua technique. In their eyes, is used to control the bottom of the people, to really believe is a pure fool. And at this time, Lin Xian finally spoke. You are so powerful? Want to universalize all beings, is it? I suggest you buy a plane ticket to Leshan immediately. There is a big Buddha there, you let him up, you sit there. As for this share transfer contract, oh to hell with it. In Bai Susu's stunned gaze. Tear. Lin Xian tore the contract to shreds in 3 or 2 strokes and threw it toward the sky. The next second, paper shreds flew all over the sky. I rub. Suddenly, he realized that young Master Lin was a bit handsome. If he did this, wouldn't he completely turn his back on Lin Jianjun? But compared to $3 billion, it's me who flipped out as well. That's right. Seeing what Lin Xian just revealed, signing the contract means transferring the shares unconditionally? Only a psychopath would agree to that. Anyone with eyes can see that Lin Hao, the bastard son, is the most favored. If you give away your shares today, they might be in your bastard's name tomorrow. With these 30% shares, Lin Xian is the biggest shareholder of Lin Group. Lin Jianjun has to take a back seat to him, so he's afraid of him. And the father-son relationship, funny cut. I'm very curious. I'm curious. Mr. Lin's temper has improved. In the past, he might have lost control of his anger and left the table. Maybe it's because of Bai Susu. After all, no one wants to show their violent side in front of a goddess. The many guests in the banquet hall. At this moment, all of them were causing an uproar because of Lin Xian's behavior. Bai Susu opened her mouth wide, looking at the youth in front of her who had become a bit of a stranger, murmuring to herself. "What are you doing?" Just at this moment, a familiar shout awakened her from her daze. "Cousin, cousin. Why are you here?" Turning her head, she saw a man with a swollen face like a pig's head, running quickly towards her. "Ah!" Bai Susu was startled and backed away in terror. And her 3 older brothers, seeing that the situation was not right, hurriedly protected their sister behind them, looking viciously at the incoming man, with an appearance of being ready to strike at any time. "Cousins, cousins. It's me. It's Lin Hao, huh? Lin Hao." Hearing the familiar voice again, Bai Hai first froze, wondering forward. After circling around the pig-headed man a few times, only then did he confirm his cousin's identity. "Xiao Hao. It's really you. How did you become like this? Who beat you up like this? Who the hell is it? Tell cousin, and cousin will get him killed." At those words, Lin Hao's heart rejoiced. He knew that Lin Xian, in order to leave a good impression on Bai Susu, would never dare to call the shots with the 3 Bai Hai brothers. So on his face, he pretended to be hesitant and uneasy, looking towards Lin Xian again and again, his mouth constantly shouting. "No one hit me, this is my own fall. Definitely not brother hit, really not brother. But this kind of here is no silver 302 posture." But this kind of attitude, the discerning person can see that the person who hit is Lin Xian. Even the stupid white sweet Susu, at this time all heard out who Lin Hao was referring to in his words. Seeing Bai Hai furious, he wanted to rush over to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Bai Susu hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Xian and shouted. "Brother, calm down. Brother Lin Xian is so nice, how could he hit his cousin? Brother Lin Xian, speak up. It definitely wasn't you who hit him. You promised me before that you wouldn't use violence. So there must be a misunderstanding here." Before Bai Susu could finish her defense, Lin Xian spoke with an expressionless face. "There's no misunderstanding. I did it. What happened?" Hearing this, Bai Susu instantly froze. Bai Hai, on the other hand, laughed in anger and rolled up his sleeves, ready to start. "What's wrong? Humph. Dare to hit my cousin, then you'll have to pay the price." Bang! Before Bai Hai could get close, Lin Xian copied the bottle on the table and smashed it hard on Bai Hai's bald head. "Pay your mom's price. I've put up with you for a long time. Idiot. Lin Xian, you dare to hit my big brother." Snapped. Not waiting for Bai Zhang to finish, Lin Xian backhanded him with a big wallop. "Shut up, you retard. I've been putting up with you for a long time too." Bai Jian was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth moved, and he was rigidly silent and didn't dare to put in a harsh word. "Pa." Covering his cheeks and backing up, Bai Hao was aggrieved. "I didn't say a word and you hit me too. What are you looking at? Who let you throw your shoulder-length hair all day long? You think you're Chen Haonan? I have to fight if I'm not happy." "You." Bai has gums clenched and his face twisted in anger. "Don't be like this, brother. Don't hit the cousins. If you want to hit me, please." Lin Hao was in tears and was just about to rush up to persuade the fight. But when he was halfway there, a mouthful of thick white phlegm was spat in his face. "Ha tu wei. You green tea man, disgust me. I still think my hands are dirty from hitting you." Lin Xian was disgusted and covered his nose as he backed away. And this sudden change made the guests silent, staring blankly at this scene. In the silent banquet hall, only Bai Susu's slightly crying voice of persuasion remained. "Stop, you guys stop. Stop it, stop it. Stop it, stop it. I'm begging you, stop it." Chapter 27, Crazy Lin Xian. I don't care who you are, if you don't obey, then do it. The Lin family. Inside a brightly lit lounge. Listening to the cries of alarm rising and falling outside the house, Lin Jianjun frowned. Why was it so noisy outside? Could it be that someone is causing trouble? Not far away, in front of the dresser, Bai Yulan was fixing her makeup in the mirror. Smiling back at the words, she took the opportunity to curry favor. How could it be? This is your birthday party, Chairman Lin. Which person would dare to be so ungrateful? That's true, forgive them for not daring to mess around in my Lin Jianjun's territory. Lin Jianjun's face was full of smugness, obviously pleased with his little petite wife's compliments. But what took Bai Hai and the others so long? I can't even wait. Why hasn't that rebellious son quickly offered his shares and come kneel to me to pray for forgiveness? Humph. He made me wait for so long, so I won't be able to forgive him. Lin Jianjun's eyes were cold, as he picked up the wine cup on the table and drank the expensive red wine in the cup. He now only wants to get 30% of the shares earlier, to that time. He will become the unshakable real master of Lin's group. Humph. After completely controlling the group, the first thing to deal with was those restless shareholders in the board of directors. Just as Lin Jianjun smiled evilly at the corners of his mouth, fantasizing in his mind about the time when he would be the master of his own house, a dictatorship that would overshadow the world. Clatter. The alarming sound outside the house seemed to have gotten even noisier. This time, even Bai Yulan, who was concentrating on touching up her makeup, realized that something was wrong. She frowned and got up, holding onto Lin Jianjun's arm, and said with a smile, "Hubby, let's go out and take a look." Looking for Bai Hai and the others? Aha! Lin Jianjun nodded in agreement. With that, the couple opened the door to their room and walked out. Just outside the door, they were surprised to see a large group of powerful people, who were gathered in a circle watching something. This is the Lin family's youngest, I know. Who cares who he is, just do it if you don't like it. The grumpy young master lives up to his name. Good fight. I've long been displeased with the Bai family. If it weren't for that slutty fox, Bai Yulan, relying on her body to get to the top, where would the Bai family be? Chairman Lin is a real piece of work. He's got his hands full. Why does he favor this bastard so much? Indeed. If it was me who encountered this kind of scummy father, then I'm afraid I'd have to go crazy too. Especially since the Bai family is obviously a constant bloodsucker. No brain at all. Lin Jianjun got where he is today because of his dead wife. God's jealousy. In my opinion, if the Lin family falls into the hands of Lin Jianjun, it will last for a few years at most before it cools down. Many rich and powerful people gathered together, spouting their heartfelt words. Because of the number of people, Lin Jianjun and his wife were also unable to hear from the cacophony of voices exactly which person was speaking. But wherever they passed, the guests who spotted the two would immediately stop talking, subsequently respectfully making way for a sidewalk path. Humph. The couple both had icy cold faces and quickly walked through the crowd. Ha Tu-wei. You green tea man, disgusting me to death. Beating you is still too dirty for my hands. Soon, the couple arrived at the center of the crowd. Just in time to see Lin Xian with a mouthful of thick phlegm, spitting on Lin Hao's face. Around them were the three Bai brothers. Hao. Mom, brother hit me. Bai Yulan exclaimed in shock and rushed to her baby son's side. Looking at the other person's face, which was swollen into a pig's head, the pain was excruciating. She viciously turned her head and glared at Lin Xian with a spiteful gaze. At this moment, Bai Yulan, who loved her son with all her heart, even forgot to disguise the image of a loving mother. Little brat, you dare to hit my son? Pa! Lin Xian didn't bother with nonsense, his backhand was a big wallop. You junior, shut up. You're not qualified to talk to me. Ouch. It hurts too much. Feeling the sharp pain coming from her cheeks, Bai Yulan was dumbfounded. The corners of her mouth moved, but she couldn't say a word. She never expected Lin Xian to be so heartless. In public, he actually dared to even beat her, his mother. Shame. This was the greatest shame she had ever encountered in her life. And currently the only thing she could rely on was, hubby. Say something quickly. You bastard, how dare you beat your mom? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to your mom at once? Lin Jianjun lived up to his name and roared with a reddened face. At the same time, he copied the iron chair, ready to take out his anger for his stepford wife. But what greeted him was an oncoming bottle. Touch. Fortunately, Lin Jianjun dodged quickly, otherwise his head would have blown up on the spot. But even so, looking at the beer bottle that exploded on the ground, and then looked at Lin Xian, who had just retracted his throwing action not far away. Lin Jianjun's head was covered in cold sweat, and he froze stiffly in place. Say it again. She green tea whore is just a mistress, not my mom. This bastard, Lin Hao, is only a few months younger than me. This means that when my mom was pregnant with me, you were flirting with this ex-secretary of yours. You're equally unworthy of being my father. Crazy. Crazy. The Lin family's great young man has completely killed mad. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Jianjun himself. Bai Yulan, Bai Susu, the Bai family brothers, and all the rich and powerful people present to witness this were all stunned by Lin Xian's madness. This was simply even more violent and crazy than before. You. 2. Bottom. 2. Fuck. What? What? Lin Jianjun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said word by word. Only in his eyes, there was no longer a trace of father-son affection. In public. The other party acting in such a manner had caused him to lose face, and he was already completely furious and on the verge of going berserk. I came here today for 2 purposes. The first is to have you sign this contract. Lin Xian pulled out a contract from his pocket and threw it to the grim-faced Lin Jianjun. He picked it up and flipped it open, and the content of the contract was all about Lin Xian severing all ties with the Lin family and not needing to support everyone in the Lin family and other regulations. Are you serious? After signing it, we will have no relationship at all? Lin Jianjun was breathing heavily. He was really afraid that he would be killed on the spot by his rebellious son. I thought that the other party was here to kowtow and apologize today. Thousands of calculations did not count on. This is what he had to end up with. Really? Sign it. Anyway, having Lin Hao as your bastard is enough for you. Lin Xian had checked the laws of this world. Its laws and regulations are different from those before traveling and support this kind of severance contract. So in order to avoid trouble in the future, Lin Xian didn't mind directly severing his ties with this oddball family. If you're willing to clean up your act, get rid of Lin Hao mother and son, then I don't mind thinking about it. No need, it would be better to raise you than a dog. Xiao Hao, he is 100 times better than you, and you can't even compare to one of his toes. Lin Jianjun was so resentful that he wanted to strangle this rebellious son on the spot. Okay, I'll do it. Then sign it. Lin Xian ignored it and shrugged indifferently, urging the other party to move his pen quickly. Brush. Soon, in the gazes of the surrounding people who were still in disbelief, Lin Jianjun suppressed his anger and quickly signed his name, flinging the contract onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked up the contract on the ground, looked at the signature on it, and put it away with satisfaction. Then Mr. Lin, let's talk about the second thing. Chapter 28, The First Deep Love of the Magic City, Lin Xian. Hearing the 3 words Mr. Lin, the guests present all had odd gazes. As for Lin Jianjun, he was even nearly spewing a mouthful of old blood from anger. What's the second thing? Speak up. It's the thing I said last time about transferring 30% of the shares, $3 billion to you. How are you preparing for it? You this, you really want to sell the shares to me? Really? Childish. Lin Xian nodded decisively. Sniffing. Lin Jianjun's face reddened with anger, his fists clenched to the point of creaking. He wanted to scold this unfilial son severely, but remembered that he had already signed the severance letter. I don't have that much money at the moment, can the price be discussed again? Can't. Bastard. Do you really have to be so desperate? Why do you need so much money? I need to prepare my dowry. Lin Xian said righteously, without blushing or skipping a beat. Seeing the crowd's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, Lin Xian explained seriously. In a while, I'll be joining the Su family. This 3 billion is my dowry to the Su family. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? What do you say? 3 billion not $30 Throughout history, a dowry of 3 billion is simply unheard of. What kind of a woman would have to be worth that much? But it was as if Lin Xian didn't see the horrified gazes of the crowd. He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with deep emotion. I don't care about money. I just want to silently wait for the day when Qingge opens her eyes and wakes up. To hold her hand and grow old with her son. But now that the Su family is in trouble, it is the time when this dowry is needed. I don't want to wait for my daughter-in-law to wake up and realize that my family is gone. What if she's sad then? What should we do? I'll just cool it. Hearing these outrageous and seemingly natural words, the crowd reacted differently. Most of the males, such as Lin Jianjun and the three brothers Lin Hao and Bai Hai, stared at Lin Xian like he was a fool. They were completely unable to understand. Why would Lin Xian spend a full $3 billion of dowry for a plant woman? Wasn't this pure and simple stupidity? On the other hand, most of the women, such as Bai Susu, had a strong feeling of emotion rising in their hearts, all of them being shocked by this sincere emotion of Lin Xian's. This man is also too good, right? If the position is switched. Himself and Su Qingge like a vegetable, lying on the hospital bed cannot move. The family would not say that they would not leave each other. Even if he could last a month, he would be lucky not to go out and cheat on his wife. Compared to most men in this era, Lin Xian is simply better than the men in the zoo. Lin Xian is even rarer than the pandas in the zoo. He is the perfect prince of love in the hearts of countless girls. At this moment, the eyes of the many ladies looking at Lin Xian were filled with strong admiration. And the gazes that looked at the partners around them only left contempt and disappointment. Hey! People than people, angry people. Goods compared to goods, goods have to be thrown away. Noticing the different reactions of the crowd, Lin Xian couldn't help but give himself a little bit of credit in his heart. Lin Xian couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. This confession of love from himself, in the future, when it reaches the ears of the protagonist, Su Yan, will he still favor this brother-in-law of his? Immediately after that, Lin Xian turned around with a smile and faced directly at the powerful tycoons with different expressions. Since Mr. Lin couldn't come up with the money to buy my shares, then I've decided to sell the shares to a more capable buyer. Everyone present. As long as you're interested in the shares of the Lin Group, feel free to contact me. The highest bidder will win. Omega? Really? Young Master Lin actually had the intention of selling his shares to an outsider. If it's really bought by a competitor outside the Lin family, then with that 30% shareholding, the Lin family might really be facing a change of dynasty. Lin Xian! You bastard! Now Lin Jianjun really couldn't sit still and roared out of control. If Lin Xian really led the wolves into the house, then his own name as chairman of the board of directors would have to give way in a matter of minutes. The company that originally belonged to the Lin family would be completely taken away by others. No! I won't allow it. I must not allow this to happen. It wasn't just Lin Jianjun who couldn't accept it. Even Lin Hao's mother and son, who were standing beside him, were equally unwilling to see this happen. After all, the Lin Group had long since been taken as their own. How can they accept that a Changbai Jin was killed in the middle of the road? Xiao Xian. As the saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. This is an internal matter within the Lin family. We can settle it ourselves. There's no need to involve others. Besides, this is the property your mother worked so hard to create. If you sell it to someone else, how can you live up to your dead mother? Bai Yulan's teary eyes were brimming with tears as she kept persuading bitterly. And looking at the red handprints on the other party's face, Lin Xian only felt very sarcastic. To give it to someone else is to apologize to my mother? Could it be that giving it to you, the son of a mistress, to inherit it is doing right by my mother? Hearing this, Bai Yulan's face stiffened, and she didn't know how to answer. Okay. Mr. Lin, if you don't want the shares to fall into someone else's hands, then I suggest you hurry up and raise the money. At this point in time, Lin Xian didn't have much heart to waste any more time. He left his last words. Then he waved his hand and left, heading towards the door of the Lin family, leaving only the rich and powerful people who were looking at each other in disbelief. Seeing Lin Jianjun's gloomy to blackened face, the crowd also knew that tonight's birthday banquet would not be able to go on, and they all bowed their hands and left with a sense of humor. Chairman Lin. I have a sudden matter at home, I'll leave first. Mr. Lin, first of all, I wish you good fortune and longevity. But my wife just called to urge me to go home, so I'll take my leave first. Sorry. Mr. Lin, I have an upset stomach, I'll leave first. I'll take him to the hospital. Excuse me. Soon after, only 3 members of the Lin family were left in the banquet hall. With the departure of the tycoons, all the things that happened in the Lin family tonight, all of a sudden spread out at a terrifying speed. Big news, there's major news. That kid from the Lin family killed crazy tonight. I'll go. That Lin Xian kid is crazy. He's taking $3 billion as dowry for the Su family? I envy Su Qingge. Before she became a vegetable, she was the most beautiful CEO in Magic City. Now that she's a vegetable, there's still a man who's willing to pay for her like this. 30% of the Lin family's shares. If I get it, wouldn't I be a step up? Even Lin Jianjun can't compete with me? Come on, can you afford $3 billion? It's still the highest bidder's choice. Maybe the final price will be more than $3 billion. Lin Jianjun, that old man, he's so dumb now. He's sick in the head. He favors his illegitimate son. And he's so overzealous in his favoritism. Too much love. For the sake of his lover, a man is willing to break with his family. This is more touching than a movie. From today onwards, I'm willing to call Lin Xian the #1 deep sentiment in Magic City. In an instant, Lin Xian's name caused quite a stir in Magic City. After all, a dowry of $3 billion is really bluffing a bit. Unheard of. But unlike in the past, this time, Lin Xian no longer reaped only curses. The crowd had a mixed reputation. And the first one to receive this news was Su Qingge, who was facing debt collection pressure in the group. Chapter 29. Su Qingge's moved. Qingge can have this husband-son-in-law, a life of fortune also. Night, the moon star sparse. Inside the Su Group conference room. Chairman of the board. Starlight Bank's side called again, saying that they want to collect the loans that came down wholesale last time. And Mr. Xiao has been urging us to pay the defaulted payment more and more often these days. He has already said that if he is unable to pay the default payment, then we can only see you in court. In the past few days, a lot of employees have left the company one after another. In front of the mahogany office desk, a head of silver hair Su Qingge. A head of silver hair Su Qingge removed the old glasses, full of haggard face. Listening to the secretary constantly report up the bad news. He had a feeling of powerlessness that he could not support alone. Since the company a while ago exploded a large batch of medical equipment have problems, in order to not let this batch of equipment into the market scourge of the people. Su Qingge disregarded the company's major shareholders, resolutely chose to this batch of medical equipment back to rebuild. But this also led to the need to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. But Su's group since a few years ago. After his only son's family of 3 suffered an accident, it had been going downhill. Nowadays, it simply couldn't take out more than $1 billion in liquidated damages. And learning about the big crisis that the Su family has suffered. Many of the partners over the years had shunned the situation and even fell on their swords. This also made the situation deteriorate once again, adding insult to injury. Now it has reached the point where it is possible to go bankrupt and liquidate. Hey, is going to reach the limit? But if the Su family is defeated in my hands like this, what face will I have in the future to see my grandson's family in the next 9 springs? And Qingge's high medical bills, what would I do without the support of the group? Not to mention Xiao Xian's kid, if he learns that after he joins the family. Not only will he have to take care of Qingge as a vegetable, but he will also be burdened with debt. Will he simply choose to withdraw from the marriage? It doesn't matter if I'm old, but what about Qingge? How will she live in the future? Looking out the window at the bottomless dark night, Su Qingge thought a lot. But the more he thought about it, the more the grayness in his eyes deepened. He seems to see the company after the bankruptcy, the grandparents and grandchildren of the difficult days. At this moment, a strong sense of powerlessness surrounded Su Qingge's heart. And what he was currently most worried about was Lin Xian choosing to withdraw and leave after learning of the situation. In fact, many people had advised him. Punching the wedding was nothing more than ancient superstitious dross, and there was no way it could help Su Qingge's condition. But as someone who came from an older generation, Su Qingge still had a little bit of hope in his heart. What if it works? What if the rush was over and his granddaughter really woke up? Especially since Lin Xian seemed to be mastering some kind of magical massage method. After Tang Lao's checks from time to time these days, his granddaughter's condition was indeed getting better. This made him even more reluctant to let Lin Xian leave. Hey, even if Xiao Xian wants to leave, just beg him as much as possible to complete the rushing ceremony. Su Qingge needed his solar system, relieving the mountainous pressure, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And just at this time, the conference room door was opened. The secretary who had originally left with a sad face ran in with a smile on his face. Chairman, there's help, Chairman. Starlight Bank just called and said that we don't need to rush to pay back the loan. He also said that if we need it, he can give us a higher amount of loan. Is it possible that Starlight Bank chose to give us a helping hand because of their years of partnership? That's right. This is the only possibility. It seems that the heavens have not failed my Su family. Hearing the secretary's report, Su Qingge stared blankly and then thought for a moment, suddenly came to a realization. Then, the bitter face that was originally worried, instantly unfolded. But the next second the secretary's report once again put him in confusion. It's not just Starlight Bank, a dozen or so banks that are famous in Magic City have just sent a message, expressing their willingness to provide us with loan assistance. Several companies that originally refused business cooperation. All have now resent their intentions of business cooperation. There is also Mr. Shao. He just called me and asked me to inform you that there is no need to be in a hurry about the breach of contract, just take your time. Listening to the latest news that the secretary kept reporting up, Su Qingge's entire body was dumbfounded. He even thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could things come to such a big reversal in just a few minutes? He also figured out at this time that something must have happened that he didn't know about, which caused a shocking reversal in the attitudes of the many rich and powerful people before and after. But what exactly is this matter? Chairman, congratulations on picking a good granddaughter-in-law. You really have a great eye. What do you mean? Does this have anything to do with Xian? What? Don't you know, Mr. Chairman? About your granddaughter-in-law being crazy about love, I just heard it from a friend. Very quickly. The secretary then briefly described the general situation that happened in the Lin family tonight to the dumbfounded Su Qingge. What? Xiao Xian, he broke with the Lin family? He also took out $3 billion as a dowry for the Su family to get through the hard times? The original Xiao Xian him. To Qingge with love so deep well. At this moment, Su Qingge's old face dry red. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. He had just suspected that Lin Xian might abandon the Su family, but the other party was willing to do everything he could to help the Su family get through. It seems that I'm really old and blind. Xiao Xian is such a good kid, and I actually doubted his character? At this time, he also finally understood why the many business partners had changed their attitudes towards the Su family drastically. After all, with this huge amount of money coming in, the Su family's bankruptcy crisis naturally does not break, there may even be a second spring. And as there is no hatred in the business arena, only eternal interests, it is normal for the major powers to see the wind in their favor. Such a good granddaughter-in-law has saved the entire Su family this time. Maybe in the future. If Qingge really can't wake up, letting Xiao Xian take my place in charge of the Su family is a good way. At this moment, Su Qingge has completely recognized Lin Xian as his granddaughter-in-law. In his heart, he already has the idea of handing over the $10 billion property of the Su family to Lin Xian in the future. Bang bang bang. Inside the Lin family villa. At this time, the sound of smashing and roaring was constantly coming out. Bastard! How dare he! How dare he! Lin Jianjun's face was hideous, holding a baseball bat in his hand, madly smashing various types of furniture. A few moments later, the original luxurious and clean luxury villa was reduced to a mess in Lin Jianjun's anger. Hubby, calm down. Things have come to this, we can only think of a way out. See if you can beg Xiao Xian for forgiveness. Bai Yulan mother and son stood on the side, the same ugly face. Originally, I thought the Lin family was in the bag. But now they have to spend $3 billion to buy the shares that belong to them. This kind of feeling is really too stifling. Yes, it is. Daddy, why don't I go find my brother tomorrow and apologize? Even if I kneel and kowtow to him, I will definitely find a way to beg for his forgiveness. Even if he is not willing to forgive. But even if I can discuss with him to put the demand of $3 billion in a lower point is also excellent. And hearing the mother and son's advice, Lin Jianjun was even more furious. Discuss what? What is there to discuss? Why are you guys still so naive? Since that rebellious son has already done things to the end, it is impossible to change his mind. Door-to-door begging him will only bring insults to himself. I must say, knowing your son is like fathering him. After Lin Xian's behavior over the past few days, Lin Jianjun had already seen that this rebellious son was determined to break with himself. That's fine. You want to break off relations, right? Who's afraid of who? As long as Lin's group is in my hands, money will keep pouring in. And that son of a bitch can only sit on his ass. Thinking like this, Lin Jianjun no longer hesitate, looked up at the splendid villa, determined to say, buy. Find a way to gather enough funds to buy back the shares from that beast. If the company's explicit liquidity is not enough, then the years of hoarding villas, luxury cars, stocks and other all can sell all sold. I then go to find a bank loan, looking for partners to borrow money. Even if you need to borrow a little loan, sharks also do not hesitate. And Yulan, see if you can make a phone call to your brother's side to help out with some money. After all, I've helped the Bai family a lot over the years. Lin Jianjun's attitude was decisive, completely resolved. He will never allow himself to be led by the nose by that rebellious son again. Ah, this? Hearing that Lin Jianjun was prepared to lay down a large amount of blood, Lin Hao's mother and son looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, they were all a little hesitant. After all, according to Lin Jianjun's hollowing out method, years of accumulation would basically go back to liberation once and for all. Wouldn't it be too risky? Were these shares really worth it? Seeing Lin Hao mother and son with this expression, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but frown in rebuke. Women's benevolence. I'm not afraid to give you the lowdown. The research lab has already developed the latest beauty salve. It will be on the market next week. With the effect of that ointment and my many years of experience. As soon as the beauty ointment hits the market, it will definitely cause a sensation. When that happens, Lin's shares will definitely skyrocket, and the value of these 30% shares will at least double again. Double? Wouldn't that be worth at least 6 billion? This conversion. Lin Hao's mother and son no longer hesitated, patting their chests and expressing their support. Daddy! We've accumulated a bit of wealth over the years. I'm willing to take it all out to help you get through this, Daddy. Honey, leave it to me. I'll immediately give my brother a call and ask him to raise the entire White family to help you. Looking at the excited faces, grabbing to help his mother and son, Lin Jianjun smiled in relief. Compared to that beast that is worse than a dog or pig, this is his own good wife, good son? Chapter 30 Su Qingge's Curiosity. What exactly happened last night? Bai family. The brightly lit small house, parlor. There is a middle-aged man with an 8-beard, dressed in a suit, listening carefully to the content of the phone. This person is the head of the Bai family, Bai Jinglong. Not what I expected. Your aunt really did give me a call, and wants me to do everything I can to help Lin Jianjun out. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jinglong lowered his head in thought and informed the situation to the 3 sons in front of him. Then, Father, do we have to borrow money for our aunt? Borrow what to borrow? Our Bai family's liquidity is only $300 million, and Auntie actually wants to borrow all of it? That's too risky. But if we don't borrow it, will it make Auntie upset and give us a hard time in the future? Humph. If he dares, then I'll let you take care of him. The 3 Bai brothers looked at each other, each with their own opinion. Enough. Seeing his 3 sons bickering, Bai Jinglong frowned and slammed the table, his majesty showing. Within the hall, silence returned in the blink of an eye. Borrow. And you must do your best to borrow. 300 million is not enough. I'll see about going to the bank with the bank or in the hands of other families to come up with another 200 million to give to Lin Jianjun. Ah, this? Father is crazy? Is this necessary? Hearing Bai Jinglong's words, the 3 Bai Hai brothers subconsciously opened their mouths wide and subconsciously wanted to block them. But under their father's majestic gaze, the few people ultimately did not dare to speak out in rebuttal. Just that suspicion that their father had a mental problem? The eyes of Bai Jinglong was speechless for a while. Without good humor, he explained. I'm not old and dim-eyed yet, don't look at me with such eyes. The reason I'm doing this is because your aunt has just revealed that Lin's group is about to launch a beauty ointment, the effect of which is strong enough to subvert the entire medical beauty market and double the market value of Lin's group. If we want to get a piece of the pie and gain more benefits, then we must get Lin Jianjun's gratitude now. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to icing on the cake, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. Think of the huge benefits that will come back to us later. What's the payoff now? Seize this opportunity, maybe we can take advantage of it to be promoted to a second-tier clan. Under Bai Jinglong's explanation, Bai Hai's 3 brothers came to a realization, and they all gave a thumbs up, touting their father's brilliance. Ha ha ha. You guys are still too young, there's still a lot to learn from your old man. Feeling his son's adoring gazes, Bai Jinglong was in a happy mood. At this time, he discovered that his favorite little daughter was not there. Where's Su? Didn't she come back with you guys? Oh. Su said she was a bit tired, so I told her to go to her room and rest first. Bai Hai rubbed his big shiny bald head and replied. That's right. Then let her come see me tomorrow, even though I used to look down on that Lin Xian. But now that he holds a huge $3 billion in his hands, it's not like I can't give him a chance to be my son-in-law. Bai Jinglong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the huge wealth in Lin Xian's hands. He knew that the Lin Xian of old was interested in his own daughter. However, at that time, he only knew that Lin Xian wasn't favored, but he wasn't clear about the other party holding 30% of the shares in his hands. After all, Lin Jianjun had deliberately made a cover-up on this matter. This also led to him keeping a close eye on Bai Su, cutting off Lin Xian's further opportunities. If I didn't stop it in the first place, is it true that today this 30% share dowry is what belongs to my Bai family? Thinking like this, Bai Jinglong thumped his heart, the heart of that regret. Oh. But now it is not too late. With Su's posture, Hao is also better than a vegetable who will only trip on the bed. On the other hand, the other side. Inside the small house, a certain pink girl's boudoir. Bai Su was lying on a large pink bed, holding a large SpongeBob SquarePants doll, and was slow to fall asleep. In her mind, it was all about what Lin Xian had done tonight, subverting her previous view of this brother. Brother Lin Xian, did he become like this for Sister Su? Thinking of Su Qingge, Bai Su's beautiful eyes flashed with longing. She had been taken to a certain party by Bai Jinglong and had seen Su Qingge there. The other party was dressed in a red one-piece dress, showing all the elegance and splendor. Holding a glass of wine in her hand, she walked among a group of rich and powerful people of her father's age, talking and laughing. The kind of calm and unhurried temperament. So that Bai Su for the first time in his life has a sense of shame. The same female. Obviously, the other party is not older than a few years old. But in front of Su Qingge, she feels like a child who has just grown up. Later, I heard that Su Qingge has become a vegetable. Bai Su felt sorry for her, but at the same time, there was a hint of gloating in her heart. I had thought that the other party would become an eternal legend in the Magic City when Lin Xian's entry into the family happened. Thinking back to Lin Xian's attitude towards himself tonight, Bai Su's heart was a little uncomfortable. There was some unwillingness. Especially since the other party, who had also once been obedient to herself, was now treating her coldly because of other women. Just how much charm do you have? To be able to make brother Lin Xian become so strange, like a different person. You're already a vegetable, why do you still want to steal brother Lin Xian from me? At this very moment, Bai Su herself didn't even realize it. Because of that hint of jealousy towards Su Qingge, her mindset gradually had some new changes. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. For what happened in the Lin family? Some people were furious and looked on coldly, some people smiled disdainfully, and some people were ambitious and tried to find ways to get money together. Even Su Qingge, who was lying in a hospital bed and unable to move, was still worried about what had happened to Lin Xian. Has he been embarrassed by the Lin family? Only if she knew that the object of her worries was lying on the bed in the room next to hers at the moment, huffing and puffing, would she be angry on the spot and jump up from the bed? The night was silent. The next day, Lin Xian woke up in high spirits, and still went to the florist first, buying a violet plant and returning to the Su family. Qingge, I'm here. With a soft greeting, Lin Xian placed the violet on the bedside and started today's rebuilding operation. He helped Su Qingge sit up and started the massage package from head to toe. Lin Xian? He's back. I wonder if anything happened last night when he went to the birthday party? So eager to know. Why don't you tell me about it? Last night was definitely not easy. If only I had the ability to listen to my heart, then I wouldn't be so blind. But Lin Xian's handiwork, it seems to have grown. Z is so comfortable. While Su Qingge was soothed, her heart was also curious. She could vaguely hear a few servants last night, whispering, discussing what seemed to be Lin Xian's business. Good man envy Miss Lin Young really is the first deep love. Due to the distance is too far away, Su Qingge obtained information only words. But it was also true that her curiosity was fully aroused. It was not easy to stay up until the morning after. I thought I could learn the truth from the mouth of the parties involved, but who would have thought that Lin Xian did not mention anything? Hey! Bothered to death. Chapter 31 Performing the Scum Ancestors Battle Him. Su Qingge's bewilderment. On the other hand. Ding! Host in Su Qingge palm to palm, rewarded 1.9 seconds. Listening to the system beep in his head, Lin Xian's heart rejoiced. Great, finally an improvement. Then the day when he became an invincible immortal emperor had moved a billion small steps forward. This day, it's getting more and more promising. Just as Lin Xian was filled with hope, the door was pushed open. A little lowly with a double ponytail and wearing a JK uniform bounced in. The first time she saw Lin Xian, she blurted out, "Oni sauce?" Ha! Sister, don't shout nonsense. I don't love the second dimension, please don't call me by this awkward name. Lin Xian's head was filled with black lines, and he hurriedly spoke out to stop it. In the novel, the only person who had received the title of Chen Koxin Oni Jam was Su Yang, who had gained recognition at a later stage. I didn't expect Lin Xian to get this honor before the plot even started. Don't be shy, Oni sauce. I adore you now. Your glorious deed last night was so cool. The last time I saw such a touching love story was in the animated movie Your Name. I'm so touched by your devotion to Sister Su, I recognize you. So I've decided to make you my Oni-chan. Just feel honored. Lin Xian's deeds had long since spread throughout the Magic City last night. Chen Kursen had certainly heard about it. She had never thought that there was such pure love except in the secondary world. This made the little lowly yearn for it, and her animosity towards Lin Xian was completely gone. She had to admit that Lin Xian's love for Sister Su was much deeper than hers. Gloria Hammer, I don't share the same fate as Little Japan. I reject this name. The secondary yuan does not distinguish between national boundaries. Those who love the second dimension and aspire to it are all family members. Roll. One day, I want to create a world with only secondary yuan. Let the world feel the beauty of the secondary yuan. It's hopeless. This brat is already very sick, can give up the treatment. Lin Xian powerless to spit, lazy to take care of Chen Kursen, seriously to Su Qingge massage up. But the little lowly was still energized and came over to Lin Xian to curry favor, saying, Oni sauce. Actually, I have one more thing I want to request of you. You are now a celebrity in Magic City, recognized as the first deep love in Magic City. I have many little sisters who want your autograph. You can sign a few autographs for me later, I promised my little sisters, it would be embarrassing if I couldn't do it. Lin Xian massaged the young girl's calves while turning his head breathlessly and saying in a bad mood, Are you a persona that has collapsed? Before I gave Qingge a massage, you had a face of angry teeth, and now you don't care? That's not you, Oni sauce, proving yourself to be the #1 affectionate person in the Magic City. I recognize your love for Sister Su. Chen Kursen's breasts were patted repeatedly, signaling that she had no more animosity towards Lin Xian. But I haven't given up on Sister Su either. So I've decided that the three of us will get married together in the future. It's normal in the world of secondary characters. If there's love. Lin Xian. Oh. The secondary world can be so scary. Lin Xian was silenced on the spot by the little lowly's brain circuits. But at this moment, the more helpless is Su Qingge, who was lying on the hospital bed. Physically, she was like a puppet on strings, letting Lin Xian manipulate her into various positions. Mentally, she was like an isolated outsider. Obviously it was a world of 3 people, but she never understood what these 2 people were saying. What's going on? What are you talking about? Don't be a riddler. What did Lin Xian do last night? Why did he become a celebrity in Magic City and be called the #1 lover? I can't hear you, I really can't hear you. Su Qingge shouted furiously in her heart, but she couldn't get any response. At this moment, once again, she was incomparably eager to wake up. Even if it was just to be able to say a few words and move her fingers, it would be better than lying here all the time like a living dead person. On the other hand, Lin Xian, who couldn't argue with the little lowly, finally signed his name on the paper helplessly. When Chen Koxin beautifully put the paper away, another moment passed. Su Qingge's entire massage process came to an end. Only then did Lin Xian turn to the little lowly and asked, How was the response to yesterday's song, I Want to Love This World Mentioning this, Chen Kursen was excited again, pulling her double ponytails with a face full of adoration and said, not to mention this I still forgot. I forgot about it until I mentioned it. It was so hot that it topped all the major music charts right after it was released. I really want to know, how did you grow this brain? How did you write such a great song? I heard that someone tried to jump off a building yesterday because of depression. But because they heard this song, they gave up the idea of suicide. Lin Xian was a little surprised and didn't expect to save someone by mistake. But he wasn't surprised. The charm of music lies in this. This was also the reason why he liked to sing. It seemed good if he could use the music of his previous life to make the people of this world feel the charm. But his social popularity was high enough nowadays. There was no need to spend too much energy on this, it was time to adjust his time a bit. Lin Xian picked up the guitar on the ground, lightly tested the sound sense a few times, and said, "I'm hitting a bottleneck in my creativity, so in the future I'll be releasing a song every 3 days." Okay. Chen Kursen, after being disappointed, could only nod helplessly in the end. However, she did understand that good music needed time to be polished. The songs created by Lin Xian were all divine songs again. Even if he was more talented, it was impossible for him to achieve such high-quality output every day. Then do you have something you want to sing today? Yes, I do. Lin Xian was concise. He casually fiddled with the strings of his zither, remembering that he was currently being called the Magic City's #1 deep love. At the mention of deep love, Lin Xian immediately had an idea. The strings of the zither were ruffled, and pleasant notes bounced out, interspersed with a low voice. Chen Kursen was instantly attracted. This was a song written by a boy for a girl, and the lyrics were full of deep emotion. But for some reason, she always felt that this was more of a scum song, with the potential to become a war song among scum in the future. This was her intuition after years of immersing herself in the secondary world. How could this guy, Oniai-chan, create this kind of scum song? Girl, my story unfolded because of you. Learn to endure for you bad habits I changed. Girl, don't want to see you suffer the same hurt. So learn to spoil wrongly the love you really want. On the bed. Su Qingge immersed in singing. She really wanted to pry open Lin Xian's brain and wondered how the other person's brain actually grew. That's how he could sing such quality and excellent songs every day? Especially today's song. Su Qingge listened carefully to the lyrics and pondered. Could this song be sung to me? Girl, my story unfolds because of you. Could it be that Lin Xian is using this opportunity to confess to me? No, girl. I heard that Lin Xian used to have a crush on a certain little girl in the past, and it seemed to be a girl from the Bai family? Can't it be that this song is for her? Exactly who was it sung to? Just as Su Qingge was caught in a tangle, the song also came to its conclusion. Chapter 32. Su Qingge is frantic. I can't tell the difference, I really can't tell the difference. In the young girl's boudoir. Lin Xian's fingers playing the guitar stopped, and the afterglow lingered. Snap. Chen Kursen, who had reacted, flung her twin ponytails and applauded desperately. Good to hear, worthy of being the first deep emotion in Magic City. The songs that are sung are so deep, it's just a bit of a slaggy feeling. Lin Xian. The little lowly put away the recorder and said goodbye to Lin Xian to prepare to leave. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned back as if she remembered something. What's wrong again? Hurry up and say. Looking at Chen Kursen's somewhat pleasing expression, Lin Xian knew that the other party must have something to ask him. Can you spare some time to be my temporary boyfriend? Huh? I can't. I don't have time. Besides, I have a fiancé, Qingge. And I'm going to be your temporary boyfriend? What's that like? Before the little lowly could explain what was going on, Lin Xian shook his head back and forth. Although he wasn't sure what was going on. He was busy earning points right now, so how could he possibly go and play some temporary boyfriend game with a little kid? As for Su Qingge on the hospital bed, hearing Lin Xian's unhesitating refusal, her mood instinctively became a few points happier. Kuxian, you've gone too far. Lin Xian is at least holding the name of my fiancé now, how can you let him be your boyfriend? And what the hell is temporary? Can this thing be borrowed temporarily? Oh. Okay. Receiving the reply of rejection, Chen Kursen wasn't surprised and gripped her twin ponytails in a tangled manner. My parents are forcing me to meet Su Fan, the fiancé of mine, next week. But I'm only interested in the second generation of Paper Big Brother, and can't argue with my parents, so I'm thinking of finding a fake boyfriend to act out. I'll see about coming up with something else. Hey. Who? Who? Isn't that the alias of the main character, Su Yang? That's right. Counting the time, the plot is about to start. In the original plot, Chen Kursen did find someone else. Chen Kursen did find someone else to play the boyfriend in an attempt to piss Su Yang off. But in the end, the rich kid she found became the target of Su Yang's pretentious face-punching. And that was the time Su Yang learned about his sister Su Qingge becoming a vegetable. Looking at Chen Kursen's depressed back as she left, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Wait a minute, although you can't be a temporary boyfriend. But in the name of your friend, it is still possible to go and help you refer to. If that boy is really unbearable, then I will help you find a way to get rid of the other party." Really? You can't lie to me. Chen Kursen turned back fiercely, with 3 points of joy, 3 points of excitement, 4 points of disbelief on her face. I'm not sure why I'm lying to you. Mainly because you work so hard to help me manage my account, I will reluctantly help you a hand. Lin Xian's face is not red and his heart is not jumping, and he said with a straight face. And this was quickly believed and accepted by Chen Kursen, who was instantly moved. Oni sauce, you are the best. Stop, 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 don't disgust me. Hurry up and go. Oh. Then I'll go, Oni jam sayonara. Seeing Chen Kursen finish her sentence, she was about to pounce on her. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand to refuse. The little lowly saw this and then shrugged her shoulders and bounced away. In the dark cage of consciousness, Su Qingge was surprised at Lin Xian's reversal. What happened? How did Lin Xian agree? Wasn't he very delayed in rejecting it last second? Could it really be to thank Ku Xin for her help? There was this possibility, but not much. It seemed that because he heard Ku Xin's fiancé's name, that's why he changed his mind. Could it be that he knew that Su Fan? Su Fan? He has the same surname as me, Su. Suddenly, Su Qingge was somehow triggered to reminisce, and she remembered her brother Su Yang. Her emotions sank all of a sudden. I miss you guys so much. Brother, are you and your mom and dad doing well in heaven? Just as Su Qingge was secretly grieving, Lin Xian had already returned to his seat. Lin Xian had already sat back down, habitually holding the young girl's hand and falling into thought. The reason why he agreed to Chen Kursen, in fact, the purpose was very simple. It was just because he was curious and wanted to meet with the son of Heaven's destiny face to face. Observe whether the other party was the same as the persona described in the plot. From there, he would then finalize his next plan. Time rushed by. For the rest of the day, Lin Xian was at Su Qingge's side. Lin Xian was at Su Qingge's bedside, taking care of her carefully. Almost apart from eating and drinking, he didn't let go of any opportunity to stick it to her. This scene of unrelenting devotion fell in the eyes of Lu Wan and the rest of Su's family, all of whom were moved to tears. Worthy of being the first deep love of the Magic City, the name is true. Lin Shao, he really, I cried to death. Who said that the husband and wife were originally the same forest bird, and each flew separately in the face of great difficulties? There are still good men and true love in this world. I envy you, miss. I'm so envious of you, miss, that you found a good man. If my future husband is half as good as Mr. Lin, I'll be satisfied. After this period of time together, they all recognized Lin Xian as their son-in-law. Lin Xian used his unfailingly deep love to gain the collective approval of the entire Su family. And until darkness came, Lin Xian still stood in front of the hospital bed and posted, talking to Su Qingge from time to time. Qingge, do you know what books you can't buy in the bookstore? What books can't be bought in a bookstore? Is the kind of book that can't be bought in a proper bookstore. The answer is, posthumous books. You said Newton was hit by a falling apple and discovered gravity. What would you find if you were standing under a peach tree and got hit by a peach? Nothing. There is only one Newton, and the truth can only be discovered by such a great man. The answer is, you'll find your head hurts a little. What do you think I should do if I go and find a wife who can help me with half the housework? Then it wouldn't be a good heartache for her. You're responsible for the other half of the housework. The answer is, get 2 wives. It's only fair that you share half of the chores. Several strange questions in a row almost broke Su Qingge's heart. Later, she simply blocked herself, never answering Lin Xian's words in her mind again. Ka Qing. Just as Lin Xian was having fun, the door of the room was pushed open. Who was it at this moment? Lin Xian turned around curiously and saw an old man with white hair, walking in slowly with a walking stick. Eh? Grandpa Su, why are you free today? It's all thanks to you. Xiao Xian, if it wasn't for you last night, hey, the Su family might have been hey. On the bed. Hearing her grandfather's voice, Su Qingge was originally very happy. After all, Su Qingtian has been busy with his official duties for a while now, and hasn't come to see her for a few days. Just the next second. Su Qingtian's ambiguous words made Su Qingge speechless to the extreme and a little crazy. Last night? How come it was last night again? What exactly happened last night? Grandpa, how come you've become a riddler just like Ku Xin? Likes to talk intermittently. Can't you guys just be dry? What happened last night? I want to know. But what you guys are saying? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Chapter 33, Su Qingge's Tears. It turns out that everything Lin Xian did was for me. Room on the sofa. Su Qingtian and Lin Xian both sat opposite each other. Originally, I was already prepared for the company to go through bankruptcy and liquidation. But I didn't expect you to break with the Lin family for Qingge and sell 30% of your shares to save the Su family. Qingge is lucky to have you as her husband. This? Facing Su Qingtian's misunderstanding, Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed in his heart. In fact, this was only part of the reason. The bigger reason was that Lin Xian was laying out a game that would completely control the Lin family in his hands. However, he swept his eyes over the sleeping Su Qingge on the hospital bed. Lin Xian admitted it without question, saying with a sincere face, Grandpa Su, you're overstating things. I can marry Qingge, is my life's fortune. As for money, it's something outside of my body. I can't bring it with me in life and I can't take it with me in death, so why should I be obsessed with it? If this money can save the Su family from danger, then I think it's worth it. At this moment, Lin Xian, directly carried by Susu's lotus quotes, bluffing Su Qingtian's old tears, moved. Great realization. I didn't expect little Xianyu to have this realization at a young age. Future achievements are unimaginable. Su Qingtian was filled with shock and admired Lin Xian's character. Treating money like dirt. This wasn't something that ordinary young people could do. The more he looked at Lin Xian, the more satisfied he was, and he felt that the Su clan would definitely shine in the other party's hands. In the face of Su Lao's straightforward praise, Lin Xian's face blushed. Lin Xian's face turned red and he smiled in a slightly embarrassed manner. On the other side, Su Qingge on the hospital bed, after a long time of eavesdropping, finally managed to sort out what happened last night. Emotions all of a sudden churned constantly, and for a while, her thoughts were hard to understand. Lin Xian broke off relations with his own father for my sake? The Su family is experiencing a bankruptcy crisis these days? Then Grandpa, how much pressure must he be? Lin Xian is going to sell his stocks for $3 billion to help the Su family get through this? Is Lin Xian really doing this because of me? But do I deserve his kindness? Even if I wake up in the future, I'll only bring in danger. This kind of me doesn't deserve this relationship at all, right? For Su Qingge. When Lin Xian first appeared by her side, she was resistant and disgusted. But I don't know when she started. Because of Lin Xian's intrusion, her mind began to stop giving up on herself, no longer afraid of the boundless darkness. Instead, she began to have hope, anticipation, and the motivation to persevere. Lin Xian was like a warm sunbeam, becoming the star of enlightenment in the cage of boundless darkness of consciousness that she was trapped in, showing her the direction in which she was moving forward. Su Qingge also gradually became accustomed to Lin Xian's existence. She got used to the scent of violets every day. She was used to the warm encouragement of the other party in her ear. She got used to the tingling of her heartbeat when her skin touched during massages. Used to a lot of things that I didn't even dare to think about before. When I woke up, can I really get used to the days without Lin Xian? Once again back to a person alone to find enemies, no one can talk about the day well. I really can? Su Qingge asked herself in her heart, but she suddenly couldn't firmly say the word, can. It is difficult to go from luxury to thrift, but easy to go from thrift to luxury. After savoring the warmth of being cared for and taken care of, she was suddenly asked to return to the helpless loneliness of the past. Su Qingge was a little bit attached, she seemed to be addicted to it, she was addicted to it. On the other side, Lin Shen and the two of them didn't know the flipping in Su Qingge's heart and were talking slowly. Grandpa Su, prepare yourself in the next few days. As soon as I receive the $3 billion remittance from Lin Jianjun, I'll contact you and transfer it to Su's account. This amount of money should be enough for you to deal with the troubles your company is experiencing. At those words, Su Qingtian trembled, and old tears coalesced in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so generous that he was prepared to give him all 3 billion in one breath. He waved his hand and refused. Don't need that much, 1 billion is enough. Little Shen, you are willing to lend me $1 billion, I am already very grateful. Grandpa Su, your words are clearly treating me as an outsider, and you're being biased. Do you think that you don't appreciate my son-in-law's intentions? No, I'm sorry. I see. Since Xiao Xian said so, then I'll shamelessly accept it. That's right. Grandpa Su. We're family, why should we care whether it's your money or mine? We're a family, we're a family, we're family, we're family. At the end of his words, Su Qingtian choked up a bit. He didn't realize that the crisis that had been plaguing him for so many days would be solved with the help of his granddaughter-in-law. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that on the day he died, he would hand over the Su group to Lin Xian. Grandpa Su, have you heard anything from the Lin family? I'm very curious about my scummy father, whether he's got enough money now. I'm sure he must be in a hurry. Lin Xian stroked his chin with a gloating expression. He was well aware of the Lin family's assets. Just by relying on the explicit liquidity, they had come up with a maximum of 2 billion, which was simply not enough for the number of funds that Lin Xian had requested. I did hear something, your father seems to be coming here to borrow money in loans, selling cars and houses and stocks. It looks like it is intended to empty the family bottom. Mentioning Lin Jianjun, Su Qingtian also cannot help but have no good face. Originally Su Lin two families are friends, should be mutual help. But before the Su family encountered a crisis when he more than once gave up this old face, low voice in the younger generation of Lin Jianjun communication to ask for help. But all he got in return was a sentence, take care of yourself. This made Su Shengwei almost have a heart attack. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was always Lin Xian's father, he would have wanted to yell at him right now. As for Lin Xian, he received the expected answer and smiled faintly. Even if he emptied his family's pockets, he would definitely buy it. It's impossible to watch me sell my shares to other people, especially some of the Lin family's rivals. Plus, in his hands, he's in possession of the latest researched beauty ointment. He is also prepared to rely on this thing to turn the tide against the wind and realize his ambition to make the Lin family rise to another level. In the original plot, the Lin family did rely on this ointment to achieve a brief takeoff. But the villain, after all, is a villain, and before he could be complacent for long. The ointments on the market, one after another, had serious side effects, causing the Lin Shi group to fall into disrepair, and everyone was crying out for help. And the protagonist Su Yang. On the other hand, he took advantage of this opportunity to pretend to be a bully, and came up with a more perfect and improved version of the medicinal formula. With his help, the Su family, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, realizes a great reversal and resurrects to soar to the sky. Of course, now that I'm the one stirring the pot, then some plot should make some new changes. Chapter 34 Sleeping Su Qingge. Even if it's just for a little while, just let me get some sleep. Beauty salve? After hearing Lin Xian's revelation, Su Qingtian couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't expect the Lin family to have such an opportunity. If the effects of the ointment could really cause the public to seek it out, then there was indeed the possibility of the Lin family having the possibility of moving to the next level. Since that's the case, Xiao Xian, why do you still want to sell your shares? If the news is true, when the Lin family develops a medicinal ointment, the value of the shares in your hands will definitely skyrocket. Su Qingtian's eyes flickered with doubt. He knew that with Lin Xian's mind, it was impossible for him to do something like killing a chicken to get the eggs. And since he had done it, he definitely had his own reasons behind it. That ointment had great side effects. In the short term, it could indeed make a person glow, and the skin would be smooth and pink after applying it. But the effect lasts less than a week, and the skin will start to fester and turn into pus. In the original plot, when the Lin family first launched their self-developed beauty ointment, in the short term, it did get a large number of people snatching it up. But it wasn't even a week. The first woman who applied the ointment's face began to itch and gradually festered. At first, Lin Jianjun didn't take it to heart and just dismissed it as a personal constitution problem. But wait until more and more people who use the ointment, one after another problems. Lin Jianjun, this is completely panicked. Unfortunately, there is no way back. In less than a day's time, Lin's enterprise was boycotted by the whole nation, and was even interviewed by the relevant departments. It was also at this time Su Yang, as the protagonist, who was equipped with powerful medical skills, was surely the one to step forward. He handed over the improved and perfect prescription to Su Qingge, and the Su family ushered in the spring. Ah, this? Then it's no wonder you have to hurry up and sell your shares, Xiao Xian. Otherwise, when the time comes, you, as the major shareholder of the Lin Group, will instead be the most likely to be implicated. Su Qingge came to a sudden realization, and was very appreciative of Lin Xian's decisiveness. Although he was curious about Lin Xian's sources. But everyone had their own secrets, and Su Qingge naturally wouldn't ask too many questions. It was enough that he trusted this granddaughter-in-law unconditionally anyway. Right. Grandpa Su, this prescription is for you. Lin Xian pulled out a piece of white paper from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingge. What is this? Su Qingge received the white paper in surprise, looked left and right, only to see that it was densely filled with various formulas and herbs. This is the formula for making the beauty pill. As the name suggests, it could beautify and nourish the face, and the effect was even better than the beauty ointment that the Lin family currently possessed. And there are no side effects because it can nourish the body from the inside out. I hope that you, Grandpa Su, can take this prescription and have the company's research department successfully produce samples and then put them into production in large quantities to store them. After the problems with the Lin family's ointment, utilize the medicinal effects of the beauty elixir's ability to treat skin ulcers to quickly penetrate the market. Lin Xian didn't hide anything, directly explaining the utility of this medicinal formula that had been redeemed from the system. What? So magical. Su Qingge's hands shook. He instantly felt that the white paper in his hands was worth $1,000 and was heavy. If another person said this, Su Qingge would only take the other party as boasting. But the other party was his granddaughter-in-law, whom he trusted unconditionally. Then he firmly believed that the effects of this prescription must be as magical as Lin Xian had said. It's too valuable. Little Shen, this elixir is so magical that it can completely derive a new business empire from zero. I'm not interested in any business empire, I just want to stay by Qingge's side day and night. So this prescription is a waste in my hands. Consider it my dowry for Qingge. Another dowry? A dowry of $3 billion is appalling enough. And this prescription was even more valuable, the wealth that could be derived from it was unimaginable. Lin Xian actually gave it away like this? But after opening his mouth, Su Qingge ultimately didn't refuse out loud. The current Su Clan group really needed this prescription to be revitalized. Anyway, in the future, this great Su Clan would sooner or later be left to Lin Xian and the two of them. Saying more words of refusal would really seem raw. This well. Then I'll accept it with a thick face. I will go and explain to the research section side, and try to make the samples first at an early date. Su Qingge smiled and nodded, placing the prescription carefully in his arms. Afterwards, he and Lin Xian exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving the room under the other party as escort. Click. Listening to the sound of Su Qingge's footsteps as he left. In the dark consciousness space, Su Qingge was in a very low mood, both heartbroken for her labored grandfather and resentful of her own incompetence. Grandpa, did he leave? The company looked like it had encountered a lot of trouble this while. Grandpa must have been working so hard. He's obviously so old, but he still has to work so hard every day. Not only am I not helping, but I'm also a burden to him, making him worry day and night. If only I could wake up. If only I could share some of Grandpa's burden instead of lying here like a piece of trash. I'm really useless. At that moment, a familiar warmth came from Su Qingge's palm. That was the temperature of Lin Xian's palm. It's okay. Qingge, don't worry. With me here, everything will get better and better. Everything you want to guard, no matter if it is Grandpa or the Su family. Before you wake up, I will guard it for you. I promise. As if he knew what Su Qingge was worried about, Lin Xian made his own assurances. And these low and firm words fell on Su Qingge's ears, causing her heart to tremble. While being moved, she was also surrounded by a strong sense of security. This was something that the previous Su Qingge could not experience. Before she had become a vegetable, she was considered a famous female president in Magic City. No matter what problems she faced, she subconsciously just wanted to rely on herself to solve them. Because she had been betrayed. So Su Qingge only believes that it's better to ask for help than to ask for help, and that human nature is selfish. Relying on this belief, she alone gritted her teeth and survived many difficult times. In order not to let people think that she is still young, thus causing contempt. Every time she goes out, she tries to dress up more maturely, tries to make herself put on a cold face that no one should enter, and keeps to herself. But this is so tired. I occasionally want to be like ordinary girls, leisurely hiding at home watching dramas. I want to be free and unfettered to do what I want to do. Eat fried chicken, wear nice dresses, go shopping with friends, and go out every day with a smile on my face. But I can't. My identity, my blood feud, reminds me that I can't be like that. But now they have all become vegetative, so a little laziness will be okay, right? A little dependence on others will be okay, right? In the dark cage space, Su Qingge muttered to herself, and her consciousness slowly sank uncontrollably and lost. The first time I saw her, she was in the middle of the night. It seems that a certain taut string is broken, completely relaxed Su Qingge. She fell asleep. Before this, she was only sleeping physically. But the spirit had been in an extremely depressing and painful environment, and the consciousness was always awake and drowsy. Because she was afraid that once her consciousness disappeared, perhaps then she will completely sleep over, and will become a living corpse that doesn't even have consciousness. But now she suddenly relaxed, and suddenly felt that she could rest for a while without any worries. Because that man said that. Before I wake up myself, he will guard everything I cherish for me. He is so powerful, surely he can do it, right? I'm so tired. So even if it's just for a little while, let me get some sleep. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 35, The Spotty Lin Family 3. The next day. When Su Qingge regained consciousness again, there was still an empty darkness in front of her eyes. I fell asleep? I actually fell asleep? How long have I been asleep for? Su Qingge, who had no concept of time and couldn't perceive the outside world, was all of a sudden a bit panicked. She was afraid that she was just like the protagonists of certain movies. Once she woke up, it would be decades later. Wait, this familiar smell. Although she couldn't move, Su Qingge could still feel that a certain faint familiar floral scent came to her nose. That was the scent of violets. Smelling this familiar flavor, Su Qingge instantly felt a lot more at ease. This exact same flavor should still be the same kind of violets Lin Xian sent me. Where's Lin Xian? Where is he? If it was usual that he sent me violets, he would have first held my hand and sat by my side to talk with me. Only smelled the fragrance, but did not see the familiar person. Su Qingge felt very unaccustomed, and there were certain losses and uneasiness in the bottom of her heart. Click. Qingge. Your house is also too big, I have to run a long way to go to the toilet. Along with the sound of the door opening, the familiar voice rang out, and Su Qingge's originally hanging heart instantly fell. He was still there. Immediately after, Su Qingge sensed that someone was sitting beside her, and a familiar warmth once again came from the palm of her hand. Qingge. Your grandfather is really thunderous. He only got the prescription from me last night, and today he's supervising the production. This energy, it's simply more like exuberance than a young man. Listening to the familiar way of spitting, as well as the content of its spitting, Su Qingge was finally completely relieved. She had already deduced from just a few words that time had passed only one night. And a little while later. Okay, Qingge. Why is this smile so much like a villain? If you have the ability, you can take advantage of me. You talk a good game, but in fact, you're still massaging in a regimented way. Am I that unattractive? In the dark consciousness space, Su Qingge spat out repeatedly. After spending so much time together. At this time, Su Qingge, in the face of Lin Xian's proximity, she had long since lost her aversion. Instead, in her heart, there was a slight hope that Lin Xian would misbehave with her. This was the only way to prove her own charm. At this moment, perhaps even Su Qingge herself didn't realize that her misogyny had completely failed in front of Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian's side was filled with the silent odor of dog food. Lin family villa. Smoke filled the air. Lin Jianjun, who had an ugly face, sat on the sofa and smoked continuously. And by his feet, a closer look had long been piled with cigarette butts. Daddy! Currently, the company's liquidity can be taken out, a total of 2 billion. This was already the limit, any more might seriously affect the normal operation of the company. Next to Lin Jianjun. Lin Hao frowned and spoke out the amount of funds he had found out. However, Lin Jianjun had expected this amount in his mind. He deeply exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and continued to inquire. Then how much money did we put together in total from some of the mansion villas, luxury cars, stocks, and those that we sold in the past 2 days? Hubby. These things are I am in the hand, all totaled 500 million sold. A wrap dress by Yulan, yawning back. She was full of fatigue, black circles all around her eyes. Not only him, Lin Jianjun, 2 people also roughly the same. These days, in order to gather enough 3 billion. They could be said to have exhausted all sorts of methods, so busy that they didn't even have time to eat or sleep. But the 3 of them pressured not to dare to rest. After all, according to the wind they received recently, not only the board of directors part of the ambitious shareholders. There were also all the major giants in the Magic City, all of whom had made moves to buy shares from Lin Xian's hands. In order to prevent the shares that belonged to him from falling into the hands of others, Lin Jianjun could only grit his teeth and find ways to raise funds. It's only $2.5 billion. It's still not enough. Hearing that there are still a few hundred million short of the 3 billion, Lin Jianjun immediately sank to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Yulan's mother and son quickly began to show their loyalty. Hubby, I've bought a lot of jewelry and clothing over the years, as well as a variety of luxury goods. Waiting for me to take all the pawn off, should still be worth some money. This? Looking at his little petite wife, Lin Jianjun, heartwarm, touched exceptionally. And at this time, his son Lin Hao also began to perform, directly pulled out a bank card, placed on the wooden table. Daddy, I know that our family is having difficulties right now. That's why I also privately pawned off all of my clothes, watches, sports cars, and other name brands. Which, together with the savings that Mommy and I have had over the years, we have put together a total of $100 million. Facing the bank card on the desktop straight on, Lin Jianjun felt like it was like the blinding sun, stimulating his own tears out. The entire bank card seemed to be emitting the smell of affection outwards. Xiao Hao, Yulan. It's me who's incompetent, it's me, Lin Jianjun, who's suffering you guys. Don't worry, as long as you get through this, I'll make up for what you've lost. And Hao, from now on, you'll be my only son and heir. As for that rebellious son, I will take him to be hit by a car and die, his death or life is no longer related to me. Lin Jianjun was really moved to the mother and son into his arms, heart and soul to tell the story. The plan worked. This old bastard trusts us completely. It's not in vain that we even took out our coffin books. Where Lin Jianjun couldn't see, Lin Hao's mother and son looked at each other and could see the complacency in each other's eyes. In order to completely gain Lin Jianjun's trust, Lin Hao's mother and son had taken out all of their personal money from all of the embezzlement and bribery over the years, just for this moment now. Now they were penniless and poor. But as long as the beauty ointment that Lin Jianjun was talking about hit the market, then everything could be turned around against the wind. The Lin clan might just be able to soar to the heavens and succeed in being promoted to a first-tier family. And at that time, the rewards they would receive would be incalculable. Thinking about this, Lin Hao couldn't help but grin. However, the smile instantly tickled the wound on his face. The intense pain made Lin Hao suck in a breath of cold air, and in his heart, he gritted his teeth at Lin Xian, the culprit who had caused all of this. But he couldn't help but sneer in triumph. Humph. Lin Xian, although you have $3 billion, but I have the entire Lin family. As long as the Lin group is in hand, then money will naturally come rolling in. When I've completely developed, I'm going to use the family power that your mother created to trample you underfoot. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36, Lin Hao's suffocation. This Nima is too much of a bully. The next few days were calm. Lin Xian was still guarding Su Qingge's bed day in and day out with all sorts of stickers. This unrelenting scene caused the many keyboard warriors in Magic City who questioned Lin Xian's showmanship to shut their mouths. The title of the Magic City's #1 Deep Love thus also became louder and louder. But all of this, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was only interested in his posting points. After working day and night for the past few days, the numbers on the points panel had finally broken through 20,000 once again, and it was jumping at a rate of 1 point increase in 8 seconds. This made Lin Xian feel relieved. His own efforts, after all, hadn't been in vain. Just at this moment, the door to the room was opened and Lu Wan walked in. Mr. Lin, that your brother Lin Hao came over. He says he has something to see you, should we invite him in? Lin Hao. I think he's here to deliver money. Then please ask Ms. Lu to bring him here. Understood. As the door was closed again, Lin Xian stroked his chin in thought. These days he also knew a little bit about Lin Jianjun. The other party was borrowing money and selling cars and houses. I heard that the Bai family also helped, the whole family's strength to put together enough 400 million to Lin Jianjun. Now it seems to be ready to come over to hand over the shares. On the bed. Hearing Lin Hao over, Su Qingge instinctively borne a wave of disgust. Lin Hao? My ex-fiancé? Hey, I was really blind when I agreed to get engaged to the other guy. Luckily, Lin Xian replaced him in the end. Otherwise I'd be sickened to death. These days, Su Qingge was well taken care of. She could feel that her body was rapidly recovering, and perhaps she would awaken in a matter of days. This feeling was indescribable and indefinable, but it just existed. And the one who brought herself this hope was Lin Xian. Su Qingge was naturally grateful to him from the bottom of her heart and trusted him. So for what Lin Xian had mentioned in casual conversation about the grievances she had suffered in the Lin family, she was convinced and heartbroken. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't move, high and low would have to find a way to give Lin Xian justice. On the other side. The other side. Lin Hao was holding a folder, his expression gloomy. These days, they had put their best foot forward in order to raise money, and during that time, they had been hit by a number of forces who had taken advantage of the fire and knocked on their door. But even so, the collected funds were still not enough for 3 billion. Fortunately, his uncle Bai Ginglong righteousness. Not only did he take out the Bai family's many years of reserves, he even borrowed some of the loan sharks. Only then did he barely manage to fill in the last big hole for the Lin family. Now whether it was the Lin family or the Bai family, it could be said that they were already poor. Now they could only hope that when the Lin family held a press conference a few days later, the results brought about by the beauty ointment would be as good as they could be. Lin Hao's eyes were lowered, and his heart was eagerly looking forward to it. Click. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open and Lu Wan walked out with a cold face. Hurry up and follow me, Mr. Lin is waiting for you inside. Don't keep him waiting. Finished speaking. Lu Wan didn't even look at Lin Hao, turned around and led the way. That look of impatience caused a trace of anger to well up in Lin Hao's pupils. This bitch. The first few times I came to visit I at least had a smile on my face, now I'm just putting on a stinky face for who? I'm still afraid that Lin Xian bastard has been waiting for a long time? I haven't even complained after standing here for so long. But even though he was annoyed in his heart, Lin Hao didn't forget about business, and could only hold back his anger and put on a smiling face as he followed behind Lu Wan and entered the front door. Very quickly. The two of them then went up to the second floor and stood in front of the door of the roadroom one after the other. Knock knock knock. Mr. Lin, I've brought Lin Hao here. Lu Wan knocked on the door of the room and respectfully asked for instructions. And behind her, Lin Hao's complexion grew more and more ugly. Especially after hearing that Lu Wan was so respectful to his brother, whom he had always despised, but called himself by his first name. This contrast almost made Lin Hao break his defenses. Originally in his cognition. With Lin Xian's violent temper, he could not possibly be patient enough to take care of a vegetable, into the Su family should be living a very difficult life as right. Not to say that he would be beaten every day, but at least he would be subjected to cold stares and ridicule. But now the truth is diametrically opposite to what he thought. Seeing Lu Wan's respectful attitude, Lin Xian should be highly regarded and loved in the Su family, living a very prosperous life. But on what grounds? He's obviously just a reckless man who was kicked out of his home and only knows how to use violence. On what grounds was he given this kind of preferential treatment? I don't, Sister Lia? Let him in. Just as Lin Hao was doubting his life, a familiar and disgusted voice came from the room. The door to the room then opened and Lin Hao followed. Just as he entered, he saw a scene that made him stare in anger. Only to see his once expensive fiancée. At this time is lying in Lin Xian's arms, like an inflatable doll, at the mercy of Lin Xian randomly fiddling with all sorts of unpleasant postures. Brother, Qingge, she is a plant ah. How can you be such a beast? Lin Hao's face was full of disbelief, as if Lin Xian was doing something beastly. In response, Lin Xian was silent. Instead, the beautiful woman in front of the hospital bed couldn't help herself and chided out. Bastard thing. Mr. Lin is clearly massaging my young lady to cure her. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. If it wasn't tea for Mr. Lin, my young lady's chi couldn't tea be getting better and better. A few words came down and directly choked Lin Hao. That's when he was shocked to find out. Su Qingge, who had been in a coma for days, was still in a vegetative state. But she was red-faced and looked great. The uninformed might have thought that the other party was asleep. But by all accounts, the physical condition of a vegetable should be declining and the face withered. But Su Qingge's state is not too good, right? Could this really be due to Lin Xian? Just as soon as this thought had arisen, it was instantly rejected by Lin Hao. Returning to the Lin family these past few years. In order to successfully take the Lin family for himself, he had researched and investigated Lin Xian, his only competitor, before and after. If the other party knew how to give a fart massage, he must have been blindly stumbling upon a dead rat and taking the opportunity to talk nonsense. But after looking at Lu Wan's convinced expression, as if he was about to go ballistic when he questioned it, Lin Hao was silent. Lin Hao was silent. He knew that no one would believe him even if he said more, so he could only silently curse a few idiots in his heart. And at that moment, Lin Xian on the hospital bed smiled and spoke. Sister Lu doesn't need to be angry. My dad's illegitimate son has little culture, and it's normal for him to misunderstand with little knowledge. Why should you bother with a country bumpkin? Well, it's a guest from afar. Not to mention the big bastard who gave me money. Sister Lu, cut him a cup of green tea. Hearing Lin Xian speak, Lu Wan immediately transformed into a smiling face. Lu Wan immediately transformed into a smiling face and nodded her head to show that she understood. On her way out the door, she also made a point of asking for instructions. Mr. Lin, do you need me to call 2 bodyguards in to keep an eye on him? No, my little white brother can't beat me. I can call him to death with a big wallop, so there's no need to bother my big brother with bodyguards. I understand. When the door was closed again, silence returned to the room. By this time, Lin Hao was already red in the face from the humiliation of the two men. This Nima's? Too damn bullying. Chapter 37, Suffocating Lin Hao, completely breaking his defense. Just when Lin Hao was in the midst of deep suffocation, Lin Xian's question caused Lin Hao to both get angry and violently thump in his heart. You've got a thick skin. Last time, I clearly slapped you a dozen times with a big wallop. But now look, you've recovered really well. Could it be that the Lin family had recently researched some more good medical beauty supplies? Looking at Lin Hao's smooth and pink face, Lin Xian's expression was very playful. Oh. No, my recovery is just better. Well, let's get down to business first. This is the share transfer contract, so sign it if you have no problems. Lin Hao didn't dare to dwell on it, and hurriedly passed it on. He didn't want Lin Xian to know about the beauty ointment, otherwise he would definitely not agree to sell his shares. Lin Hao's thoughts were well known to Lin Xian. He didn't look into it deeply either, he just smiled and reminded. Really? That's good. By the way, I'll give you a piece of advice. A lot of beauty products have side effects, so if you use them too much, your face might rot. You're the one with a rotten face. Your whole family will rot. How dare you curse me? When the time comes for the ointment to hit the market and the market value of the Lin Group soars, there will be a time for you to regret it. The thought of a few days later. Lin Xian's pathetic appearance of impotent rage, Lin Hao couldn't help but be in a great mood. Can't you see that I'm still massaging Qingge to unblock the blood and qi? Still need 10 minutes, wait first. Lin Xian didn't even look at the contract that was handed over and casually said. Only Lin Hao was left holding the contract, standing awkwardly in place at a loss. The following time, Lin Hao could only watch his former goddess. Now he has become someone else's. Lin Hao suddenly felt heartbroken, and indescribable grievance arose. But he couldn't get angry. After all, the matter of marrying for him was created by him personally, so there was no one else to blame. But looking at Su Qingge's stunningly beautiful face, Lin Hao had to admit that he was a bit regretful. To be honest, Su Qingge as the first beautiful president of Magic City. It could be considered the goddess in the hearts of countless men, including Lin Hao. When he first learned that the goddess had become his fiancée, Lin Hao was so excited that he couldn't sleep for days. Even though the number of times the two met was only a handful of times, and even every time they would eat a closed door, Lin Hao still couldn't help but be pleased. Just never thought that when the wedding date was approaching, there came the bad news that Su Qingge had become a vegetable. Although a little reluctant. But when she becomes a vegetable, it's basically the same as pronouncing a death sentence. So Lin Hao made an immediate decision, using a plan to let Lin Xian marry, and even in order to compensate the Su family, encouraged Lin Jianjun to propose to let Lin Xian into the family to celebrate the wedding. He could then both avoid marrying a zombie and drive Lin Xian out of the Lin family completely. This plan, killing two birds with one stone, was perfect. Originally, I thought that Lin Xian would live an unfortunate life as imagined. But looking at the youth in front of him, who had a lewd smile on his face and was sticking it to his own dumping goddess, Lin Hao's heart was only left with irritation and suffocation. So, in order to add some blockage to Lin Xian's heart, "Brother, you're really good to Qingge. I thought that when Qingge swore an oath of friendship with me, we had also been this intimate." Speaking here, Lin Hao seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and quickly covered his mouth. Then he hurriedly explained. "Oops, brother, don't misunderstand. Qingge and I are just good friends and rarely have private contact, you have to believe me." Listening to this kind of green tea style speech, Lin Xian didn't even lift his eyelids and didn't bother to take care of Lin Hao stirring up trouble. After all, what kind of persona is Su Qingge? In this fictional world, there was no one who knew Lu better than him. And how could he care about Lin Hao's crude lies? In the dark cage space, Su Qingge was originally enjoying Lin Xian's painful and pleasurable massage. To Lin Hao, she also only felt that he was noisy and didn't have much of an emotional reaction. But when the other party said something ambiguous, intentionally misinterpreting the relationship between the two, Su Qingge was directly infuriated. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't move, she would have jumped up and rewarded Lin Hao with 2 big wallops. "This son of a bitch, in the end what is this nonsense ah? Who has sworn an alliance with you, who has been intimate with you ah? Who is a good friend with you ah? The number of times we've met, full count is only a dozen times. Every time is less than 5 minutes I was driven away. But how to your mouth, we seem to have been in front of the moon like it? This asshole. Why did you tell these lies in front of Lin Xian? What if Lin Xian gets the wrong idea? I want to slap this asshole so hard." Su Qingge was really angry. Suffering from misogyny, she felt uncomfortable even when Lin Hao was within 10 meters of her, not to mention any intimacy. But now at this time, Su Qingge also reacted. Lin Hao was deliberately causing Lin Xian's misunderstanding. This was something Su Qingge couldn't tolerate, and it was also what she was most afraid of right now. She really wanted to open her mouth and tell Lin Xian that she didn't have any relationship with Lin Hao, much less ever had the slightest physical contact. From the beginning to the end, Lin Hao, in his eyes, was just a tool person for a marriage. Not to mention the so-called love, even the most basic good feelings between a man and a woman hadn't appeared once. And at this moment, she was even more hateful towards Lin Hao, really wanting to sew the other party's nonsense mouth shut. But the next second, what Lin Xian said shocked both her and Lin Hao. "So what? I only care about the present. No matter what kind of Qingge's love life was in the past. I don't care. Anyway, from now on, she will always have my involvement in her life until the end of her life." Lin Xian stroked the young girl's pink cheeks with a look of deep love. And hearing the man's deep confession, Su Qingge was touched, her emotions rising and falling in excitement. "Lin Xian, he turned out to like me that much? But is someone like me worth this pure and flawless love of his? Can I really still have someone like this involved in my life? But I might bring him to his doom. Lin Hao, I'm actually quite grateful to you. If you hadn't deliberately used a trick, maybe I wouldn't have been able to marry Qingge, so you kind of did a great thing." Lin Xian finished the last massage procedure. He walked off the bed and came to Lin Hao's side, patting the other's shoulder with a face full of gratitude and sincerely thanking him. Seeing that his trickery had not only failed to alienate Lin Xian, instead, it made the other party show a wave of love. This time, Lin Hao was thinking more and more suffocated, completely breaking his defenses. Chapter 38 Lin Xian's Trickery? Now Lin Hao was either shit or not. Seeing that no one was in the room, Lin Hao, who had already broken his defense, a slap open hand on their shoulders, grabbed Lin Xian's collar full of sneers. "Humph! Lin Xian, what are you pretending for? I know you hate me. But so what? Even if I'm a bastard, I can still take away everything from you. Everyone will only trust me, and that idiot Lin Jianjun will only let me, the bastard, inherit the family business, not you, the son of the original wife. Remember me, you'll never be able to fight me. Thinking about the defeat he suffered at the hands of Lin Xian this while, Lin Hao was so angry that he completely broke the pot and stopped hiding his true side. But what made him feel surprised was for him to storm out. Lin Xian reacted very calmly, with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh. Lin Hao. The way you look now is much smoother than when you were pretending to be a green tea man. You. Looking at the cloudy Lin Xian, Lin Hao became more and more furious. He was very unwilling in his heart. In the past few years, he had been the one who had played Lin Xian in the palm of his hand. The other party was completely like a cat catching a mouse in front of him, at his mercy. But I don't know when it started. The identity of the cat and mouse between the two had switched, and in front of Lin Xian he was gradually at a disadvantage. This makes Lin Hao heart pressure cannot accept. What do you have to be proud of? If you don't rely on a little bit of shares in your hands, what are you going to fight with me? Even this plant is a broken shoe that I let you have, so you just Before Lin Hao could finish, a cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes and he raised his hand for a big wallop. Pa! You green tea man, gave you face right. Remember what I said when I first slapped you. It doesn't matter if you say me, but you dare to say my daughter-in-law. Do you believe I'll kill you with a big wallop? With this big wallop. Lin Hao's ears roared, causing him to be unable to even hear what Lin Xian said. But the sharp pain on his cheeks was so clear. I've been hit again? How many times is this? As the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. If you can't endure it, you don't have to endure it anymore. Ever since he was a child, Lin Hao had never suffered this kind of humiliation. Now in just 1 week, it was all accounted for in Lin Xian's hands, which made Lin Hao completely furious. Lin Xian! Lin Hao first yelled out and put up the basic movements of Taekwondo, about to give this asshole in front of him a profound lesson. But Lin Xian smiled disdainfully, casually blocking his opponent's kicking leg strike. Flowery fist with fancy footwork. Let's show you what an authentic fighting art is. Then with one hand, he struck Lin Hao's neck with a knife, and eating the pain, Lin Hao instantly went limp. Lin Xian lunged forward again, grabbed Lin Hao's collar, and swung his palm round for a few big wallops. Slap slap slap. Very quickly. Lin Hao's cheeks were red and swollen, the corners of his mouth were bloody, and he was simmering in pain and screaming. Well played. Lin Xian exerted himself and killed this asshole who likes to fabricate right and wrong. Humph, let us see if he dares to be arrogant in the future. But Lin Xian just seemed to call me a daughter-in-law, and he also stood up for me. This really makes people a little shy. AOQ. On the hospital bed, Su Qingge was still sleeping on the surface. However, her heart was very rich in activity, constantly cheering and encouraging Lin Xian. Although she couldn't see the live images. But just by listening to the commotion, Su Qingge was able to get a general idea of what was going on. At first, when she heard Lin Hao call himself a broken shoe, Su Qingge was simply furious. However, unable to move, she could only endure the other party's humiliation. But she didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly stand up for himself, which made Su Qingge both touched and worried. After all, she had heard that Lin Hao was an expert who had practiced Taekwondo, and his strength was more than enough to deal with 3 or 2 ordinary people. Would Lin Xian really not suffer? Fortunately, the things she was worried about didn't happen. Lin Xian was actually able to fight as well, knocking Lin Hao down in 3 or 2 hits. Lin Hao's miserable screams finally alerted the Su family crowd outside. Luan rushed into the room with a group of bodyguards, their faces tense. What's the matter? What happened? It's okay. Mr. Lin? Did this guy attack you? Seeing the crowd enter the door, the first thing they cared about was Lin Xian. Instead of himself lying on the ground, Lin Hao was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. But anyone who wasn't blind could see that the one who was beaten was himself, right? Why are you asking Lin Xian if he's alright? The one who is not okay is obviously me. This asshole. Just now, he actually took advantage of my inattention, and when I was preparing to sign the contract, violently stretched out his salty piggy hand intending to molest Qingge, but fortunately, I was quick and stopped it in time with a big wallop. This is all my fault. I didn't see Lin Hao's ugly heart and almost let him have his way. Lin Xian's eyes were moist and his voice trembled lightly, as if he was blaming himself for not protecting Su Qingge. Omega Nanny. In broad daylight, how dare you be so bold? Lu Wan and the others immediately turned their heads and glared viciously at Lin Hao. Beat him to death. How dare you lay your hands on our lady, get him. Bastard ah. I didn't expect you to be so handsome and look so human with your glasses on. But you're capable of doing such nasty things. A group of people clamored for Lin Hao's death. Even though Lin Hao was cowering in the corner, yelling that he was framed, no one believed him. Fortunately, at this point, our righteous partner, Lin Xian, stopped the crowd that was ready to make a move in time and righteously said, "Everyone, I'm as outraged as you are, but lynching is against the law. As law-abiding citizens, let's just call the police. Let's just let the police do justice for us." 5 minutes later. BB. The police uncles, all in good spirits, came to the Su family to take Lin Hao away as promised. "Mr. Lin, we need you to go to the police station to make a statement. I wonder if it's convenient for you now." Convenient, I'll definitely cooperate." Before leaving, Lin Xian took Su Qingge's hand and first said a reluctant goodbye before following the police uncles away. This scene full of deep love moved everyone present. To actually have such a deep love for his vegetable girlfriend. What a deep love of a beautiful man ah. And in the dark space of consciousness, listening to the lamenting exclamations of the people around her, Su Qingge was still asleep on her face, but in her heart, she had long been amused by Lin Xian's quirkiness. Lin Xian was just too damaging. A serious nonsense, this ability to come out of his mouth, really admirable. Suppose Lin Hao's crime was really realized. Then the good reputation he had accumulated over the years would be completely destroyed. However, this was good, saving Lin Hao from having to wear a hypocritical face to scourge people. 10 minutes later. Inside the Magic City police station. Under Lin Hao's jealous gaze, Lin Xian was teary-eyed, sitting on a wooden chair. Looking across at the righteous police uncles, he wiped his tears while recounting what happened. He directly characterized himself as the victim who couldn't stand it anymore, and that's why he struck back. Lin Hao, on the other hand, became an unforgivable bastard. What has been secretly bullied by Lin Hao all these years? What forced him to marry Su Qingge for him, and now he is salivating over his fiancée's beauty and intimidates and beats him? What has been designed to drive himself out of the Lin family, and Lin Hao still wants to drive him out of the house? What scummy father collaborates with the little one, and treats himself with all sorts of cold violence in the house, and the spirit of Pua? Inside the police station. Countless righteous police uncles and aunts. All hearers sad, hearers tears. Especially Lin Jianjun favor the bastard thing, magic all the people have heard. At this time, they were even more preconceived, completely believing in Lin Xian's side of the story, and looking at Lin Hao with eyes full of disgust. Injustice. This bastard is talking nonsense, you guys don't believe him ah. Lin Xian, you despicable and shameless fellow. Bloody mouth, show me the evidence if you can. In the interrogation room, Lin Hao was furious as he listened to Lin Xian's gushing outside the room. He used to be the one who designed to ruin Lin Xian. He didn't expect that he would spend his days hunting geese, but one day he would ask the geese to peck him blind. This feeling, don't mention how suffocating it was. And at this time, Lin Xian outside the room didn't pay any attention to him, but took out his cell phone from his pocket and played a recording. Humph. Lin Xian, what are you pretending for? I know that you hate me. But so what? Even if I'm a bastard, I can still take away everything from you. Everyone will only believe me, and that idiot Lin Jianjun will only let me, the bastard, inherit the family business, not you, the son of the original wife. Remember, you'll never be able to defeat me. What are you so proud of? If you don't have a few shares in your hand, how can you compete with me? Even this plant is a broken shoe that I let go to you, so you just. Not long ago, while Lin Hao was enraged, Lin Xian secretly opened his cell phone recording and recorded the most crucial few words. Now in front of everyone at the police station, Lin Hao's face of hypocrisy all along was completely exposed. Dear uncles and aunts, this is what I secretly recorded in my helplessness when my brother threatened me before. I didn't expect my brother to be so disgusted with me. I obviously just want to be a good big brother to him. This is all my fault. I don't blame my brother, so please let the police deal with him lightly. Humph. It's just playing the role of a green tea man. Who doesn't know how to do that? I really think I watched all those bloody TV shows before I crossed over for nothing. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, but I didn't want to see him again. This pitiful appearance immediately ushered in countless sympathetic gazes. The people listening to the recording, Lin Hao's smug and arrogant words, already have no more doubts about Lin Xian. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. You see, such a good kid, but he has to go through so many can't. Not only did his own father turn into a stepfather, but he also had to suffer from the persecution of his half-brother and stepmother. Thinking about it, the gazes of the people looking at Lin Hao not far away became more and more angry and disgusted. What? Lin Xian, this sinister villain, was actually that despicable and shameless. When exactly did he secretly record this? Bastard! What can we do about this? If this recording reaches Lin Jianjun's ears, then won't the image of a good boy that I've been creating all this time completely crumble? What should I do? What should I do? Inside the isolation room, Lin Hao was in a cold sweat. He had completely shifted from the anger he felt in the beginning to being dumbfounded after calming down. Just as Lin Hao's heart was burning with anxiety, he was constantly thinking about a way to break the situation. Outside the room, Lin Xian's voice came again, his words pleading. Uncle Policeman, can you let me talk to my brother alone? I believe he's a good kid, he just took the wrong path for a while. I as a big brother would like to enlighten him properly, so that he can return to his senses and confess to the crime as soon as possible. Seeing as Lin Xian is so pitiful. A police leader who seemed to be the first captain was moved with compassion and nodded his head to agree to the request. Time limit 3 minutes. Click. The door to the room opened, and the moment Lin Xian walked into the interrogation room, the aggrieved look on his original face disappeared and turned into a slightly playful smile. What kind do you want? At this moment, Lin Hao also no longer wanted to hide anything and directly opened the door. After all, he had a handle in Lin Xian's hands, there was no point in talking tough. It's simple. Admit that you acted indecently towards Qingge today. You bastard, you want to destroy me? No way. Lin Hao was about to go mad with anger, his spiteful gaze glaring at Lin Xian. Molesting an immobile vegetable. If he admits this, he will always have a stain in the magic city that he can't wash away in the future. If he confessed, he would always have a stain in Magic City that he couldn't erase. He would probably have to live his life under the colored gaze of the people. How dare you? My bad reputation in Magic City is half due to your design, isn't it? I'm doing this in my own way. Of course, you can refuse. As for the consequence as well? Lin Xian opened the screen of his cell phone, and there was a recording of Lin Hao on it, threateningly meaningful. After all, it was at least occupying the identity of the predecessor. Lin Xian didn't mind doing justice to his predecessor within his power. And for the sake of the upcoming plot. Whether it was a good name or the Lin Group, Lin Xian now all had to take it back. The first step was to first turn Lin Hao's father and son against each other. And he knew that Lin Hao would definitely agree. After all, compared to the so-called reputation, it was definitely the inheritance of the $10 billion family that was important. In order to avoid increasing the possibility of Lin Jianjun changing his mind, Lin Hao could only agree. And the truth, it was just as Lin Xian expected. Me. Agree. Intention. Up. Lin Hao uttered 4 words word by word, gritting his teeth. But you must honor the agreement and absolutely not leak the recording. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Of course, I'm the person who keeps his appointments the most. Lin Xian smiled with a smile on his face and made a guarantee back-to-back. Then as Lin Hao closed his eyes unwillingly, found the codename Stupid Stepfather's name in his address book and turned his hand to send the recording over. Chapter 39, Lin Xian's Father-Son Rebellion Plan, First Results. Magic City Police Station. The door to the interrogation room was opened. Lin Xian was the first to walk out, his face full of relief. Uncle Policeman, I have given my brother a profound ideological education. He has already cleaned up his act and decided to reform and start over, so please be sure to strive for leniency. Behind Lin Xian, Lin Hao, whose face was cloudy and uncertain, followed him out, and when he heard these words, he first took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the anger in his heart. Then a professional fake smile appeared on his face. Yes. I know I was wrong. At that time, I was obsessed, but fortunately, I had my brother to persuade me, and now I want to change my mind. Police uncle, do you think I still have a chance? At that, many righteous police uncles nodded their heads. Of course there is. As long as you know your mistakes and change them, then you are still a good young man in society. But you have to thank your brother, he is really well-intentioned. Always worrying about you going astray. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched, he had the heart to strangle Lin Xian, and he had to show him gratitude? But against so many pairs of expectant gazes, Lin Hao clenched his teeth. In the end, he stiffly turned his head and said thank you towards Lin Xian. You're welcome, who asked you to be my dearest brother? Lin Xian's face was full of sincerity as he stepped forward and gave Lin Hao a hug. And seeing this scene of brotherly friendship, the surrounding police uncles were overwhelmed with emotion. This was truly a kind and generous good big brother. Soon, under the police uncle's repeated confirmation, Lin Hao admitted that he had attempted molestation and had since been found guilty. However, due to the active surrender and the relatively minor circumstances, he was only sentenced to a 3-day detention period. Just when all the dust settled, Lin Xian was ready to leave. Just ran face to face with Lin Jianjun, who hurriedly came, and the other party yelled as soon as he saw Lin Xian. Xiao Hao. Where's Xiao Hao? What did you do to him? He had just been at the Lin family home, waiting for Lin Hao to return in a good mood. But which thought finally waited for? Is not Lin Hao, but a police station caller. Quiet. What's with all the yelling? Master Lin, don't forget what this place is. Seeing Lin Xian, such a good boy, being scolded by a father who favors his illegitimate son for no reason. Some policemen who couldn't look away couldn't help but raise their voices in reprimand. There's also the matter of Lin Hao, we've looked into it very clearly. Lin Hao attempted to molest a vegetable. But seeing as he has a good attitude in admitting his mistake and has not caused any major mistakes, he will be temporarily detained for 3 days as a punishment. I hope that when Lin Hao gets out, the Lin family head will educate him more and improve his own children's morals. What? Attempted molestation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing that Lin Hao had been detained for molestation, Lin Jianjun's entire body froze. Immediately, he fiercely glared at Lin Xian as realization dawned on him. Although he wasn't sure of the reason for it. But Lin Hao had clearly gone to the Su family to sign a contract, so how could he have a brain fart and molest a vegetable? The only possibility is you? Bastard. He's your brother. You set him up like this, are you still a human being? Why don't you explain the situation to the police and get your brother out? Lin Jianjun roared and raised his hand towards Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes reddened and he directly hugged the valiantly beautiful policewoman beside him. Police sister, he's going to hit me again. I'm afraid. This helpless appearance of suffering from domestic violence instantly awakened the compassion of the policewoman. She instantly raised her willow eyebrows and uttered a loud voice. Lin family master, please respect yourself. Are you trying to commit domestic violence at the police station? Even if you are the father of this child. But this kind of behavior, you can be convicted of child abuse. Child abuse? You call this 1-meter-8 guy a child? Lin Jianjun almost didn't die of anger. But he noticed the surrounding police officers, their stupid gazes. He ultimately didn't dare to make any more moves. After all, the Lin family was only the existence of the bottom of the second-tier families, and simply didn't have the strength to be wild in the police station. Humph. I'm going to ask Howard and get to the bottom of this. There was nothing to be done. Lin Jianjun could only glare viciously at Lin Xian and skipped over him towards the detention room. Thank you, police sister. Seeing Lin Jianjun leave in annoyance, Lin Xian smiled sweetly at the policewoman. No need to thank you, it's just a show of hands. In the future, if your father dares to make a move on you in the future, you can call the police at any time, and we will definitely do you justice. The middle-aged policewoman was very distressed by the youth in front of her, and carefully admonished. And beside her, the rest of the many police officers also spoke out to comfort. They were not fools. From the situation that Lin Jianjun had just indiscriminately and was about to take action, it was completely imaginable that on weekdays, Lin Xian was living a life of deep water and fire at home. Aha! See you later, police uncles. After thanking them, Lin Xian left the police station with a smile. Just after walking out of the front door, He was caught by the green Lamborghini that was parked not far away and caught his eye. That was Lin Jianjun's car? It seems that $3 billion is still not enough to drain him completely. Lin Xian circled around the Lamborghini, pondering. In order to reach the goal of having the Lin Group completely in his hands, Lin Xian will be in Lin Jianjun completely desperate time, will be in the hands of the equity as much as low price recovery. Then the first step, will have to completely force the other party into a desperate situation only. Thinking about this, Lin Xian stroked his chin, the corner of his mouth curved up in a playful arc. He already had an idea. Since 30 small targets weren't enough, let's just add some more. On the other side. The other side. Pa! You disgraceful thing, say it again if you can. Lin Jianjun, who was already holding a fire, came to the detention room to ask Lin Hao about his situation. He had thought that he must have been framed by Lin Xian's design. But I didn't expect this kid, I don't know what kind of tendons are not on the right. Actually dare to say that this is all true, he did carry out obscene behavior. I don't dare to believe that even asked a few times, all got the same answer. This can be Lin Jianjun angry lost his mind, the first time to throw this little son a slap. Normally this honor, but only Lin Xian had the opportunity to enjoy. Now it was given to the most favored illegitimate son to arrange on, so you can imagine how angry Lin Jianjun's heart was. Dad! It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I was deluded. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Whimpering. Lin Hao covered his fiery cheeks and cried bitterly as he knelt in front of Lin Jianjun, praying for the other party's forgiveness. Ghosting? You bastard. Do you know how much this matter will affect my old son when it gets out? My son, Lin Jianjun, is a molester? Damn you, you've disgraced me. As the old saying goes, tolerate a moment of calm, take a step back. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Lin Jianjun thought it made sense. He retreated several steps and felt his lungs were about to explode. Not being able to hold back for a moment, he slapped several times in a row. Slaps. What had been Lin Hao's face became a pig's head under Lin Xian's destruction. Oh. Now that he had received another violent blow from Lin Jianjun, his entire face even seemed to have swollen into a basketball. This old bastard. Actually slapped so hard, in the future when you're old, let's see if I don't pull out your oxygen tube every day. Lin Hao covered his cheeks and cursed in his heart. But on his face, he still cried bitterly, with a pitiful look, hugging Lin Jianjun's thighs and apologizing frantically. In fact, he had no choice. The lesser of two evils. Molestation was at most a bad name. Having already fallen out with Lin Xian, Lin Jianjun could only choose him, his remaining son, as the heir. But if Lin Jianjun knew that his previous well-behaved image was all a disguise, then with the other party's suspicious character, it would be hard as hell to gain his trust and favor. Maybe Lin Jianjun's head slapped and created an illegitimate child to replace him, just like he replaced Lin Xian. But no matter whether it was Lin Xian or Lin Jianjun, both Lin Xian and Lin Jianjun had been hated by Lin Hao, and whenever there was a chance to usher in a crazy retaliation, Lin Jianjun finally got his hands on Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Jianjun finally stopped. After all, it was his own most favored little son. Looking at the other side of the miserable face, calmed down Lin Jianjun some heartache. But when he thought of the asshole things Lin Hao had done, he was annoyed again and simply spoke about business. Okay. The matter has come to this. You'll stay here for 3 days and do some soul searching. Where's the contract I gave you this morning? Give it to me. At the mention of the contract, Lin Jianjun's heart surged all of a sudden. Now he's finally going to realize his years-long dream of becoming the veritable controller of the Lin Group. Humph. That Lin Xian kid, still too tender, ah? If you don't wait for the money to arrive before signing, then don't blame me for practicing procrastination. A company you slowly consumed. Lin Jianjun made up his mind, first slowly and Lin Xian consumed, maybe consumed to the end of a son do not have to give. That daddy, the contract he has not signed it? Just when Lin Jianjun was complacent. Lin Hao's careful words came, directly to Lin Jianjun poured a heart cold. You. Say. What? What? Lin Jianjun stiffened and twisted his head, veins blossoming out on his forehead as he said word for word. Seeing this appearance of the other party, Lin Hao nervously gulped, but still stiffened his voice. I said Lin Xian he has an ah. The words hadn't even finished. Pa. Lin Jianjun, who had long been furious, waved his hand and slapped heavily, slapping Lin Hao in place on the spot. You really let me down. I asked you to do the right thing, that's because I trusted you. But you're so good, you don't do the right thing but you're busy doing such a nasty thing. You can really want to be angry, old me? Lin Jianjun cursed, for the first time laying a heavy hand on his bastard son. Then remembering that Lin Xian probably hadn't gone far, he no longer cared about Lin Hao, who had fallen to the ground with his cheek covered, and hurriedly trotted out of the detention room. He was going to look for Lin Xian and hurry to finalize the share transfer contract so that it wouldn't affect the beauty ointment press conference 3 days later. And behind Lin Jianjun, there was only Lin Hao left with eyes full of resentment, staring at his back. Chapter 40 Lin Xian's attitude, 3 billion? No, I want 3.5 billion this time. Hoo. In front of the entrance to the Magic City police station, Lin Jianjun quickly rushed out, panting. He looked around. Finally, he spotted Lin Xian not far away. Stop, Lin Xian. Wait first, I have something to tell you. What's going on? Mr. Lin, is it because I beat up your son and you want to ask me for an explanation for him? Lin Xian frowned and turned back, his expression cold, a look of rejection. First things first, this is all because your son's hands are not clean. At that time, when I turned my head, I saw Lin Hao stretching out his salty piggy hand. Then I had a big wallop in the past. Looking at the oldest son in front of me, who had a left sentence of Mr. Lin and a right sentence of your son, and whose words were full of demarcation, Lin Jianjun suddenly had a feeling of a sour heart. Once upon a time, this son is how filial and obedient, to their own obedience how short less than a week, has become now this kind of rogue appearance? However, recalling the past few years, comparing heart to heart, he seemed to have gone a bit too far, and it seemed normal that Lin Xian would be upset in his heart. And so, Lin Jianjun decided to change his ways and give this father-son relationship another chance. Lin Xian, we are father and son after all. Why make a scene like this? Hey, or how about this? Let's make up. Big deal, I won't favor Lin Hao anymore in the future, I'll give you enough fatherly love to make you a good big son to me. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who opened his hands to himself with a look of hurrying up and jumping into his father's arms, let's start over. Lin Xian only felt a wave of nausea. How narcissistic does this person have to be? Do you really think that other people want to be his son so badly? Mr. Lin, you're talking about this boring bullshit. So I'm leaving? Hey meddlesome. Lin Jianjun sighed lightly. But he soon stopped dwelling on it. Although the big number was ruined, it was good that he still had the small number. The most important thing at the moment was that he still had to settle the matter of the share transfer contract first. It's just that. Let's get down to business then. Because of the accident, that 3 billion shares transfer contract, you have not signed it? Here's the deal. Now take my car to the company to redraft a copy, let's re-sign it. Finished speaking, Lin Jianjun then opened the door of the Lamborghini and gestured for Lin Xian to get in. Mr. Lin, you seem to have misunderstood something? It's not a $3 billion share transfer contract, rather, it's 3.5 billion. Looking at the frozen Lin Jianjun in the driver's seat, Lin Xian grinned. He had originally wanted to climb to 4 billion. But considering Lin Jianjun's current asset status, adding 500 million more was basically the limit. Moreover, Lin Xian's main goal wasn't to make money. Rather, it was to force Lin Jianjun into the point of running out of ammunition, so increasing it by 500 million was almost. Lin Xian, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree on 3 billion? How did it become 3.5 billion again? As Lin Xian expected, Lin Jianjun directly exploded and roared in anger. With the Lin family's current financial situation, 3 billion was already a stretch, but it was still possible to retain some assets and not be completely emptied out. But if it were to increase by 500 million, then even if he sold the remaining villas and luxury cars, it would still be far from enough. In this case, it might be necessary to go to loan sharks. Well, at least we were once father and son, do you really want to do things to death? Facing Lin Jianjun's questioning, Lin Xian just took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat interface. In the next second, seeing the records on the chat interface, Lin Jianjun immediately broke out into a cold sweat and was silent for a moment, only to see the cell phone screen. It was full of conversations between Lin Xian and the company's major board members and the major powerful families in Magic City. None of the contents were requests to buy Lin's group's shares. Some only wanted to buy a part of it, while others wanted to spend $3 billion to buy all of it. Mr. Lin, it's because of the relationship we once had. That's why I haven't acceded to anyone's share exchange requests until now. Otherwise, your position as chairman of the board would have been gone long ago. Listening to Lin Xian's words, coupled with the evidence, Lin Jianjun instantly lost his nerve and panicked a little. He didn't want his hat to be removed by someone else. This time in the opening, the tone of some pleading in the meaning. Lin Xian. This company is at least when my wife, your mother, to fight out. Can you bear it to fall into the hands of outsiders? As for the 3.5 billion, I really cannot get out. Why don't we discuss it? Just 3 billion can be well. But the face of Lin Jianjun soft, Lin Xian even eyelids did not lift, seemingly smiling non-smile said. 3 billion? Originally, there is no problem. You can admit that Lin's group is by mom to fight out, I am very happy. But today Lin Hao molested my future daughter-in-law's behavior, but let me very unhappy. So 500 million is my moral damages, and I'll only give you 2 days. If you can't get the money in 2 days, I'll sell it to someone else, that's all. After saying this, Lin Xian didn't even look back and walked forward on his own. And hearing that the reason for the extra 500 million was all because of Lin Hao's molestation incident today, he couldn't wait to go back to the detention room right away and give that asshole a few big wallops before. 500 million. It was $500 million. Just because Lin Hao's hand was cheap, $500 million was gone? Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger. This was the first time he had become angry at Lin Hao, and it just straight up made his heart hurt. Seeing Lin Xian's back walking further and further away. Anxiously, Lin Jianjun hurriedly chased after him in his Lamborghini, trying to make a last-ditch effort. In front of $500 million, he didn't hesitate to choose to betray Lin Hao. Wait, Lin Xian. We're negotiating, how about this? I let Lin Hao apologize to you. How about not? An apology to offset 500 million. Do you think Lin Hao deserves it? How about I make him apologize to you on his knees? How about I break his hand if he touches the girl? I'm not interested. If you're bothering me, I'll go up to 4 billion. Hearing Lin Xian want to rise to 4 billion, Lin Jianjun scared the brakes or almost stepped on the rotten. Seeing Lin Xian really no room for discussion. Under the helplessness, Lin Jianjun could only step on the gas and leave. He had to hurry back and think of a way to fill out the 500 million in 2 days. As for his beloved son Lin Hao, luckily, he was now out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, Lin Jianjun didn't even dare to guarantee that he would not copy the bench and beat that loser to death. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian returned to the Su family villa. Just as he entered, he bumped into a warm welcome from Lu Wan and the other staff. Due to this bout of getting along, Lin Xian had already conquered these staff members with his practical actions. At this moment, there were even several maid girls who surrounded Lin Xian in the center and chirped. Mr. Lin is back. Hello Mr. Lin, I poured you a glass of water, please drink. Mr. Lin, how's that pervert? Yes, was he shot, or was he sentenced to life imprisonment? Hearing that Lin Hao was only going to get out after 3 days in the detention center, the crowd burst into a fit of righteous indignation, shouting about how unfair it was. Ahem, well. All go back to work. Don't disturb Mr. Lin. At this time, Lu Wan, the Su family's head housekeeper, spoke up, and the crowd only dispersed in a flurry. Mr. Lin. Chairman Su is here, in Mrs. Room. Su Qingge is here? Also. A big situation like his granddaughter being molested happened, surely he would come over to take a look? So Lin Xian walked towards the second floor. And at this moment, in Su Qingge's room. Su Qingge looked at his granddaughter on the hospital bed, his old cheeks filled with favor. But in the next second, a chill enveloped his body. Lin family, Lin Hao. That animal. Don't worry, granddaughter, grandpa swears with his life that he will seek justice for you. If Lin Jianjun doesn't give me an explanation, then this family relationship will end here. If we meet again in the future, the two families will be mortal enemies. Su Qingtian's face was full of frost and his tone was cold. He is now the most precious. Is Su Qingge this last bloodline relatives? Even if he had to fight for his old bones, he would definitely seek justice for his granddaughter. What Su Qingge doesn't know is that, on the bed, his unconscious granddaughter, who was a vegetable in his eyes, was anxiously calling out the name of a certain young man. Lin Xian, why don't you guys come back soon? My grandfather thinks I'm really being bullied. If this goes on, I'm afraid that he'll have problems with his body's qi. Even if he doesn't have a gas problem, what if he wants to fight with your Lin family? With the Su family's current situation, they can't afford to go through this. I'm still waiting to wake up, continue to rely on the Su family to grow and develop, and one day take revenge on that family? Damn Lin Xian. Petri dish. Too irresponsible, don't come and explain yourself to my grandfather yet. Lin Xian, where the hell are you? Show up. I'm counting the time, you show up right now 321. Maybe there really is a heavenly will in the underworld. Su Qingge, who has a telepathic heart, just finished counting one. That familiar voice just appeared in her ears. Grandpa Su, don't be angry. Be careful of your body. I'm telling you a secret. In fact, that kid Lin Hao didn't molest Qingge, I deliberately framed him. Cough, you don't look at me with such eyes. I didn't mean to lie to you. Who let that kid Lin Hao be too arrogant? Lin Xian had just walked to the door when he heard the old man's angry face reddening and swearing with his life there, scaring Lin Xian so much that he hurriedly came out to explain the ins and outs. He was really afraid that Su Qingge, this old bones, anger under the blood rush head, accidentally cerebral infarction collapsed on the cold. And when Lin Xian said the truth, Su Qingge first froze, staring unbelievably at Lin Xian for a moment. He remembered that he had just been filled with anger, and some of his hot blood had been fed to the dog. The corners of his eyes could not help but twitch, and he bitterly smiled and shook his head repeatedly. Then he picked up a walking stick and waved it up and down a few times, a tiger's wind. Lin Xian, if only you were my own grandson. I think that when my granddaughter pissed me off back in the day, I used this stick to teach my grandson a hard lesson. Lin Xian? Did I hear you wrong? My granddaughter is mischievous, why are you hitting your grandson? Not that most of the old people are patriarchal. How come it's the other way around with you? The moment. Lin Xian cannot help but for the protagonist Su Yang's miserable childhood, feel inexplicably heartbroken. We boys. When the hell can stand up?